We're back. Thanks for being here. Hey, Mike's work. Great. First step. Admiral Gibbs, thank you for gifting us up. Hey, buddy, thanks for being here. From the boat party, have a good stream. Hope it's a good stream. Won't be if Scott shows up. Hey, Naritas, thanks for being here. Yeah, but our friend Gibbs unfortunately couldn't join us. But he is here in spirit or dollars, which more important than spirit. But I hope you're having a good time, friend. Okay, let's get to it. Every round table up in coming, happening in seconds. In moments, really. Here we go.
That's good.
Here's the deal.
Word.
Since you haven't met me, you can just know this about me, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I genuinely believe I'm probably one of the most straightforward, genuine people in all of these panels. I'm very unique in my takes. I'm very unique in my positions, but there's maybe I can think of 2 times total since I've been doing panels and like having conversations where I literally said something that was genuinely not part of what I genuinely believe, right? One of them was when we were having a school shooter panel, and I was like talking about white rage or something, like it's rage bait or something. I remember that panel was one that I trolled. And I can't remember another one, but I'm pretty sure there must have been a second panel that I've done.
That's when I got your ass for fucking talking about the pineal gland and shit.
Yeah, but see, I did it in such a passive way where it was very
you trolling now. It's trolling now, yeah. I was serious about that shit then.
How could I have been serious about the calcified pineal gland? What are we talking about? What? I don't know anything about
that. You were fucking serious. You coping now. You coming back?
It's the fluoride from the water, and then it calcifies, and then you
someone's gonna believe this.
Yeah, no.
I think I'm one of Yakub's people.
Bruh, you are Yakubian. What are you talking about? Yeah, no. I actually barely discovered any of that stuff. I know so very little about the Nation of Islam. But I learned that I want to say around mid 2023. Because I'm hyper religious, but not at all like associated with like Islam or Muslims in any way, shape, or form. And so I look at all of their belief system as anathema. So I didn't know anything about it. But I heard the calcified pineal gland from this guy. His name is Young Pharaoh. He used to have a YouTube channel where he said like white people and Asians and people aren't human beings. It was crazy. I loved it though. They were really great videos. And
I went down that rabbit hole.
I blew my mind.
Remember Black Hitler?
No, the hell are you talking about? I don't even know what that is.
This is like Gamergate era. It's a fucking very effeminate black guy that used to do these videos that'd be like Akwabe y'all, and like he called himself Black. Yeah, that's his name, Ghazi Kadza. And when I first found him, and he was saying crazy shit, and he was calling white people cave beasts, and I was like, "What the fuck, cave beasts? What the fuck is this cave beast shit from?" So I was like, "Okay, I gotta find out what the fuck cave beasts." And I went down a rabbit hole, and I was like, "Yo, this shit gets crazier and crazier and crazier the deeper you go."
Oh, for
sure.
And
there's people that like have masters and doctorates that like study this shit, and are like, "No, it's true." Okay, white people are like, their skin is a disease that keeps them from having empathy, and it'd be like, this is a doctor talking to me right now.
Empathy is held with the melanin.
Yep. I'm gonna tell you something though. I'm gonna tell you. I'm really quick. I can make it really brief. This was my journey, right? I had a friend who educated me about some of the indoctrination that we get as Black people in this country, like that, like literally promotes like systemic racism in a way and like elevates whiteness to a certain degree. And when they exposed me to that, I felt very betrayed by myself in that sense, because it was like, wow, I've been promoting this like super like the white supremacy, like in my ideology, in my belief, and realizing that of course, nothing is worse to me than betraying myself. So I went down a journey, and this is really gross. I went down a journey, kind of exploring some of that nonsense, like probably embracing a bit of racism, being obviously very like conscious not to like actually voice that type of racism and whatever, but like I definitely feel like I had internalized or at least assumed a bunch of racism towards white people. I think in like this counterbalancing, and it's a gross way that I've always been, but I have a tendency to go from one extreme to the other extreme until I find my middle. And in that case, yeah, I was embracing some anti-white like racism for a while, like not a long time, but I can say for a bit. And it was always like this inner struggle though, because no matter what I had to like, if I went to express it, I never felt comfortable voicing the way I was feeling because internally I was conflicted because I knew that it wasn't consistent with my core beliefs. And so that's when I discovered, like I said, that young Pharaoh video and all that kind of stuff. It was gross. It was beautiful.
You just described your awakening to a Gnostic religious belief within the cult of critical race theory, and yet you're somehow maintain it. Like, you just get rid of that baggage, bro.
Wait, what did
get out of the cult fully?
What did I have to? What did what I just said have to do with critical race theory?
With a Gnostic belief?
No, with critical race theory.
That's what you're talking about. That's what you're talking about, though. Just because you didn't directly reference it, it's not like you're like a no name that nobody has ever heard speak before. We know what you're talking about. You're talking about awakening to white supremacy and how you've internalized it unknowingly. I mean, like, there's several allusions in your description of how you became awakened to the Gnostic belief, the idea, the things that you were doing in your day-to-day life that maintain systemic racism that you didn't even know. What do you mean? What does that have to do with critical race theory?
I'm sorry. I wasn't talking about systemic racism, and I made it very, very clear multiple times when I referenced the fact that it was my ideology. Ideology. I'm not perpetuating systemic racism because I don't have that type of power. The only thing that I would be talking about is the ideological racism that I was promoting by elevating and esteeming some forms of whiteness. That's what I was referring to. Not at all was I talking about critical race theory. I don't think you know critical race theory.
No, I do. It's okay.
I would honestly go down that boat. What? I don't.
Or maybe you just broke up on my end. My bad.
No, he's breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, you broke up, friend.
That's crazy.
Now we can hear you. Go ahead, friend.
If I respected you enough, I would go down the rabbit hole of explaining to you what critical race theory actually means so that you would be able to understand that nothing I was talking about was about critical race theory. But again, I don't respect you enough, so I'm going to go ahead and let you have that win, okay?
Okay. I'm very well aware of the literature.
No, you're very obviously not.
Oh,
it's sure.
You guys can have that.
For the record, very, very clear. Without even digging at him, without even digging at Fanatic. A Gnostic belief, right? You don't know unless you're one of us. Just dig down there.
Well, I don't know about this is all new news to me. I'm like, this is interesting. I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, so this logic, I legitimately, man, it's really gross. I think again, it was all part of like just like all these revelations. The more you start becoming informed about politics and things like that, the more you start growing, you start realizing, like, again, how many things you don't know, right? Like that start changing. You start becoming informed about what the fundamentals were that created your belief system. For me, myself, right? It was like being, in like whites only schools, basically, right? I went to like school where I was like either one or two, and at maximum, I want to say in the 6th grade there were 3. One or two. No, in the 6th grade it was still 2. At maximum 3 though, black children in like my classrooms. The rest were all white, and I think there was 2 or 3 classrooms where I had 1 Hispanic person. Okay, the rest were almost exclusively white. I remember 1 Asian girl. So it's like in a classroom of 32 every year, and that's because our school was a new school located directly next to a suburb, and so we were in low-income apartments, but the low-income apartments that we were in were pretty much exclusively for white. My mother had to call the Better Business Bureau and like prove that they were discriminating against her in order to get into that apartment, because outside of that, they were not letting black families into that apartment. So then that meant me being there, even though I'm in a low-income apartment that's directly next to these suburbs, I'm one of the very, very few black people that are next to these suburbs. So now I'm going to school where I'm constantly being attacked in different ways, like passive ways and stuff, with racism, and not understanding that it's racist at the time. And then of course, and all the white girls and the people that they're like esteeming to like whatever and so on and so forth, you start to normalize and not realize that you're normalizing this belief that white people are superior. When people like say things about low income people and about black people and stuff like that, and you're having these encounters, you don't realize at the time, oh, this is racism. You just think, oh, this is just life. These people are making individual mistakes, not realizing like that this is like this is the product of a like greater belief system that that is like actually causing these actions. And I think learning all that, like getting older, learning like, oh, it's just you're significantly less likely to be recommended for special programs as a black person if you have a white student. It's like if you're a gifted learner, you're significantly less likely. And so I was like
2 weeks ago.
I
We're having
don't
this
know.
whole conversation about black people
Right.
not being around black people and not, the go not going to could have used you a few weeks ago.
Maybe.
It's
I don't know.
crazy. It's crazy. I had the exact opposite experience. I went to a mostly black school, but I didn't turn out racist because I'm not a racist.
I went to an all Arab school and I'm Arab and I hate Arabs. So I mean, I don't know what that tells anyone.
For sure. I just want to point out. No, I'm not taking that bait. Never mind. You have it. Bro, it's so
Sure.
crazy. I would.
Just jump
Yeah,
for it, go for it.
Fabian's different. It's okay. It's all right. It's not worth it. How are you doing, Doobie? It's been a minute.
I'm doing very well.
And how about you, Lactate?
I'm married as of a month ago.
Really?
Yeah,
That's freaking amazing.
With such
Good stuff.
enthusiasm too.
thank you.
Doobie, can you turn your mic up a little bit?
Sure, I'll do that for you.
That's
Yeah,
freaking
met him
awesome.
on Twitch, we bonded over our cum fetish.
Wait, you said you met him on Twitch?
Yeah.
Oh. You really married a person from like a streamer?
Yeah,
Oh wow. Who do we know the streamer?
probably not.
Okay.
Hold on, your wife is a streamer?
He said him.
His husband is a streamer.
Yeah, my husband's a streamer. We
Okay.
bonded over our cum fetish.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
All right.
Jeez, Brian,
Doobie,
those
I
are
feel like you
friends
gotta
there.
be trolling me, my nigga. Ain't no way.
He's trolling.
Okay, yeah, okay, I am married to a woman, not a streamer, unfortunately.
Okay.
But this has been on my brain for like
They did still bond over a cum fetish. It's like that. That
yeah,
wasn't
that's so totally
That part's true.
yeah, that's a thing.
Actually,
No,
kinda
like
is.
seriously though, like
Real
you
quick,
guys-
Doobie.
Go for
A
it.
breeding kink is not a fucking kink. All right, that's
not
just
what
normal.
I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. Hold on. Okay. This has been burned into my brain for the last like fucking week. Okay.
Mhm.
Fuck. Should I even? I'm gonna say fuck it. So
Say it.
Destiny's been having all that drama with him basically doing the edgy thing, throwing a tantrum. Well, I don't care that Trump supporters died. Blah blah blah. Whatever.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
So apparently Lav, who is like one of these BPD girls who was fucking around with, leaked some of his like sexing DMs, where he's talking about like wanting to suck her
her
husband's cum out of
boyfriend's.
her. Her husband's come out of her
Yeah.
after he like finishes dinner, and he's got like a king for like sucking cum out of a guy, like all kinds of like. They're just things that like I like Destiny. I think he's a smart guy, but I feel like this has totally shifted the way that I view him forever. I can't think of him without just imagining
Unclean?
him like, slurping some cum out of a dude. Yeah, it's fucking weird.
Oh,
Wait,
Okay,
is that
but
actually,
hold on, but-
confirmed?
But to
Or is
be
that just-
fair,
Yeah,
To-
the
rumors.
leak.
To
the
be
leak is,
fair.
you know,
to be fair, all right,
No, there's no.
there
fair.
has been
There's no fair.
Destiny has been getting shit for years
I'll get it
for
for you, Corey.
pretending to be bisexual. Okay.
True.
And not actually being bisexual. And we have now proof and confirmation from all the lefties that were like, you're just saying that so that you can say you're LGBT. There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever that he is bisexual at
So
that point.
I have no idea about that. But there was actually something that I appreciate about Destiny, and maybe I have a poor view of this because I don't watch the stream like other people do here, right? I don't engage in the stream in the same way. This is a great way to introduce Ghosty into the channel. Hi, we're talking about weird sex stuff. But you shouldn't be surprised about that. But anyway, like the thing about Destiny that I think I admire more is that he is honest about himself. Again, I don't know about the bisexual thing. This is news to me, but whatever, right? But like he is into like things that aren't considered like manly, right? But he seems to be honest with that. There was that video of his girlfriend that I saw, like fucking him with his strap on, right? Like, and okay, if that's what you're
Wait,
into.
I'm not aware of this lore.
Oh, I've
Wait,
seen that.
who?
That one I
Who?
did
What?
see.
Who?
There's a video of Destiny and his girlfriend. She's like right behind him. Unless they faked it, but it seemed like it was real. But fucking him with a strap on. And that's
I didn't
okay.
know- this is another thing that I wish I didn't know. Like, why would you tell me this?
Right?
This is
It's
like
literally making me
Discord
sick.
this is like that
I'm glad
time
I
where
haven't eaten.
I found out TJ Kirk has like a fetish for torturing his like micro dick. Like, have you ever seen that video? That's fucked.
I've only ever heard of it.
It's
I've
really bad.
never
Okay.
I've never tried to find it. I don't want to see
Imagine
it.
it's an actual micro penis. It looks like an inch long max, right? And he's like dipping it and his balls into a pot of like hot oil for some fucking reason. I don't know why the fuck he's doing this, but he's butt ass naked doing this.
I
And then
grew up on the
eventually
BME Olympics.
he like tries to shove a banana up his ass. It's really fucking weird. Like they're just things that you know that you wish you could unknow, and this is all one of
I feel like I hit my limit in middle school with 2 Girls 1 Cup, and like anytime someone is like, "You should watch this video," I'm like, "No, I'm good."
Two Kids in the Sandbox was the one that did me over.
I've
never seen that.
In the
It
sandbox?
was like Lemon Party and that, and like, and I was like, "Nope, I'm good."
It's a girl and a guy, and the girl shoves a thing in the guy. I'm not gonna say too much in the front part.
DM me.
Sounding.
Because
Sounding. You talking about sounding, where like they stick a rod in the
that
in
you're
the
talking
urethra?
about?
There we go,
Oh,
yup.
Sounding.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah,
This is why we need prayer in schools, because ain't no way people should be involved in this much degeneracy. I genuinely think the country
It's just
might
the
be
internet. I
low.
think the internet is just like grounds for it. If you're on the internet, you're gonna stumble upon something.
Yeah, apparently that's
But-
crazy as freak.
But Doobie,
No.
and to the rest of you, I
This,
think
this is why you should just watch what your kids do on the fucking internet.
that's
It's
not
no
gonna-
goddamn excuse as to be a parent
that's
and
not
not
gonna be
know
good
what
enough
your kids are doing.
to stop your kids from degeneracy. I can assure you on this. But
Yeah, but it'll stop them from doing it on a consistent basis.
they stopped them doing under your roof. But like I think it's
Yeah.
so this wasn't released. Apparently, like from the story you're telling us that Lavloon released that information, Destiny 6, right? But like I don't. Destiny seems to be like take these things in stride, and I think that's like pretty great. Like, if this is what he wants, like, not my thing, but to each his own, right? And
Yeah, I don't think it's like a moral or
he
something.
should be
I
able
just think
to
it's
explore
icky,
these parts
okay?
of his
No, you
sexuality,
shouldn't. It
and
should
that's
be
great.
illegal. No. Every time I hear about some shit like this, it makes me like 1% more Christian nationalist. I'm not even Christian. Like it just makes me agree with Fnatic.
Hold on, I ain't no Christian nationalist neither though.
Okay, but it makes me like Christian. Okay, it makes me feel like even if Christianity is not real, we need to pretend it's real because this is fucked up.
For sure. I think we would be better off if people did pretend it was real, because then what would happen is people would be pretending, and then as some people pretend, they would begin reading the Bible, then they would become informed about the awesomeness of Jesus Christ, and then from that you would actually convert a lot of people into this great Christian life, which is amazing. They'd eventually get to know God the Father. I mean, I like it.
They could read
I
the
like it.
Quran. They could have it's a whole spiel.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know
try
about that
too.
part though. No.
That's what I rep. You come repping the Bible, I come repping the Quran, baby. What's goody?
Gross.
We're
On
both
both
fighting
accounts.
for souls here.
That's fact. That's facts.
So, all right. Do you have more to say on this, Doobie?
No. He just
discussed.
I've
We're
got
good. We're good.
I
I
want
don't need more to say on this, to be
I want to
fair.
pretend I don't know this.
So before we get to our topics, there's 2 things I want to deal with. One, the things you guys were talking about before about like white people and how they're viewed in society. It's something I've been thinking about. Like, if like somehow some way like history was like perfectly reversed, right? And it was a black supremacy, white people like working out in the fields. I imagine like the line that they would use is that
It's Barbary. The word you're looking for is Barbary. Just Google Barbary.
Yeah. Oh,
And you'll find whites in the fields and you'll find
Oh my
blacks in charge. It actually lasted longer than slavery in America, and we fought a war. America did to stop it. You know,
Yeah.
Thomas Jefferson did. He ended that
What a
slave
dream.
trade that was way
Any which
larger.
way, moving on. But I imagine
Just one word. Just Google Barbary. and
I
you'll be
know
good.
what you're talking about. Thank you. But I imagine like the line that they would use, right? Is that, well, look at these people. They're rejected by the sun, right? Look at them. They burn in the sun. But we are loved, right? Like we're out there. The sun that our God gave us, right?
You kind of spitting. I'm
I'm
waiting for the lie.
This is a sign of our supremacy. Like that would definitely be like the thing that they would use against white people, right? Like, it reminds me also of
It reminds me of like winter in Europe or in like northern United States when I see like black people and they're just like 3 coats and they're like, oh, and I'm like, man, you guys can't fucking deal with this, can you at all? Like y'all are not built for this.
100%.
Like, I'm just built different.
These things are
I
obviously
worked
not
for
equivalent.
Yeah.
I worked for Walmart when I was a teenager, and like it came Black Friday shopping sale, right? And it was like me and 2 other white guys worked like the overnight shift, and like the rest of the staff were all like black with like maybe like a couple of elderly people that I think were white, but like 3 young white guys. The rest were mostly black, and they came up to us like as a group because we rode in together because like we had to stick with our people obviously, and they came up to us and they were like, hey, like it's gonna be madness outside with the shopping carts. Would you guys be willing for like most of the night to do shopping carts? And we were like, you mean stay outside, smoke cigarettes, and not have to deal with customers all Black Friday? And they're like, yeah, could you do that? And we were like, yes. And every black person there was like, thank you, God. Thank you so much for your sacrifice and dealing with the cold. And the rest of us were like, this is not a sacrifice. Like I don't have to deal with customers on Black Friday. This is the most amazing thing ever. And they were so appreciative because none of them wanted to be outside when it was like 30 degrees. I just thought that shit was hilarious. Not funny. All right, fuck it. You
it's fine.
win
No,
some,
I
you
mean,
lose
actually-
some.
Hey, I just wanted to point out, by the way, these things are not equivalent. Like the idea that like obviously black people don't have a preference for cold is not the same thing as the idea that the sun is hating white people, and it seems like that almost they might not be fit on the earth, right? And the reason why these things are not the equivalent is because, like, if you look at it and you pay attention to the idea that one, they're like, we get vitamin D, I believe, from the sun, and the fact that obviously it's a really sure, but of course we obviously get more because of melanin, and then also the idea that like in our quest to get this sun, we're in the quest for white people to get this sun, it can kill them. Like obviously the higher incidence of skin cancer and things like that because of the sun. So in getting like a vital nutrient, something that's very healthy,
Black
like
people
they
get
run
skin
the
cancer
risk.
and
Not
die
even
from sun
close,
poisoning, shit too.
not even remotely close to the same rate, which is why I'm pointing out the idea that obviously it seems like we're more fit for this planet, But I'm not saying we're superior.
The planet?
I'm not saying
Planet?
I don't know. Arabs deal with sun pretty well, man.
You want to move to Canada?
I don't use sunscreen or nothing.
I don't know. I don't know why Fanatic didn't want to talk
Lactoid looks
about,
tan right now.
About
He's been in the
cum
sun. He's been
fetishes and
collecting
Destiny
some
because
vitamin D.
Hell yeah.
apparently,
What's up?
vitamin D is so important to Fanatic. So
Oh, man.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
Let's
You're
get
asking
bring
why
back
didn't I
the cum fetish?
You said why I
What?
didn't do what now? Hold on. You said you don't know why Fanatic didn't do what?
Something cum
That was a
fetish.
vitamin D joke, like cum fetish
Yes.
dicks.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I missed it. Yeah.
So yeah, that was just like a random thought. It's not something I would say to my beautiful pale white friends. But it was just a random thought
Yeah.
I had about that. But
Yeah, you guys have
secondly-
other strengths, so it's again. I wasn't like trying to like truly invalidate your existence. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is that just when it comes to the sun, one of the most natural sources of energy. Obviously, you guys are hated, but that doesn't mean that God hates you. And he didn't make the sun make you incompatible with the sun because he hates you. That's not what that means.
At least they do well in the cold because they lack any like natural human warmth anyway. So like
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, so then it makes it more fit to live in caves, obviously, like in the Caucasus Mountains with Neanderthals and stuff like that. All of those things make so much like it's part of the divine plan. Okay, you guys get the point that I'm making.
I love white people.
Me too. Me too.
But
The wives are amazing.
the best part. I was going to the other thing, right? I was actually going to criticize one of my pale friends, right? And that's you, Lactoid. Yeah, you. Lactoid, this happened last week. Project 2025 got brought up, right? And you, in your wisdom, seem to
my infinite wisdom. Go ahead, Prime.
seem to believe Trump when he said like he is has no part, he has no involvement in Project 2025.
Denying it.
There's no evidence that he has any involvement in Project.
There's no evidence that he has any involvement in Project 2025, right? So let's
Bonus change. You said he was denying being a part of it.
Let's
he also is doing that too.
Examine that tweet, right? When he says like he has no idea who's behind Project 2025, right? Well, who's behind Project 2025? That would be the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation, which he's spoken at, right? Like in their halls. When he's like, the Heritage Foundation, headed by, I believe, Kevin Roberts, who he's thanked, he's shaking shook his hands on, all on tape, right? But he doesn't know anybody behind Project 2025. No clue. Doesn't know what's going on with this thing, right? Project 2025. He doesn't know anything about it, but like multiple people within his inner circle, right, are deeply involved with it, right? Like by deeply involved, I mean have written parts of the plan itself and have like shot commercials for it. And then he says that it's weird and abysmal, right? Like the parts of the plan, right? Even though the people that he surrounds himself with, even the ones who didn't actually like write the plan, actively agree with all parts of the plan. Like the administration that he's going to build and the administration that he did build, actively pushed parts of that plan. And yet still, like, you're somehow credulous and believe that this individual has no idea.
Parts of the plan? Are you referring to like the 80% of Project 2025 that milk toast?
Yeah,
we can hear him.
I must have muted him when we had that debate where he was being dishonest.
Yeah,
okay,
I got it.
I'll fix it.
You don't like? We can start talking about OJ if you want, Fanatic.
All right, I got it.
But hey, where's what's how much EDTA can a human being survive? I just curiosity.
I can answer that
later. Oh, you can answer that, Corey. Thank you. We're scientist here. Perfect. So Prime, I understand that like a lot of Project 2025 is like relatively milquetoast conservative. So it would make sense that Donald Trump would agree with some of it. In fact, I think in his tweet he said that like he disagrees with some of it. He didn't say he disagreed with all of it. I don't think anybody disagrees with all of it. There's some stuff in there that's pretty good. But there's a percentage that's completely batshit crazy, right? Just because the Heritage Foundation, which is an organization that does indeed have ties to conservative administrations in the past, that doesn't mean that Project 2025 specifically, Donald Trump had any involvement in, or that he had any knowledge in crafting, or that he knew the architects behind.
That wasn't my claim.
Well, so again, when he's saying like, I don't know who fucking wrote this, like it might be true that you could find people who wrote parts and Donald Trump does indeed know them. What Donald Trump is saying, and what any reasonable interpretation of that sentence is, like he isn't aware of Project 2025, what the motivation is in crafting that. He's pushing Agenda 47, right, which is what he has said he's going to push, and it's quite literally like billboard conspiracy theory to like put a pin here, put it like draw a line here, he knows him and he knows them, therefore.
Lactoid, I'm sorry, you're being so Weasley about this. You're being so.
He's being dishonest.
Conspiracy, like okay, no, let's talk about conspiracy.
Hey, Fanatic, I'll get you a source after this stream. Words that you don't like to hear. Sources after a stream. What?
Bro, why do you think?
Go ahead.
The majority of
Go ahead.
Project 20, I mean, the worst parts of Project 2025 are like imposed top-down Christian morality, right? Some Christian version of morality. Like what, given who Trump is, and and his prior positions all through his life, right? He was pro gay marriage in the 90s. Like, what makes you think he is the kind of guy that would be pro like legislating Christian morality?
Sorry, you're talking to me?
Yeah,
it's a good question.
No, I don't think that he like I said, my claim wasn't that he agreed with every part of the plan. No, not at all, right? I said that what I specifically said is that the people that he surrounded himself with, the people who will actually be executing his administration, like those are the people who agree with it. And those are some of the people who've written parts of Project 2025, right? Like Stephen Miller is absolutely on that Christian nationalist bullshit. Absolutely.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. So
So can I?
So
Nobody's
Can I
denying that.
piggyback off you after this?
What'd you say, Scott? I didn't hear you.
I said, can I piggyback off of you off of this? And it's like when you're done.
Sure. Yeah. Please do. So this idea of conspiracies. Okay. Well, counselor, if we have a plot, right? What do you call a plot now? Because we don't want to say the word conspiracy, but a plot that's centered around this organization, in which everyone around this organization, like all the executives, right, the lower end individuals are we know are part of it, right? We have evidence, direct evidence that they are part of it. But the head, right, the actual head of the agency, he says, "Well, I denied it, right? Like I certainly wasn't part of this, right?" But everyone around that person is, and they are involved. We see them involved in different parts of the supporting characters, right? They have involved with supporting characters of this plot, right? They've touched all kinds of portions of this plot, but they still say they haven't done it, right? And we don't have evidence of them actually executing the plan. Is there a way that we could maybe investigate that? Or maybe
if there's any evidence of communication, right? Like if tomorrow, for example, like some of the top Democrats that Biden appointed, let's say Justice Jackson or Kamala Harris, who we're going to talk about, or maybe some other people, or right, Pete Buttigieg, let's say they were involved in like some hyper progressive organization that was in favor of defunding the police. Does that say anything about Biden himself being in favor of defunding the police? No, not necessarily, especially when he has explicitly said that he's not in favor of that movement. There's no evidence tying him to that movement, and he has said specifically the opposite, and his policies appear to indicate the opposite. Donald Trump, all of his policies thus far appear to be to contradict a lot of Project 2025. It appears to be much more in line with Agenda 47, which is what he has explicitly said is his agenda. Right? I mean, here's a guy that's been in favor of gay marriage since the 1990s. I mean, he passed one of the most pro, like the hemp bill was like a major advancement in marijuana legalization.
Scott.
So I want to piggyback here because I kind of want to split the difference between what's going on here. Because what I'm seeing about Project 2025 is I'm seeing really bad ideological inconsistency from the left that is doing everything to say this is Trump's plan, this is what Trump wants, this is Trump's presidency. And to a certain extent, I don't necessarily disagree. I do think that Project 2025 you can tie to Trump as part of Trump's presumed presidency because the state is a massive entity that requires most of the day-to-day operations to be done by members of the cabinet, people that you select as the head of different three-letter federal agencies, etc. And when something is tied to conservative think tanks and you see the shift in conservatism leaning more fascistic, leaning more towards, they just had a pro-labor boss at the RNC. J.D. Vance has written articles, his new VP pick, about how, minimum wage ought to be raised to $20 an hour and it's not a big deal. And libertarian economics have failed. And, you're seeing both of them support things like tariffs. You're seeing an ideological shift within the conservative party. My big issue within this is that this same consistency is not held to the left. When I say, hey, look at the Aspen Institute, look at how government officials, the Department of Homeland Security, Twitter, Facebook, Google's projects are all working together at an institute where they're going through programs on how they're going to censor speech online. They go, oh, well, that has nothing to do with them just because these people are involved here. Just because there's all of these connections and just because the DHS was there and just because they hire the same security firms that make up bullshit about Russia, to be in these same instances. Well, that's just guilt by association. How dare you do that? But then that logic isn't applied to Donald Trump. What I would like to see is say that yes, one president doesn't magically run the country, and that it is about a base of political parties and the state and all of these people that are appointed and all of these people that have like lifetime appointments and the philosophy that is instantiated within the different political factions, and recognize that that is also true of the left. That when we're saying, hey, DEI is a problem, or when we're saying, hey, censorship of speech in online and government involvement is a problem, or when we're saying that there are certain ideological or philosophical things that get billions, or we'll say millions of dollars, right, that go towards, that have all of these spurious connections, they go, oh, that's just guilt by association. You can't have your cake and eat it too. I do agree that Project 2025 shows an ideological shift within conservatism in America that is becoming more social conservative, more top down and authoritarian in the way that they police those things. And at the same time, I also think that there are many problems that are occurring on the left. So if you're gonna fucking talk about Project 2025 and say it's all Trump shit, we're gonna fucking talk about Aspen Institute, and we're gonna talk about some of these leftist organizations that are deeply ingrained with political parties in the left.
So
this is a crazy whataboutism. Like, I mean, ultimately, look,
that's not whataboutism.
It is, but yeah, here. So ultimately, look, I think one of the biggest things
it's consistency. Don't use that word improperly.
So it's whataboutism. So anyway, I think it's really crazy.
What is whataboutism? Define whataboutism.
See, Prime.
Fanatic.
The whole time that nigga spoke, I said not a freaking word. I haven't interrupted nobody. I didn't say anything retarded. So why is it the very second I speak, this nigga has to interrupt?
Because you're being retarded. What is whataboutism? You're making claims that I specifically am engaging in logical fallacies. I'm asking you to back up that claim.
You got it. You got it. I'll join when the actual topic starts. I'll let him have this one. It's fine.
I actually want to hear what you have to say.
It's okay. I'm gonna pass on this one. I promise. But I'll still be there for the main topic.
Okay,
we're good.
That's fine. All right. Well, anyway,
just get him a source after you're done, Scott. Don't worry.
So I'm not familiar with the Aspen Institute. But like, if you want to say that like moneyed interest on the left like collaborate to do things, right, especially money liberal interest on the left, because there's no money doesn't flow to leftists, but anyway, moneyed interest on to like flows to liberals to do liberal interests. Okay, I agree with you. And then maybe you can send me some.
Yeah, I think it's a similar thing, right? Like that's what I'm saying is that like Donald Trump's. He did not institute Project 2025. His team didn't do it, right? It's conservatives that have deep connections with the Republican Party. Right. Yeah. Hold on. And this is true of the left as well. So you have to,
put your hand
be consistent here.
No. Put your hand. I'm just kidding. But no. Lactoid, to be clear, here's what my claim is, right? It's not that Trump wrote Project 2025. Right? It's not that if you quiz Trump that he would even pass a test on Project 2025. None of that, right? It's simply that he lied. He obviously lied in that message, which you quoted, that tweet, when he says like, oh, I don't know anything about this plan, right? This completely new idea that I'm just discovering here, and that I don't know the people behind it. He absolutely does know the people about it. Like his entire circle around.
It doesn't mean it's a lie.
Hold on. This feels so bad faith.
No. Let me explain. Let's say the FBI went to you. Let's say the FBI went.
No. Before you do that, I will engage with whatever you have to say. But before you do that, like if we're in court, counselor, and I present this evidence, right, in front of a jury, do you think it'd be convincing to say that maybe this person might be lying? That like they say they're not involved, but everyone around them is involved. They're at the head of an organization that's doing the thing, right? They said like they don't know anyone, right? But then we have video of them like actually interacting with the person who designed the plot, right? Like thanking them, but I don't know this person all of a sudden.
No,
right?
again,
They're literally caught in the lie. They're literally caught in the lie.
That doesn't mean it's a lie. Let me explain. Let's say tomorrow the FBI comes to you and gives you like a copy of a plot to commit tax fraud, and they just put it in front of you, and you're looking through it, and it's like we're going to move all of our assets to the Bahamas. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to lie to the IRS. Prime, do you know anything about who's behind this? And you say, I don't know. I have no idea who's behind it. And then afterwards they say, well, haha, Lactoid's behind it. And you know Lactoid, don't you? Yes, you do know Lactoid. So you lied. You said you didn't know who was behind it. But you do know who's behind it. It's Lactoid. Well, it's true. You do know who's
president of the United States.
Hold on. We're establishing some baselines here. Now we can talk about whether or not it's reasonable or not that Donald Trump knew or should have known the Heritage Foundation was behind this. That's tier 2 logic, okay? Right now we're just explaining the concept of just because you know somebody who's behind it doesn't necessarily mean it's a lie when you say, I don't know shit about this, I don't know who's behind it. Because even though you might know the person behind it, you don't know their connection with the product. You don't know their connection with Project 2025, just like you might not know my connection with some plot to cheat taxes. So when the FBI comes to you and says, you lied, you said you didn't know who's behind this tax fraud, you weren't lying. You looked at the tax fraud document and I didn't put my name on the fucking front cover. You didn't know who was behind it. You didn't know it was me behind it. Now,
in my defense, Your Honor, Donald Trump's retarded and doesn't realize that Twitter has been, and all social media and the news media have been saying he's behind this thing for the past two fucking months. And he never bothered to look who's behind it.
I don't even think this is retarded necessarily. There are 1,000 think tanks out there. I understand the Heritage Foundation is like a bigger think tank, but you also have plenty of other think tanks. Cato. No. You can say this is Cope all you want. Yeah, I understand the Heritage Foundation is like the furthest right big think tank that exists. There's hundreds. The American Family Institute. Yes, you're going to find that members. You're going to find Cato has paid some members within his leadership. That doesn't mean that he agrees with whatever.
Picked members of his
administration. Same thing with Cato. That doesn't mean you're going to find every.
Cato. That would be true with Cato as well.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you're going to find
and Cato are DC fucking libertarians.
Right. That doesn't mean that really Trump is going to agree with Cato's plan for Project 2025.
Remember that was Cato's 2025. Right.
What I'm saying is that you have to roll with the several assumptions. You have to roll with the first assumption that when Donald Trump says, I don't agree with this, I don't know who's behind it, I'm focusing on my thing, you have to prove that he's lying about that. Now, I don't think he's lying about that. I think it's probably the case, given, now you could say maybe if he has a history of being against gay marriage, then that would be one thing. Maybe if he has a history of being super strong on abortion, that would be one thing. But he's actually not. He's not particularly ideological about these particular issues. The things and pornography. I mean, Project 2025 calls for banning pornography. This guy fucked a porn star.
Change of heart?
Is this guy really the guy that's going to ban pornography?
First of all, there's
no evidence of this. You can say that he had a change of heart, but again,
and beyond that, but beyond that, that's not even the point. The point is that he's not ideological about anything, right? That was why people were so excited, right?
He's ideological about some stuff.
Conservatives were so excited about him, right? Because they quickly realized this guy is like a cipher.
China,
immigration.
This guy, he was an empty vessel, and they could just fill him with whatever. That's why Steve Bannon wanted to get his claws into this guy, right?
It's immigration, right? He probably agrees with Project 2025 and their immigration takes.
Okay, sure, yeah, he doesn't like brown. Okay, sure, indeed, he doesn't like black people. He doesn't like brown people. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Are black people immigrating to this country in massive numbers?
He wanted to deport them in massive numbers. But anyway, whatever. The point is that
to be fair, Prime is from Haiti, and that was a thing for a while.
Because that's where most American immigration is coming from. Yes, the wall between America and Haiti.
That was a thing. That was a thing, right? Where there was a bunch of Haitians that showed up.
None of that matters.
It's a failed state, Scott. What the fuck do you want?
He is not an ideological. He doesn't care about policy. He doesn't care about that. So once again, going back to my.
So how does he know who wrote it if he doesn't care about policy?
Hold on. Once again, going back to my original statement, I didn't say that he signed on to any particular part of the plan. Right? I didn't say that he necessarily agreed with it. I didn't say anything about that part because I don't know what he agrees with. I don't know that he cares, right? Other than his self-aggrandizement and then dodging his rightful convictions. Like he doesn't give a shit about anything. He's purely a narcissist, right? And so like
So he doesn't care, but he knows about
it. The only thing that I'm stating is that he absolutely knows these individuals. He absolutely knows of the plan, right? This wasn't like when he was responding to this. It wasn't the first time he learned about it, right? And he knows from the people around him who are going to be talking to him about like what his future administration is going to look like. Like they've talked about this plan, right? To assume otherwise, right? I'm sorry, I'm not going to stretch my imagination. I'm not going to give him so much credit. You can do that if you want to, right? But we all know it's extremely reasonable, right? To look at all the evidence presented here, and it's like, yeah, he's probably fucking lying when he says he doesn't know the people that we actually have video of him interacting.
Can I ask you one thing? Can I ask you one thing?
And then he's worked with for years at a time.
Prime. Let me ask you this one thing.
Fanatic.
Can you name one proposal in the Project 2025 that you think is like horrific that Donald Trump would openly agree with?
Did you not listen to the last thing I said?
No, I'm asking a question for you.
I don't know which one in particular he would agree with, right? Like we can go through it on stream sometime and try to figure that out. But I don't see the point of that. The point is, I don't think like I said, he's not.
You just think that he's lying about.
He doesn't give a fuck. I don't think he cares about Agenda 47 or whatever the name is. If I got that name wrong, like I don't think he cares about any of that stuff. Beyond
that's his plan.
I don't think he cares. Once again, I'll say it again. I don't think he cares about any of this shit, right? He didn't care about it when he first got elected into office. He showed himself. Again and again. We got reports from the White House that like when he would make up his mind would be after talking to the last person in the room, right? Someone would approach him. They would have a discussion, right? This is the plan. This is what we're gonna do, right? And then someone later would talk to him, and then he would go with that plan because he has no ideological.
Hold on, pause, real quick. To be fair, right? To be fair, because I don't like Trump, okay? But let's be honest, Prime. If you find any of those articles that make the claim that he would flip-flop his opinion, it would be whomever was the last person in the room, I guarantee you, if you find 10 of those articles, at least 9 of them their source will be a person familiar with the president's thinking. It won't be a named source. It'll be somebody that supposedly knows about it. And in a court of law, that would be known as hearsay.
Okay. That's fair, sure, right? But that's literally for anything when it comes to a presidential circle. I mean, like right now, like, hey, what happened to Biden? I was just like hearing about this article. What were the final hours before Biden?
Yeah, and it's the same thing. It's all a person familiar, someone in there. They're not named, which is why it's bullshit. That's journalistic integrity has gone out. It's hard to know what's actually going on.
I don't know if it's necessarily bullshit. I agree with you that it can be bullshit, that this is the path towards bullshit. Fair enough, right?
No, pause. I don't mean that the story itself is always bullshit. What I mean is it's bullshit that we as the American public are given stories constantly that we're supposed to look at as if they come from like journalists, that they come from people that are supposed to inform us, and they can't give us, because for the longest time, up until like the mid to late 90s, it was taught in school and everywhere that if you were going to report something, especially about the president or a high official, that the standard was you need at least 1 named source and 2 unnamed sources. Otherwise, you're not printing it. And that kind of just magically went away in the 2000s.
Well, I agree with you. On that point. Fanatic?
I just asked Lactoid a question.
Oh, go ahead. You can do that first.
I didn't hear it at all.
No, I just want to.
I didn't hear you. You said something.
Me?
Actually, I was first anyway. Yeah. Look. So here's the deal. I think
we can hear you now, Corey.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to.
Sorry, one of you go first. Rock, paper, scissors. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I just want one question from Lactoid. So when you were engaging with Prime there, okay, you mentioned like Trump, he slept with a porn star in your mind. So do you think he was lying when he said in the debate that I didn't sleep with a porn star? Is that a lie to you?
The evidence would appear that he's lying about that. I would agree. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just call him a fucking liar.
Just because somebody lied about one thing doesn't mean they lied about everything. Just so we're clear.
Yeah,
no, I just wanted to see where you were on the radar.
Cheating on your wife with a porn star. I mean, who is not going to lie about that?
Oh, okay. So there's two
Real
deceptions
man.
there in terms
John
of
man,
Edwards.
own that
Okay, he
shit.
came clean about his mistress and baby. All right.
Well, Bill Clinton lied about that shit. I mean,
All right, he had there was 2 Americas and also 2 families for each America.
Oh my God, yeah,
all
that
right,
was-
and he was
that was-
about that.
I think he fucked her. I think he did it.
Fanatic.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit absurd to think, okay, this has been like a humongous talking point for quite some time regarding like, just Republicans in general, right? Like there's been like obviously the Heritage Foundation is a pretty big think tank. So the fact that all these Democrats are talking about it and all these people and and Republicans alike, and you're the president or vice president of the ex-president of the United States, like for us to sit here and pretend like no, he has no way of knowing any of these things, this is completely beyond him, then it would have to be crazily irresponsible, right? Like for him to make the
Agreed.
choice to remain uninformed like that sounds unrealistic. Like he would have to know. Now I can't say with 100% certainty that he knows, right? Because I don't have like the smoking gun that proves it, but it seems like it would be. And I mean, like when we now know that like he was like doing things like moseying up to the Proud Boys and stuff like that, I don't think that the Proud Boys are like at the time were like hyper mainstream figures, but some sort of way he was like aware of them. So then it's like, okay, so the guy obviously has his ear to the ground. I think he has to in order to become the president of the United States. So the idea like that he has his ear, he knows what's going on, and then he just suddenly just doesn't know this piece of information just sounds crazy to me. I feel like I don't know why we'd be that way. Then immediately after that, you end up making one of like the heads of that thing, like as part of like, that guy's going to be part of his cabinet, right? Or at least, this is what he's moseying up to that guy. And it's like, wait. So you're saying that the guy is considering becoming the president, he's obviously the front runner and becoming the president of the United States at this point. I don't think Kamala can beat him. We're going to get into that later. And it's like, okay, but you're talking about putting these people as your cabinet and things like that. Someone who like was like one of the lead writers of this thing. And your people never did any research onto what he wrote, what his beliefs are, what his policy positions are, all of that. It sounds so plausibly undeniable that, it sounds so implausible that it's like, yeah, I feel like you have to be you have to be dishonest in order to truly give him that credit.
Wait, so given that the Heritage
100% with Fanatic here. Just we got to apply that logic the same way.
Given that the
Here
Heritage
comes the what
Foundation
aboutism.
puts these out every year,
That's not what aboutism.
right? Like a set of policy proposals, recommendations. Like, couldn't we just look at what they proposed prior to Trump being in office and see how many of those he actually adopted? Because there is a list of them, right? And he did.
Yeah,
adopt
but
some of them.
you'd also have to look at what they're proposing, right? And how
Exactly,
milk
yeah.
toast it is compared to what they're proposing now.
Yeah, he did.
Because Project 2025 has a few pieces that are like genuinely crazy, right? The
Yeah.
banning pornography is novel, right? But by the way, even though there's
It goes
crazy shit in
further.
there,
It goes further,
actually,
by the way, because it also suggests fines, jail, and/or prison sentences for librarians and individuals that
I
are
saw
caught
Yeah.
putting forward pornography, even in like a library environment.
I
So it's like you
I
can
agree
literally
with
be
that.
like,
That's
if,
pretty
if,
base,
if you're
though.
trying to like fucking like if someone comes in trying to get like a VHS tape about it and they're like, this isn't art, it's actually porn. What are you going to send a fucking librarian to jail?
No,
Like,
Scott. That was hold on. I read that part. That was about putting
it's
like
vague as
porno-
fuck.
Well,
Obviously, I'm
but
exaggerating.
it's not an
probably
actual
talking
law.
about like
It's not an
teacher
actual
librarians giving crazy
Yes,
shit.
it's not an actual law. It's about putting porn in children's libraries. Pretty reasonable shit, actually.
Yeah, but they don't
dude-
say it explicitly, which is weird in a 900.
I have criticisms. I have criticisms
of
Project
Real
2025.
fucking
Library
open-ended on that
factoids.
one, you know.
But
Fucking wink, wink.
to Doobie, okay. But like again, I'm just saying to Doobie, like yes, you can look at like I understand that prior to this, there is like a I guess a correlation between what the Heritage Foundation proposes and what the Trump administration or really any Republican administration adopts. Even if Trump gets adopted or Trump gets elected and doesn't adopt any of the controversial parts of Project 2025, you'd probably still have like a 60% adoption rate just based on like the milquetoast shit that's in Project 2025. But like there's a lot of novels. There's a lot of novel shit in there, and there's a lot of shit that people are lying about on Twitter. Right? Project 2025 doesn't mention no fault divorce, getting rid of that at all. Yet you have fucking Luke Skywalker on Twitter, like telling his fucking underlings, "Hey, they're gonna come for your divorce, man." It's bullshit.
No, hold on. Let me piggyback a little bit further off of Fanatic here, okay? Because
Why?
let's say, and because I'm a fucking anarchist, and sometimes I agree with shitting on right-wing people, and I'm not tribal for the fucking Republican candidate. So for a second, let's just imagine that he is 100% honest, right? That he hasn't looked into Project 2025 in any degree other than like seeing that there's bullshit online about it and like kind of did a cursory inspection. In order to recognize that, what you're saying is that if you support Donald Trump, knowing that, what you're saying is I support someone for the highest office in America who is going to be in charge of the entire executive branch, this massive machine of the state that works with corporations and businesses and regulations and the deep state, and also probably saying he's going to get in there and drain the swamp, but he can't be fucking bothered to go through and at the very least task someone to go through this document and give him the bullet points so that he can be aware of what is actually
He's
in it.
probably done that.
This. No, shut the fuck up. You're going to then trust this guy to fucking be in charge of the EPA and the military and foreign relations and the border and all of these different administrations with massive amounts of complex documents. And you also think that the state is corrupt and we need a guy that's going to go in there and shake it up, but he can't be bothered when this is like the fucking issue right now to put one fucking intern on giving him a really good fucking set of bullet points so that he can say, here are the things I disagree with, here are the reasons, the things I won't implement, and here are some things that are based, and here are some things that are lies. It would literally all he has to do is task one person with that job. You cannot fucking trust that guy to be the fucking president if he can't be bothered to do that. And that's assuming that he is 100% telling the truth, that he hasn't looked into it at all. It's fucking lazy, and that level of laziness and incompetence is only slightly better than the brain dead president that's finally stepping down.
Wait.
Conservative think tanks are there? Like, should he have somebody go through every single policy, like set of policy positions from each one of these? Because Cato Institute has their own. Like, there are many other conservative think tanks with sets of policy propositions. So, like,
but then how come we don't know the names of any of those, but we know Project 25?
Because this is the boogeyman that has a ban on porn.
That's the one with the most bad shit proposals in it.
If this is the boogeyman that has all the bad shit in it, and you're running for president and people are misaligning your agenda and your policies with this, I don't know if I was running for president and I had a big ass fucking team of people with me, I'd task one fucking person and maybe two people, right? So the other person could check the other person's work with giving me a set of bullet points on some of the things that align and some of the things that I think are crazy that I can specifically call out and even put a little parentheses that says page 172 and be like, look, this isn't my plan. I disagree with this. On page 172, it says, quote, this. All right, this isn't my plan. I'm done
to
with
say nothing and just like let it run. If he's just like sitting there saying nothing and the people that do support Proposal 25 are just also going to support him
unless
in general.
He's lying.
Yeah.
What you're saying is unless he's lying. My example goes upon the point that he's not
lying. Look at his post. He's literally he's obviously had somebody take a look at it because he said he disagreed with some of it. So there's obviously some in there that he does agree with. And there's some in there that every conservative would agree with. There's some in there that every common sense person honestly would agree with. But like there's also some batshit crazy shit like a fucking modern city in Nevada, like the banning pornography, like just weird shit.
Well, then
like,
don't say you have no idea what it is. Say, look, I had some people look into
it.
He's
denying affiliation. No. He's denying affiliation. He's saying,
but he didn't just deny affiliation. If you say, I also don't know what it is.
So that is denying affiliation.
It's contrary.
No, that's also denying affiliation. You can deny affiliation while saying that you cannot be affiliated with something while knowing what it is. But to make the additional step to say I don't know what it is more than just denying affiliation. It's also making a claim that you're uninformed about something, which would be a lie if you're actually informed about it.
My understanding is he said he didn't know who was behind it.
The last speech that he gave, he kept saying Project 25 over and over and over again. To try and sell people. It's manipulative. He's trying to sell people that he doesn't even know the name, which is Project 2025. He said over and over and over again, Project 2025, Project 25, this project, I don't even know what's in it. Some stuff that's in it, he's saying things that are directly contrary, which is he's aware of it to some degree. Also, he doesn't really know what's in it at all. And it's like, yes, you can be truthful saying that. in a degree. There's a limited field of view, which is that he's truthful, that he's kind of done a cursory inspection, and what he sees is that it's that there's some cool shit in it, and there's some shit he doesn't agree with, and it's not his plan. But when this is one of the largest think tanks that is involved with many former members of your administration, by the way, and when they have political sway within the party that you're running under as the president, and you're going to have to run a government where you're going to have to appoint all kinds of people, it is incumbent upon you to have some, at the very least, some cursory knowledge and not play this game where you're like, do I know about it? Do I not know about it? It's a fucking game that he's playing. He's playing politics. It's dishonest. That doesn't make him any worse than any other fucking politician, but to act like he's not playing a dishonest game is disingenuous.
You can say that he like has a duty to look into this more, I guess, right? But that's different than he knows who's behind it and he has any involvement behind it. How I read his statements and how I listen to them is he's denying involvement. He's saying, I don't know if I know these people. I'm not involved with these people. This is their plan. I got my plan. You can come find my plan over here. This is what I want to do.
He's a bullshit.
I've looked at that. I've looked at that plan. I've looked at that plan. There's some good stuff, but like some stuff in there, pretty bad. Not a big fan. Like, yeah, sure. You can say that, yeah, I would prefer a president that would actually go through it all and like list exactly his grievances and cite all of his sources. I agree, Scott. I would like this to be the case. But I have seen the polling, and this is not the case. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I mean, like, we're only talking about it and getting nitpicky about it because the Democrats have sold a narrative that they're doing everything they can to say that this is Trump's, and it's an overselling.
Which that in of itself is a lie.
It's as equally dishonest as his bullshit responses to it. It's politics. Welcome to politics, everybody. Almost everybody lies.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it's completely dishonest to say that this is his plan. That's what I heard, before I knew anything about like Project 25, it sounds like, oh, this is like a Trump thing, but it's not. And I'm not claiming that it is, to be very clear.
His is Agenda 47 is what it's called, I think.
Yeah, Agenda 47. That's what he's pushing.
And the vice president that he chose is exactly who you'd expect him to choose if you were going to go with Agenda 47, or what's laid out in there. So that makes a lot more sense to look at and be worried about if you're going to be worried about it.
Also, I mean, we're talking about like what? Trump is the first president who was in favor of gay marriage, who was elected when gay marriage was legal. Not even Obama was in favor of gay marriage. I mean, this is a relatively left-wing president, right? Gay marriage, weed.
Yes.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
But also, he was a 90s Democrat.
He's a 90s Democrat.
Also, I agree, and you're not wrong, but also, when he was president, right? Like, that's kind of a silly line because when he was president, Obama and Clinton also supported gay marriage, right? So
not in
yes,
2008.
Opposed it going in.
No, not in 2008. In 2006,
Trump supported gay marriage before Obama did, though.
Right, but I absolutely agree that you can say that, and that's what you should say. But when you say the line, he's the first president to be for gay marriage before he comes into office.
When gay marriage is legal is what I said.
Right, sure, but like Obama was also for it at a certain point before that point, right? So it's like it's a silly talking point. Like,
it's
just
not
say
saying much. He was the first president
pro-gay marriage
elected
for years.
He's basically saying he's the first president elected after gay marriage got passed.
No. It's saying that Obama, like the Democrat, like sweethart.
Obama
right?
was against gay marriage.
The one who just convinced Joe Biden not to run, right? Like, he was against gay marriage in 2008 when Donald Trump was.
Sources familiar with the president's thinking say.
But so like the question in my mind is like, okay, this guy's like a right-wing demagogue who wants to accomplish Project 2025 when motherfucker's been like in favor of gay marriage since 1990s. Like, this is not like a Christian
his presidency. His 4-year term was almost indistinguishable from Bill Clinton's. I mean, like, from a policy position, they're almost identical, right? On borders, right? Bill Clinton had 2 different separate missions to try and lock down the borders and build border wall. On foreign policy, Bill Clinton was involved with trade negotiations and with China, but was still tough on China. On Canada and Mexico trade deals, Bill Clinton created NAFTA, and Trump made a slightly better version of it. And I mean, when it comes to guns, Bill Clinton put in the crime bill, which is more conservative than Trump has ever been on policing and more conservative than Agenda 47. But the crime bill did have an assault weapons ban, and Donald Trump is on records saying that he is in favor sometimes of red flag laws, and he signed into law a bump stock ban. When it comes to deregulation, Bill Clinton signed Glass-Steagall repealing of that and deregulated Wall Street to a big degree. And Trump has been in favor of like in every step of the way. And of course, sex scandals and impeachment, right? Like these presidencies are almost identical, right? Donald Trump's presidency is very similar to that of a 90s Democrat. Like it's silly to say that it's not.
Well,
Trump was like
difference.
hyper pro like stop and frisk and like increasing the police state. I don't think that would be the view of all of the Democrats. In fact, I think that Bill Clinton was very much an outlier. I think Bill Clinton like furthered him and Joe Biden. They furthered more like tough on crime, like harsher sentences, all that kind of stuff. But that wasn't the norm of the Democrat Party. In fact, like that was the attack on the Democrat Party as a whole, is that they are soft on crime. Bill Clinton literally ran on the idea that I'm going to prove to them that I'm not soft on crime, and so he was an outlier there. That wasn't the norm. The Democrat Party as a whole had embraced the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Donald Trump was obviously opposed to that.
The 1994 crime bill had 95 yes votes and 4 no votes.
Yes.
To say that the Democrats weren't in favor of this tough on crime legislation when almost all of them, to an extreme majority, voted for it is kind of silly, right? Like you're rewriting history.
I'm not rewriting history. So what ends up happening is
the
that like
evidence is right here.
He doesn't like it.
I'm not going back and forth with this idiot. Never mind.
All
Go ahead,
the
you're
Senate
right.
were
You're right.
outliers. I'm
Yeah,
not
you're
an
right.
idiot because I brought receipts.
Hey, wait. Did you get that off Wikipedia, Scott? Just to be clear.
No, I didn't get it off of Wikipedia. I got it off the Senate's website on the
Even if you did,
103rd.
Wikipedia is fine overall. Got to do your due diligence.
Overall, I mean, you have to check their sources to see what's going on. And Wikipedia is pretty rough on like breaking news. Like that shit changes.
But yeah,
But if
that's
you're looking at
awful.
something like 10 years old, it's pretty good.
and not particularly politically fraught at the very moment. But sorry, would you say Doobie?
Have you looked at Agenda 47 at all?
No, actually, I haven't. I've just
It's-
looked at Project.
It's a 16-page document that's really
that's
short on content.
That's interesting because that's what I found with a lot of not just like people on the left, people on the right too, don't even know about it, right? And which is Trump's fault because I mean he's never really been like a policy candidate guy, right? But the fact that everybody's talking about like this Project 2025 thing that Trump hasn't even really signed on to and apparently hasn't heard of his own set of policy propositions is really interesting to me. It's like it feels like the Democrats have won the PR game on that one because Project 2025 does have a lot of crazy shit in it, right? That makes it easy for people to make a boogeyman out of it.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
No.
I was going to say, like, Doobie, have you read Agenda 47? I haven't read the whole thing, but like,
not all of it yet.
at least from you can probably agree that it's like there's not much content there, as in no specific like policy outline. Like, I mean, I could be wrong, but if you could point out, but from what I can tell, like, and even the first 2 pages, like, there's a cover page and like the slogan "Make America Great Again," but the rest is just like, yeah, they're going to whatever. There's just broad claims of they're going to increase whatever border security, and they're just going to make everything great overall. But at least I don't see anything like super hyper specific like policy.
Make it great again, Corey.
I think the big thing, and this is probably the thing that's because a lot of it is just like protectionist kind of stuff that you'd expect from Trump, right? But the big thing that I think is going to make a lot of waves is he's planning on firing thousands of like bureaucrats, right? Should I call them like the administrative class in Washington, thousands of them. Just talking about like firing all of them. And this is like I think this is what it's
up to 100,000. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what Trump is usually talking about when he talks about the deep state, these unelected bureaucrats like these boogeymen. He's talking about firing hundreds of thousands of, or I'm sorry, up to 1,000 of them, and replacing them with people that he selects, right?
I think the bigger one is.
Go ahead.
The bigger one is that he's going to ban anyone that works in the executive branch that regulates an industry from ever working in that industry.
Yes.
So if you work at the Food and Drug Administration, for example, and you get that job, it's going to be part of your contract when you get that job that says you will never work for a pharmaceutical company. So if you want that job, you don't ever get to work for, you don't get to, I don't know, work for the FDA and then put through a bullshit label that allows Purdue Pharma to say that Oxycontin is actually non-addictive or less addictive than traditional opioids, and then work for Purdue Pharma 4 years later. Right. Like I feel like that's a substantive policy position. I don't
Well-
like him, but to say that there aren't major policy positions, I think that's a huge one that he can do from day one. He might lie. He might not ever do it because,
Or
Obama said he'd
to-
close Gitmo.
or to work for NASA and then have a contract for delivering astronauts to space by a private company, and then giving that to SpaceX, and then quitting NASA and immediately working for SpaceX. That might be something too. Something to look into.
Yeah, which is why it's really interesting that he
Yeah.
chose JD Vance, because I think
Yeah.
a lot of people focus on JD Vance being like very, very, very opposed to abortion. Like people hit on that a lot, but I think that's like the least interesting thing about what seems to be his like ideology.
He's a right-wing socialist intellectual.
Yeah, it is pretty far out of the conservative mainstream, right, or the Republican mainstream. Like he's spoken to, and I think he's even like I think he's been on like panels and shit with people who are like dark enlightenment edgelords. I don't want to call them edgelords, but they're like very like anti-liberal, very like anti-egalitarian, very anti-democracy. Like that these people who I think if they represent something that's been growing within the Republican Party since like 2010 or something, right? This like a group of like younger Republicans who do want to go back to traditional values, but they don't. There's not so much the focus on Christianity, right? They're willing to let go a lot of the baggage of Christianity, but still adopt like a traditional view of morality and culture.
They want the carcass. They want
Yeah.
the corpse of Christianity back.
Have you?
So I think that
Stupid
guy's
in my
really
opinion.
interesting.
You should read Hillbilly Elegy, by the way. I mean, as much as I dislike
on my
JD
list.
Vance and I hate him, you should read Hillbilly Elegy. It's a great book.
So
Yeah, I will.
I'm looking at Agenda 47 now, right? The thing that pops up to me first, and I'm sure none of you, especially Scott, will be surprised, is his day one executive order ending citizenship for children of illegals and outlawing
Based.
birth tourism.
I agree.
Yeah, so like
Which is-
he seems to be
It's stupid. It's not going to happen.
exact. I mean, agreed.
It's not going to happen because it's a violation of the Constitution. As much
It
as I
require
don't like
constitutional
birthright
change.
citizenship,
Yeah.
it would require a constitutional amendment. It'll get struck down immediately. Sometimes, and this is again because politicians are liars, but often politicians make promises that they don't even necessarily agree with because they know that they can't actually pass.
Yeah.
Right. Like it is fodder for the base. And at the end of the day, it's not going to happen, right? Like I'm going to come in day one and I'm going to end birthright citizenship, or I'm going to, birth tourism, right? Which is, like maybe he finds some loophole, but it'll immediately get struck down. And then he'll be like, I tried, but it didn't work,
Well,
and
you
then
see
all his base kids go, yay.
You see exactly this in Congress, like all the time. Congress says the most, right? So like, let's say the Democrats have the House, the Republicans have the Senate, right? They'll sign on to some super progressive, like populist legislation. You'll get like a huge portion of the House doing that, but knowing that it'll fail. But when the Democrats take the Senate, they'll say, and this comes up again, we'll say, oh, well, the language of this version of the bill, I didn't quite agree with, and so I couldn't sign on to
Yeah.
it. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
So,
Or they'll put poison pills in it. They'll put
Yeah.
poison pills in it, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, Hillary Clinton took Bernie Sanders to task on the Violence Against Women Act, right? And she was like, oh, Bernie Sanders didn't like, so that she could say that Bernie Sanders, was in favor of wife beating or some shit,
Yeah.
right? But the reason he didn't sign on to the Violence Against Women Act is that it was tied with another bill that came with the ability to sue gun manufacturers for all deaths from guns, which is an insanely unconstitutional thing that like no one in their right mind would actually meaningfully support other than getting fodder from leftists, right? And that's why he didn't sign for it. And then that's why Bernie Sanders had to go, oh, I actually got a D- from the NRA. And that was his big talking point, because he had to combat this bullshit narrative that Hillary Clinton had done, because they'll put things like that, and they'll put poison pills in it so that people that are in districts that are actually competitive, as opposed to people in New York or California or whatever, can't vote for these bills and aren't capable of voting for these bills because they would lose election, can then have that thrown at them as an attack on them, as if they're pro-woman beater, when obviously Bernie Sanders isn't pro-woman beater. He's just a commie, which is close enough, but you know.
Oh, thanks for that. All right, so that's all I wanted to cover, right? It's just that, like, I'm disappointed that my friend Lactoid, who's insanely skeptical in all areas, all of a sudden believes Donald Trump, noted liar in his words. But we've covered that, and we can talk about it more in the future.
He's noted retarded and noted liar. Let's be honest. And for these assumptions, he has to be one or the other. It's just as easily you could assume that he's fucking not doing his due diligence and is stupid.
Here,
Also
the last thing I'll say is that, like, you don't have to necessarily assume he's like an honest person to know that he didn't have anything to do with Project 2025. If you've read any of it, right? It's just not him.
No.
So,
but again, that wasn't my claim. That was my
no.
claim.
You're saying he claimed to not know. I also believe that he didn't know the people who actually drafted the parts that he didn't like, because it's a
To be fair,
author
there is, when these things happen in politics, there is a bit of a Mott and Bailey that occurs in online political discourse, right? Where, and I'm not accusing you of intentionally doing this, Prime, but there are people like you that are defending the position that Donald, and people like me as well, that are defending the position that Donald Trump is obviously lying about not having information, that he's saying contrary, not contradictory, but contrary. This is important in logic. They're contrary because the assumption is there, but it's not necessarily a dichotomy. So contrary statements, right, on this. And what this does is this becomes a debate where we can win and say that it's bullshit, but the actual indefensible position, right, that gets snuck in the discourse is that this is Trump's 2025.
Yeah.
And that occurs a lot in these conversations as well.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
So why don't we well, he's gone, but we'll still get started. Thanks everyone for indulging me on that one. Hello all, this is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here. Really excited about this conversation. I hope it's a good one. And hopefully we can take a look at this from like both sides. But anyway, we'll introduce these kind folks, starting with the man I just spent like a half hour criticizing, but who I still respect quite a bit. Lactoid, thank you for being here, friend.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me on Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. This has been the wildest 2 weeks in politics that I've ever experienced personally. It has been an absolute roller coaster, a lot of crazy shit, and it's, what is it that they're saying? Like, there's sometimes that a decade can happen in a year, and a year can happen in a decade. I feel as though we're going through one of those decades in a year right now. It's a wild time.
Yeah, great. And Scott and I were talking, in DMs. Yeah, it's gonna, from here to the election, going to be insane. Much more twists and turns.
We're getting like an October surprise like every fucking 2 weeks.
Holy shit, yes. That's crazy. But yeah, Scott, thank you for being here as well.
Yeah, I'm Scott Fabian Liberty. I'm an anarcho-capitalist, which means I am a pro-capitalist, individual liberty, private property rights, right-wing anarchist, which is weird. I get that. But if you want to check me out, find me Fabian Liberty. I'm usually streaming on YouTube. I'm not on Twitch, mostly because I don't want to get banned on Twitch and then not be able to do these panels and shit. So if I get banned on YouTube, it's like, whatever, I'll just do it on fucking Rumble. Twitch sucks. But yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying, Lactoid. It is an insane week in politics. It is somehow completely different and very similar to what happened right after 9/11. Right? Like I remember after 9/11, politics all of a sudden became everywhere. But the thing that I remember the most about 9/11 was an inability to speak out, an inability to like say, well, yeah, we've been bombing these people since the Eisenhower administration, right? Like you couldn't say anything other than America, we're together, we're one nation. And there was like censorship and hate. And I mean, even Howard Dean, the establishment did everything they could to take him out, right? All because he went, Pyaw! Right? And they ran that over and over again to get rid of him because he happened to be an anti-war guy, right? And this time it's the same energy, but it's totally different because now we have like inflamed negative algorithms on social media, and it's like us versus them, and everything becomes this highly partisan issue where like you're forced into these two camps. And it's very interesting. I have no idea what it means for the future, or how things are going to go, or what's going on. But we're here for the ride, hopefully to make some sense of it. And if you want to learn about philosophy and anarchism and libertarianism, hit me up on Fabian Liberty.
Thanks for that. Appreciate that perspective. I'm not familiar with what happened after 9/11 because I'm not old like you people. But it's
Yeah.
good to have old timers here to let us know about the before times. All right, let's go to Corey. I appreciate you, friend. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Grateful to be here, and also grateful to be up here in Canada and just as an observer. And so, understandably, my opinion can be weighted less, although I'm sure it always is, anyways, as a Canadian. But regardless, and well, since we didn't get to it last week, I'm assuming now we'll talk about House of the Dragon. And yeah, that's a whole other debate that I'll gladly have some other time. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Looking forward to it.
I must imagine there's got to be I'm not a Canadian, so I can't.
Unfortunately,
be sure of this. Yeah, right. Well, I mean, I have my Canadian friends, you and Blackwood. But I would imagine that there is some level of anxiety, considering you share a border with this country that you have such insight into because you get so much for media. You're and there's so much cultural exchange that have such an insight into, and it's so powerful, and actively watching it melt down next to you. I imagine that must cause some level of anxiety, right?
Oh yeah, well, so thankfully, maybe not for me personally, but totally, there are articles in our state-run media about how, Trudeau and etc., how we are going to deal with potentially a next Trump presidency. I can send you some of those articles from the CBC. They're interesting to say the least. But yeah, and totally from some of the people around me, there's maybe undue anxiety, but there is anxiety there.
Fair enough.
Fanatic. Here as American, I have anxiety that
you're cutting out for
fucking get rid of Trudeau.
The Patriot Act right now.
I have the similar anxiety that you guys won't get rid of fucking Trudeau.
Gotcha.
He's too good looking.
I thought they were electing the guy that ate that apple. He was
Fanatic, thank you for being here. I'm very excited.
Yeah, let's be here, Palevra.
We haven't had Fanatic on Reverie in quite a long time, but he's always welcome. How are you, friend?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here. I think this is kind of an important time. It's really disgusting that we're constantly put in these conundrums where, we're making choices, but the choices aren't genuine choices because we would never actually choose either of the things that we're being forced to choose between. So then it's not really a choice. It's more of an avoidance. And I think that becomes problematic. But overall, I like speaking to intelligent people. I don't know how much of that's going to go on here, but yeah, we're going to try our best.
So much.
I think I see two, 3 maybe.
Are you seeing the reflection in your screen as part of it?
Oh, I was saying 3 maybe outside of myself.
Thank you, friend. Next we have our Ali. Glad to have you here. You've got I really do love your room.
I'm the good-looking DEI hire. That's all it is. You need a black guy, a white guy, a Mexican guy, a good-looking guy, and a girl, and then just how it works out. I'm glad to be here.
Thanks for being here, friend.
Hey! Don't do that.
Oh, we're not doing bisexual lighting. I'm sorry. I'll put it back.
own bisexual lighting. This is Miami lighting.
Anything else you want to say?
Sociologic, you can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have our friend Doobie. Thanks for being back, Doobie.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And finally, our friend, well, not finally, we do have someone else here, but let's see if they show up. But Ghosty, thank you for stopping by.
I believe you're
You're
muted.
muted. She was being patient before, you know.
Yeah. Oh man,
Is that
everyone's
why she
waiting
didn't say
on you.
anything?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
terrible.
Oh,
She must
God.
have
Still
been
muted.
ignoring her earlier when she was trying to talk. I thought she was talking to somebody else.
Oh, maybe.
We've been ignoring her this
Oh.
whole for hours.
She was getting so angry, like yelling and shit.
Yeah, no, and she was used to it. That's what men usually do,
wait.
right? They just.
Oh, is this
There we
better?
go.
That's
Yeah,
better.
go ahead.
There we
Hi.
go.
Now we
Oh,
can hear you.
okay. Okay, I had push to talk on apparently. Okay. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I was trying to talk earlier, but sorry, that's my boyfriend in the background. If you can hear him, hopefully you won't hear him too much. But yeah, Ghosty, spelled with a 6, 2 eyes at the end. Thanks for having me here. Again, it's been, and I said sorry for being late. I was having technical difficulties too with my computer. I was trying to be upstairs, but I had to come back down here. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a crazy week, and I'm excited to get into it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, again, sorry we weren't able to hear you. We weren't ignoring you. And if that ever happens, right? If you're like unsure, like feel free to DM me. Like, hey, can you hear me or something like that? If you're not sure.
Okay, somebody else ended up kind of saying what I was gonna say anyway, so that's why I stopped.
Okay, no problem. All right. So we'll get started. Let me introduce the topic, and we'll jump into intros. So President Biden has dropped out of the 2024 presidential race. In his place, he has endorsed Vice President, I was corrected on this earlier today, Kamala, right? Kamala Harris.
Yes.
Kamala Harris hasn't had a strong showing as VP. As for the time being, she barely polls above Biden, up against Trump. Many people on the Democratic side don't think she is up to the job of winning. Do you think that there should be an open convention at the DNC to choose the new nominee, or should the party rally around Kamala? And on the other side, Republicans have not yet been able to fine-tune their attacks on Harris. The only thread that they have managed to maintain is that she is a quote-unquote DEI VP. This line of attack has been called a racial dog whistle. Do you think Republicans are capable of running a presidential campaign against a Black/Asian woman without racial attack? So yeah, Biden dropped out. Hooray. And Kamala seems to be the heir apparent. We'll see. But in any case, like I really want to explore what the DNC should be doing now. Like, should we be looking for the candidates? Is that even a preferable thing to do, like an open convention? Or would that be disastrous? Anyone's opinions, even if you're not a Democrat or leftist, I'd really like to hear your opinions on that. And then on the other side, like how Republicans handle this. Like, will this be a calm exchange of ideas and a debate?
What's that?
Completely above board, maybe. Well, I don't know. Let's hope. But yeah, we'll discuss all of that. Start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, I think there should be a snap primary right now. Look, Kamala, which is how I understand her name is pronounced, lost the last primary pretty handedly, got just destroyed. And so there's really no guarantee that Democratic primary voters would actually even prefer her over other candidates if they had a primary again. I think, you can talk a lot of shit about the Republican Party, the Republicans are anti-democratic or whatever, but you got to give them a little bit of credit. Their primary system is far more democratic than the Democrats is, right? I mean, we had in 2016, we had superdelegates who were voting explicitly against their voters' wishes. The Republican Party didn't have superdelegates. They were purely, the establishment Republicans couldn't do shit to prevent Trump from gaining power, because their system is actually built democratically. But the Republican or the Democratic Party is not built democratically. There's a lot of machine built within it that goes back a very long time. And we saw this in 2016 when Sanders was cheated out of the election, not only through superdelegates, but also the leaked information indicating that the DNC actively conspired against Bernie Sanders. It's not it wouldn't be a ridiculous, I guess, conspiracy theory to believe that something similar might be happening now. But even if it's not happening, the fact that the elites are just sort of shooing in Kamala Harris is pretty fucked up. So yeah, there should be a snap primary right now, and it has to happen right now. You can't wait a week or anything like that. It needs to happen right now. Otherwise, we're going to have a primary candidate for the Democrats who's not even necessarily popularly elected within their own party, which is not only crazy, but also it's going to be a major attack vector on her, as it should be. Regarding her being a DEI VP, I think that there's definitely room to attack her on other grounds. The fact that she's not a democratically selected presidential candidate, that her policies suck, her hypocrisy, that Tulsi Gabbard was able to call out in the last primary of her, being so lax on weed, despite the fact that she wasn't. But I think calling her a DEI VP is actually relatively accurate, because Biden openly said that he was going to select a vice president who was a woman. And he said he was specifically he was going to prioritize a woman of color. Now, for Justice Jackson, he was even more explicit, saying that the only explicit requirements were that it was a woman of color. So this is DEI, right? They're being selected primarily for their diversity, equity, and inclusion contributions. So I don't necessarily see this as a racist attack, right? I see this as just simply like pointing out, hey, she was selected in large part, like the one key thing that she could not have had, or that she could not have been selected without, was simply the fact that she's a Black woman. So there does, I think, raise some questions there of her competence and of her ability whenever you select something that's based off of not somebody's merit. So they should attack her on those grounds as well. I don't think it's necessarily racist.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, I obviously echo many of the sentiments that Lactoid gave. Not really a surprise there. We're both libertarians. He's a libertarian light. I'll give him that respect. Yeah, I think a few things here. So first, let's tackle the diversity, equity, inclusion as a racist dog whistle. This is a narrative claim by the left. It isn't true. The idea that you are against DEI automatically makes you racist is to say that to be for meritocracy is to be racist. And this is absolutely unequivocally just false. It is critical theory bullshit that has entered the dialogue and is assumed to be true, that you are somehow in support of this fantastical system of a white supremacist nation by very nature of being against some initiatives that are born from the ideology of critical theory. That being said, Harris is kind of especially attacked as a DEI person, not because she's Black, not because she's a woman, but as Lactoid laid out, because of the reasons before. But to add on to that, she got her start in politics as DA while dating Willie Brown, and was put forward whilst being in a relationship. Now, granted, some people make false claims about her. We'll just leave the misogynistic or the false claims about adultery aside. Potentially false claims about adultery, and just say that yes, they dated in a giant age gap relationship, where he is 31 years older than her, I believe. And it raises some questions that much of her political career has not been due to her merit, but due to those things. To dismiss the racism claim unequivocally and easily, there was a moment that destroyed Kamala Harris. And that moment came from a Hindu brown woman, Tulsi Gabbard, who is a darling of the right wing, is constantly on Fox News, and is loved by conservatives. Tulsi Gabbard absolutely destroyed Kamala Harris's ability to be in the primaries. And the idea that conservatives hate her because she's 1/4 Black but love and half Indian, but love Tulsi Gabbard, who's Hindu and Hawaiian, and its racism is such a stupid fucking stretch. What I think the real narrative here, the thing that I want to point out is I'm 33 years old. And if you are 1 year younger than me, right? If you're 32 or younger, that means you weren't able to vote in the primaries in 2007, 2008, leading up to Obama's presidency. And what I have seen, and I find that very sad for Democrats. And the reason I find that sad for Democrats is 2008 was the last time that you ever had a meaningful vote for who was the presidential candidate for the Democratic Party. You have not had a meaningful vote since 2007, 2008, when Obama and Edwards and Kerry and Clinton were fighting to see who was going to be the presidential nominee. That was a genuine fight. That was a fairly democratic process. After Obama's 8 years, where he promised us, hope and change, which was, just Clinton's campaign redone, and instead gave us extrajudicial murders of American citizens, drone strikes abroad, furthering collapse of the housing market, slow economic growth, not doing anything in Gitmo. After that presidency that was horrible and didn't give you any of the promises that you were given, you had a chance again in 2016. And that was mostly Hillary Clinton versus Bernie Sanders. And what happened was the media carried water for Hillary Clinton. The media did everything they could to misalign Bernie Sanders. CNN gave the questions for debates to Hillary Clinton ahead of the debates so that she could more easily be prepared and win those debates. And the media did everything they did to say that because of the superdelegates, Bernie Sanders could never win because the establishment neoliberal pro-corporate candidates were for Hillary Clinton, and you need to get there for Hillary Clinton. And Bernie Sanders was crushing her ass until Super Tuesday, and the media ran a giant misinformation campaign about superdelegates and everything, and carried water for her. Your vote didn't really matter because of the misinformation that was spread by media. And then again in 2020, you had another presidential primary campaign. And what you had is you had the media doing the same thing, carrying water for Biden. Biden came in on a lie that he is still telling, which is that there were good people on both sides and that Donald Trump called neo-Nazis and white supremacists good people. His entire campaign was bullshit. It was a lie. And he came in and the media carried water for him, and they did everything they said. He's the guy that can beat Trump. Nobody else can beat Trump, despite the fact that polling data suggested that he was the worst candidate against Trump. And then what happened? Buttigieg and others pulled out just before Super Tuesday, whilst maintaining that Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and the other progressive candidates were fighting against each other, and all of the neoliberal candidates that had the superdelegates support were all behind Biden, and they stole your quote-unquote Democratic vote from you again. And now we have this election. And in this election, Biden refused to do debates. He refused to take on contenders. He refused to take on RFK. He refused to take on Gavin Newsom. He refused to have any part of an electoral process other than just vote for the incumbent, whilst the media carried water again and said he's mentally perfectly fine. He's sharp as a tack. It's just a stutter. The media gaslit you and did everything they could to make sure that you didn't have a Democratic vote. And then right after those primary results come in and politics gets crazy, all of a sudden we're magically aware of the fact that this dude has been stumbling around and has been mentally unfit for fucking years. And what do? What do you get? You get the least popular primary candidate from 2020, Kamala Harris, the person that convicted over 1,900 marijuana cases, the person that withheld exculpatory evidence that kept people, I don't really care about their race, but you guys seem to, that kept black men in jail and in prison. The person that bragged about putting parents threatening them with jail if their kids were truant because they were bad kids, and that would somehow fix truancy. The person that kept people in extended prison sentences so that they could fight forest fires on behalf of the California people when they should have been free and not in prison any longer. that person. There's plenty of fucking attacks against her. And the idea that a few fucking dumb conservatives talk about DEI in the most obvious DEI candidate that you've ever had is not fucking racist. And what's worse is that if you are 32 years or younger, you have never had a Democratic vote that meant anything for the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. Only millennials that are 33 and older have actually had that option. And while I don't believe in the will of the people, I think it's a contradictory term. I think that that's the really sad thing here, is that the corporations own the DNC, and it's been obvious for 20 fucking years. And I don't understand how you people haven't woken up to it and accepted that the DNC doesn't support any of your values. That's bought and paid for. So go ahead and vote for Kamala, because Trump is so much worse.
He says no racism and then immediately goes into. All right. Anyway, moving on. Let's go.
Democrats. That's what I mean by you people.
I was kidding. All right, let's go to Corey.
I want to joke that Scott, do you want to finish your opening statement from last week? If you want, I think there's still time. But I should also be transparent. I'm biased, like my friend Lactoid. I'm Canadian, and FYI, Kamala Harris is basically an honorary Canadian since she spent time, I believe, in Quebec. I think FYI, I think we both went to the same high school, actually. But yeah, I believe she went to Westmount High. Fact check me on that. That's the high school I went to. But there are definitely valid criticisms that Scott outlined in terms of everything that she appears to have done in the past. But I guess I'll try to keep it brief. So to address the actual points, so I think Lactoid is probably correct in that there probably needs to be like an open primary, like whatever, tomorrow as soon as possible. In terms of like, from what I understand, I could be wrong, the DNC is like a month from now. I don't know that the Democratic Party can afford to wait a month before, doing full-on campaign mode. I think they want to pretty much, put the entire machinery around someone now. And, since Biden endorsed Kamala, they're probably going to try to go with that for now because they can't really afford, they probably can't afford to wait another month before picking another candidate. And like the whole DEI thing, I personally don't think it's a valid criticism because I could be wrong, but I don't know if there are any explicit qualifications to be, vice president other than obviously the obvious ones or whatever, being an adult. And I'm sure there's something else in their constitution about being
the
VP.
age of 35.
Yeah, sure. But in terms of a merit, I don't know that there's anything explicitly outlined of being VP, where aside from the age thing, it seems like you can pick anybody. So I don't see how whatever saying you're going to pick this specific type of person says anything at all whatsoever. And addressing, are Republicans capable of running a presidential campaign against a Black Asian woman without racial attacks? If in fact, social media is any semblance of real life, I don't know that it is. It may very well not be, but based off what I see on Twitter, probably not. And I'll leave it there for now.
Let's go to Fanatic.
Is it okay if I go last?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Let's go to Ali.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, listen. I don't know why we have Kamala. I don't even think we should host. I think that. Listen, Biden should have just elected or said Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson or Mark Cuban should just be president, because otherwise I don't even know why the fuck we're hosting an election at all. We should just give, King Trump the election at this fucking point. The DEI hire, I mean, listen, she was the most qualified to do the job. The job was get a black vote, and he put a black woman there. That's the qualification for VP. So she filled the qualifications. I don't think it was a DEI hire. And then them being racist, I mean, it wouldn't be fun if they weren't. This time around, this is going to be a Twitter election. But yeah, we'll get into it later.
UB.
I agree
With all of us.
with everybody.
Thank you. Posty, yeah.
Okay, so I do think there should be some kind of vote for who the candidate is, although I wouldn't be super upset with Kamala. I don't think it's fair to say she was a DEI pick. I think she had all the merits to be vice president, and then maybe some of those, her being a woman and a woman of color, were a part of the choice. But just saying that she was picked just solely on that I just think that's totally unfair. She has a lot of other qualifications to get to where she was, and to say that just because she dated what was it? He was a speaker of the California State Assembly, it says, at the time in the 1990s, before she became a prosecutor in 2004, to say that that's how she made her way up to the vice president. I just don't think that's fair at all. So I don't think she's a DEI pick at all. But I do think that we deserve, a say and a vote for who's a Democratic runner.
And Fnatic.
Okay, so listen, the idea that she is a DEI VP, I can see that it could hold some merit. Like, it's possible. I think the reason. Oh, sorry. I think the reason why it becomes racist to make that claim that she's just a DEI president and all that is because of the fact that meritocracy has always been a myth. Because right now we're having a conversation about qualifications. What would qualify Kamala Harris in order to become president? And of course, she obviously held like a public elected office beforehand, as whatever. But then Donald Trump became president, having never served in any office whatsoever. Right? And then we can't have that conversation about meritocracy in that situation because he's obviously unqualified. The only time where meritocracy starts coming into play is when we're talking about Black people, specifically because they want to look for any disqualifying features that they can look for. And a perfect example of this would be someone like Ketanji Brown, right? Obviously intelligent, obviously particularly well-spoken, obviously stalwart record, obviously like really, really, really great candidate, and she qualified in every way you can possibly imagine. But what do? No, we need to see your, what scores was it? We need to see your LSAT scores, because then we can determine that you're actually good enough, because now we want to try to find some sort of disqualification, even though you're obviously qualified. Obama was obviously qualified, but we're going to go ahead and dismiss his qualification and say he's too inexperienced. These same individuals were making the claim he's inexperienced for this position, then elected Donald Trump next. So you can't sit here and tell me that meritocracy is actually valid. So when we start talking about DEI, the idea that we understand that even when you're qualified, even when you fit the bill, they will find ways of dismissing you, which is why we've always said things like you have to work 2 or 3 times as hard for half of the qualifications, right? Obama couldn't have gotten through half of the scandals that Donald Trump had and have been elected. You have to be the most clean-cut person that you can possibly be. I'm saying this as a person who didn't particularly like Obama's presidency. I wouldn't have voted for him. I didn't vote at the time. I was obviously able to. I just didn't really believe in the voting process. But I'm saying this knowing that he had a scandal-free presidency. Notice all the nonsense that Bill Clinton's daughters were going through, George Bush's daughters were going through, all of that sorts of nonsense. We don't have to get into all the Trump scandals. We don't have to go through all the Biden scandals. Obama's presidency, his children, his family, everything matched, and they did everything they could to discredit him. They talked about what country he was from. He's not a U.S. citizen, birthing scandals, all sorts of nonsense. So meritocracy is a myth, right? Whenever we start talking about DEI, when we talked about affirmative action, it's a myth. It's a lie of the racists in this country that try to make the claim, well, the reason why we can't allow, the reason why it's so affirmative action is so problem is because it's just allowing these unqualified people to get into these positions and into these schools that don't belong there. When in reality, affirmative action didn't say disqualified people were allowed to go there. What it said was you had to meet the qualifications to meet there. And within those qualifications, we'll have a second subset of people where we'll start considering things like race. So you have qualified people of a specific race who will be guaranteed into these positions. But now we have these arguments that, it must be about a lack of qualifications. A sibling of mine works for the air traffic, is an air traffic controller. And in those conversations, you have some person who was talking about DEI because the myth spread that with DEI, that now people who were flying, pilots, were going to be not capable of actually holding, being in that position, and that there would be increase in risk and so on and so forth. And the person engaged in a conversation with them and started saying, you notice that these flights, that this pilot, that, his English wasn't so good, and so on and so forth. You see this DEI, where you had to point out, you understand that man was French, right? It was a French that was a French pilot. English was his second language, and we still were able to do the job that we always have done. Had nothing to do with DEI in America whatsoever. Yet you still jump to that. Why? Because you're looking for excuses. You're racist. Now, I'm sorry, I'm long-winded, but I'm the last one, so there's open conversation anyway. When it comes to the presidency, I obviously feel like democracy should be the thing that we're aiming for. And we're not really achieving democracy within the Democrat Party when you sit here and you say, okay, well, we're not doing debates. We're not going to do debates whatsoever. And then as soon as we're not doing debates, we're going to go ahead and just reelect Biden, a person who people didn't really want in the first place. They only chose him to avoid Donald Trump because Donald Trump is a disaster and a danger to democracy as a whole and a danger to the country as a whole. So we reluctantly settle on Biden. And so now we're about to automatically select Biden again because he's incumbent, even though people didn't want him in the first place and are unhappy with him now. Then after he drops out of the race at the very last minute, because we all knew that he should have, we all knew it was coming, to be honest with you. When that happens, now we just shoot in Kamala Harris. Obviously, literally the single lowest polling vice president in the history of NBC's poll. The single lowest. And so now we're going to be forcing you into her. So this is why I say it's not a genuine choice. If it's a choice between I hate this thing and I despise this thing, it's not a choice. I'm just trying to figure out what I want to avoid. That's not a true choice. To choose something means to prefer something. And when we're setting the scope at what I want to avoid, it's not a preference, or it's a preference of avoidance, which is obviously a different thing. For the small brain people, if you need explanation for that, I'll go ahead and go into that further in the open. So the Democrat Party obviously should hold some sort of primary at this point, right? That needs to happen, or else we truly don't have a say. And I can't stand Kamala Harris for all of the things that everyone else has already stated, which came directly from Tulsi Gabbard. We know what an atrocity that she is. And yes, she switched up and became a Republican afterwards. While she had been running on the Democrat ticket, but she was an actual Republican. So she attacked Kamala during those freaking during the primary, you know. So I mean, I had respect for her, but I have none now that I know how much of a grifter she is. She's the same as Fabian and Lactoid to me.
What are those things that make her so terrible? What are
Oh, sure. Okay, sure. I can run through them really quickly. Fabian Liberty did earlier, but just to put it in a nutshell. For one, she ran on the idea that she wanted to legalize marijuana and that there needed to be that was the best policy for the country. Meanwhile, when she was elected state attorney general for the great state of California, the state that I live in, while she was in that job, she prosecuted over 1,500 people, primarily black men, specifically for possession and distribution of marijuana. If you believe the drug is harmless, then the idea that you, as a state attorney general, would prosecute people for marijuana when you realize it's harmless and you know that it's like in states like Colorado and all of these other states where it's legal, then that automatically makes that's a sus thing. Take down notes for that one. We can go ahead and go through that, to the rabbit hole of that one. Next, there was a situation where Kamala Harris, remember, state attorney general, she was in a situation where she had evidence that would exonerate a person who was on death row. She refused to release or have that DNA evidence actually tested properly and refused to release it. The way that information finally got out was that a federal judge sued her, forcing her to release that information. Once she released it, the person was exonerated and then the person was set free. She was aware that it would set that person free, but chose not to do so. Next, there was another thing where there was a person who was doing a bunch of tests, right? Like this was like one of their go-to people to run tests when it came to DNA and evidence and things like that. That person was using drugs, was obviously like not qualified or not capable to do the job fair. So they become aware of this. Once they become aware of this, they quietly decide to start using someone else. But obviously, if this is the main witness that we've been using in order to punish people, that we would need to then revisit, if not completely undo, all trials that relied on this person, because we now know that this person was compromised. She withheld that information and allowed those people to remain in prison until yet again a federal judge forces them to overdo all those cases because of the over 500 cases, I believe it was, because that person had been lying. Lastly, so let me see. So we did that one. Oh, the firefighter scandal. in the state of California, it's not that way anymore, but in the state of California at the time, and it has been this way for years, they have relied on prison labor to aid the firefighting force, right? So it's a decent portion of the firefighting force are prisoners. They get paid about $1 an hour to fight fires, which is a dangerous job, risking their lives. They obviously have to be trained, they have to learn the job, and then they fight fires alongside firefighters. There were policies in place that made it illegal. You were ineligible for hire as an actual firefighter once you got released from prison if you had fought fires while you were in prison. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to any person here. You learned the job, you were trained on the job, you performed the job, you risked your life for the job, and we make it illegal once you're out of prison to then actually be hired to do the job that you've been working with the comrades that you've developed a relationship with, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They began floating around a memo in her office. She says she was unaware of it. They began floating around a memo in her office that specifically they were floating around the idea of keeping people in prison past their sentence, specifically because if we let them out, it'll weaken our firefighting force. That idea was disgusting and floating around her office. She claims I was unaware of this office. Of course, she's the head of the office. She claims she was unaware of it, and she claims that that she didn't know about it, but it was just an idea that was floated around. But I believe that some people believe that it had actually been practiced. And again, it's ineptitude if you're unaware of the ideas of the high-ranking officials in your office that are doing this. So all of those things got put out. We have all the evidence for it. So then for you to then say, hey, no, those aren't the things. I did the work of reforming this thing when you were at one of the highest positions of power of the state and you did nothing. You can't point to a single instance of positive reform that she actually did. That's why we say that she's absolutely disgusting. And that's why I think that's why I can't get behind her.
Let's let
real quick question.
And hold on, I want to let Dibby.
Can I do a quick question? It's one sentence.
One sentence. Okay.
One sentence. Fanatic. So would you say, if someone were to say that she was a DEI hire, would you say that Kamala Harris is qualified for that position, given all of the reasons that you laid out, that she's unqualified uniquely?
I think what I laid out are why she's undesirable for the position, not why she's unqualified for the position, because the qualifications necessary for the position are simply that she's of a specific age, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She's undesirable, but she's clearly qualified.
Well, then why was Trump unqualified?
The reason why it's
You
not
said
that Trump
he was unqualified.
I'm sorry, then maybe I might have misspoken. It's not that Trump was unqualified. I'm sorry. What I did was I had framed it under the idea that if you're going to say that Obama was unqualified because of his lack of because of his lack of experience, right? Because of his lack of experience, he was too inexperienced for the position. Was I think were the words that I quoted them as saying. Then to elect Donald Trump would obviously be, disingenuous, inconsistent, hypocritical, whatever phrases you would like to use. And so for that reason, if Obama was unqualified, then Trump would be doubly unqualified. I don't think either of them were necessarily unqualified.
2 years as a senator and a community organizer is totally way more qualifications than being a billionaire CEO. International business dealings.
You're saying that sarcastically, but I know that's actually
not
true.
For me.
Let's go to Doobie. Doobie, please.
Okay, so I got to say, I agree with almost everything Fanatic said, right? In that whole spiel, it's like 98% correct, or I agree. And the things I don't agree with you on are like minor. But I just wanted to point something out. So the attacks that were levied at Obama about him being like a Nigerian, I think it was,
Kenyan.
or that Kenyan,
Yeah.
and that he was like unqualified or inexperienced, all these sorts of things. A lot of that was actually floated around by the Democrats, by mainstream Democrats who didn't want him. Like I remember there were quotes like from Bill Clinton saying that, a few years ago this guy would have been getting us coffee. Crazy shit like this, right? So like I just want to point that out, and along with everything you just said about Kamala or whatever the fuck her name is.
Whatever. A cop.
Kamala or Kamala works either way.
It's comma
Whatever. Okay,
Yeah,
the
Kamala.
fucking cop lady. Okay. So I've spoken to a lot of I don't want to say a lot. It's been like three lifelong Democrats in my family. One of them, my grandmother, who when Obama was running for president, told me he's literally the fucking Antichrist. right? Like we had a conversation. She said he's literally the Antichrist. And then I asked her, I was like, okay, so you're voting for McCain, right? She's like, no, I'm a Democrat. The Republicans are for white people. So she told me he's a fucking Antichrist. She voted for him anyway, right? So like that's how democratic she is, right? But she told me recently, and I've had one other family member and like a friend of the family tell me that this time around, they're actually not going to vote for the Democrat candidate, no matter who it is. They're actually voting for Trump. They're in California, so it doesn't fucking matter. But it's not even because they like Trump. They actually really dislike Trump. But the idea is that they want to punish the Democrats for lying to them about Biden for so long, right? And for shooing in Kamala, who they fucking hate, and for all the little tricks and shit that they've done over the last 10 years, right? That you guys just went over some of them. They want to punish the party for their behavior by voting for Trump. Now, I've heard this from some people in my life. I've heard from some people on the internet. I'm kind of curious as to like what you guys think about that idea or that position.
Let's tackle that one second, just quickly. Because someone had gifted a membership on YouTube. Thank you, Sean, for giving that membership. That was at well, let's not talk about when that happened. But thank you, Sean.
I'm going to do the fact checking right now.
Thanks so much. Okay, please, anyone can jump in.
I think Lactoid wanted to step in and Ghosty.
Ghostly, yeah.
Go first, Ghosty.
Say I understand and I agree with like a lot of what you said. Sounded like bad things, but she was a prosecutor, and this was back in like 2000, like the early 2000s, when weed was like a pretty bad like crime, and like I don't agree with it, but like that was her job, and like I feel like a lot of prosecutors probably have like mistakes that they made, and like I don't know, can we say that she's totally disqualified though because of those things? Like,
I didn't say she was disqualified. We never said that.
Prosecutors do have discretion, right? And she's the DA, so she has
DAs have discretion. Prosecutors don't, but DAs do.
Wait, no. Prosecutors also have discretion in the sense that prosecutors can make an absolute choice as the state attorney general. You can send to your officers. The state always has to make a choice.
Prosecutors are different than the state attorney general.
The state always has a choice on whether they choose to pursue a case or not. So, for example, when it came to Jonathan Majors, remember when that white woman, for example, when it came to Jonathan Majors, remember when that white woman lied on him and claimed that he had abused her and all that nonsense, and then he came with all of the evidence and receipts that demonstrated that she lied, she abused him, etc., etc. And then the prosecution said, we aren't going to prosecute her, right? They made a statement and said they weren't going to. They could have chose to. Furthermore, we've seen even within this great state of California right now that the now elected state attorney general, who has the power over those prosecutors, has directed his prosecutors not to pursue certain cases. If it's a robbery of below a certain level and so on and so forth, don't pursue it. She has a choice. You can always make a choice. You can direct your prosecutors not to pursue certain crimes. For example, right now they can make the choice. Well, obviously it's illegal in the state of California now, but before it was legalized in the state of California, they can make a conscious choice. We're just not pursuing marijuana charges, simple marijuana possession charges. We won't pursue it, and then it just won't happen. Which is why some of the prosecutors actually, I think at some point were trying to sue the freaking attorney general, saying that he was like rendering their job, rendering them unable to do their job. She made a choice to pursue those cases. She did not have to. They do have a choice.
So I'm going to go ahead and just say again what I was saying for those of you who prefer information from a degree as opposed to third hand from their mother. So you can get the DA is an elected position who can choose to bring charges or not. The prosecutors under the DA work for the DA and don't necessarily have a choice. So she was the DA, though. That's what I was getting at. So she had a choice. If she was a prosecutor under the DA and the DA ordered her to prosecute a particular case, then arguably she wouldn't have a choice because the DA could fire her, right? But she was the elected DA. Right, she could very well have chosen to bring the case or not to bring the case, and
that's
she chose to. And she. Well, I was about to say it before you cut me off and went ahead and rambled about your third-hand knowledge. Did your dad tell you this one too? I don't fucking know. But
to be fair,
again, I can tell him. Well,
Hold
no,
on.
I was
You were-
I
he was
was talking to Ghosty.
I was talking first.
You-
I was talking first. By the
I'm
way,
gonna
I
go back.
I
Hold
know.
on, I'm gonna go
Listen,
back.
I
If I did cut him off,
Lactoid,
I'll apologize. But I'm gonna look
Fabian
back right now.
hates me.
You know that I hate Fnatic.
No, I'm going back. I'm going back. I'm going back. I'm gonna check it right now.
You're being petty. All right, you're being
I
petty.
am
You're
gonna
just
be petty.
wrong.
I hate this motherfucker. I'm gonna be very petty about this.
Sure,
He's
you're
a
just
total
wrong.
piece of shit.
I hate him too, but I'm
Sure.
going to be intellectually honest whenever I can.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just
got
wrong.
it.
So Ghostly, just to be clear, so as I was saying from the very beginning in response, yes, she did have a choice. She made the choice to prosecute those people. She didn't have to. That's just one, by the way. I hope you took notes of the other
One
ones because
addendum.
of all of them, that is the weakest one.
Yeah,
One-
Ghosty,
one- the one addendum that is super
Ghosty,
important.
Oh god, Ghosty, I was
One
just gonna say,
quick addendum that's
I don't
super
think that you
important.
should even try
And
to
the
defend her
addendum
record.
is this:
Really fucking
is that on the
Oh my
Breakfast
God.
Club,
Oh my God.
right? I'm very quick. I'm just adding. I'm not giving any opinion on the Breakfast Club. When speaking with Charlemagne the God, she admits that she did indeed smoke marijuana in college and enjoyed it. So you can't say that like she was anti-marijuana in her personal life and then she changed her opinion later, etc. Like she was someone that did this prior, that engaged in smoking marijuana and possession of marijuana and bought marijuana in college, and then later prosecuted
add what you
people.
want to add? Then we'll go to Corey.
Yeah, just really quick. So like Ghosty, like I wouldn't even, if I were you, even if I were like a fucking Democratic shill, right? Don't even try to defend Kamala's record. It's really, really, really fucking bad. This is why nobody liked her before she was made the vice president pick. Nobody liked her when she was running for president. She has a terrible fucking record in California. So it's not even defensible, really. I think that, and this is why I kind of agree that if the Democrats want to win, I don't think there's a chance of them winning at all right now. Like it seems like inevitable that Trump's going to win. But if they want a chance, I really think they should go to an open convention, because she's extremely unlikable and her record is fucking terrible. So yeah.
Corey?
Well, first I want to say, I think you're getting exactly what you wanted, this nice exchange of ideas, okay? But I just wanted a point of clarification for Lactoid. So, not that I'm going to defend, prosecuting...
I just re-listened to it too, so I can explain, but go ahead.
Sure.
But Ghosty didn't even get to respond.
As truly free in Canada, okay, free to smoke weed, no one should be prosecuted for it. But I'm curious because obviously I don't know how the system works in the United States or in California. But so since she was elected, like, is it possible or is it like reasonable to assume that like there was an expectation that she's supposed to prosecute it? Because if she didn't, she would not be elected or she would not be able to continue her job. Is that a reasonable expectation?
Not necessarily. Again, prosecutors get to run on like whatever they choose to. It's just like the presidency. When you think about like with the presidency, you can say, well, there's an expectation that you'll do something that you don't do or that you do. But yeah, she wasn't required to do that. She made her choice. She said she was going to be a prosecutor president, and she also made a conscious decision that she wanted to be harder on crime. That's what she said while maintaining that she was going to reform the system. Go ahead, Lactoid.
So I went back and checked it out. So like I literally answered it, and then you started like saying that I was wrong for some reason when I gave the answer, and I let you do your whole fucking thing. And then afterwards, I went ahead and reiterated what I said before. So no, I did let you say what you wanted to say, and just you guys can go back and look at that if you so choose. Scott, I expect better of you. Jesus Christ. Corey Campbell.
You expect better of me?
I expect better of you. I understand you're trying to play the middle a little bit. No,
I'm not trying to play the middle. I'm a fucking anarchist.
I let him. Oh, you're a fucking anarchist. I get it. Go back and look. Look how much I let this fucking idiot talk. Look how much I let him talk. He just talked when the question was for me, and I let him. Look how generous I am. Look how benevolent I am. Jesus Christ! I didn't even cut him off when the question was clearly posed to me.
In true Canadian
fashion.
fashion.
Yeah.
So
look,
Ghosty,
I'm close enough. I'm close enough to Canada. Okay, but I'm not Canadian.
Ghosty, does that answer the question?
Hold on. So, we can let the law degree talk as opposed to somebody's third-hand account from their mother. So Corey, the actual question is yes. Any elected position arguably has to appeal to their voting demographic. You could say that like she could have done the wrong thing in order to appeal to her demographic, and thus she felt somewhat compelled. There's an argument there. I think that when you are an elected position, though, and you're appealing to the people of that area, I would think there's more of like a moral impetus on you to actually run on what you believe. And I think you should also be held responsible for what you believe, and you should be held responsible for the positions that you put forward, as opposed to, ideally, yes, even if you're a peon, you'd be held responsible for the actions that you do. But it's more disconnected, right? Like, hey, I'm gonna get fired by the fucking DA unless I just like do the grunt work, as opposed to I was elected to like represent these people. And instead of representing these people, I threw a bunch of people in prison for weed, and then later claimed I didn't, which is a
Yeah.
lie. So
Well, yeah. So I'd be curious, like if she has any sort of like updated talking point now in trying to defend that. I was like, or can she admit that she like made a mistake, or going back, she would have made a different choice? Like,
She
that would be
never
useful.
She's a
has.
hyena
Every
laugh.
single time, and this is like it's like clockwork. Because I watched her debate with Biden, and I pointed it out to my family. We were all watching it together, and I said she's going to say these words verbatim. I did the work, because what happens is she's challenged with it, right? So, first she says, I'm going to run as a prosecutor president, and then she makes a statement, I did these things and I reformed and I did whatever, da 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 da. So when people approach her with that, when they point out to you, you did this, you did this, you did this, how can you be proud of this record and this is awful? She'll always just respond with, I did the work as an elected state in the great state of California, as an elected official in the great state of California, da 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 da. And I didn't just do fancy speeches and whatever. I sat there and I actually got elected and made the changes that were necessary. What were those changes? And she can't say herself. And so all she can do is just but basically what she says is tautological. I was elected and I did the work as a prosecutor. That's her response to, you blocked evidence that literally would have exonerated a man on death row. You literally hid the information that a person was crooked and unreliable and that these cases need to be overturned. You literally made the choice to prosecute these people for marijuana. You made the choice to prosecute parents who had truant children in troubled areas and things like that. You made conscious decisions and choices to do these things, and your thing is, I did the work to do the reform. What is that reform? No one, not even herself, can ever point out the information of what it is. She just keeps saying, I did the work. Every freaking time, and it's been brought up to her 3 or 4 times in debates, and each time her response is identical. I did the work as the elected state attorney general for the great state of California. It means nothing. You were disgusting when you had the power. You said you wanted to reform the system. You're claiming you wanted to do that. You had the power to do so as the freaking head, and you did nothing. Miss me with it.
So what you're saying, what I'm hearing, and I'm having difficulty parsing out what appears to be contrary to me, because what I'm hearing is her qualifications as president and as vice president are it's just age. It's just, at one point it's qualifications just mean what the Constitution says, which is you need to be 35 and you need to be American citizen, right? So qualifications don't exist. And what I'm hearing is she has a terrible record every time that she was in office. That she is, and obviously you didn't say this, but I think it's important context, which is that she is an extreme proponent of diversity, equity, inclusion, specifically equity. She talks about equity and equality of outcome constantly. I mean, her own slogan is, unburdened by what has been, right? What can be unburdened by what has been, which is, essentially a catechism of critical theory and the same initiatives that put forward the concept of equity. And yet, so you recognize that she's uniquely unqualified. And then there's a whole pool of candidates that Biden or his team could have picked. And they picked her knowing that they needed to pick someone that had some level of name recognition that people saw, and knowing that it was a woman of color. And they weren't going to pick Tulsi, obviously, because she wouldn't fit in with
She's
the
a
establishment.
Republican.
So
a Republican.
at the time, was she a Republican?
When she made the attacks on Kamala, she was claiming that she was a Democrat, while obviously she had been campaigning against the Democrat Party for quite some time, and then now she's literally
How
a
was she
Trump supporter.
campaigning against the Democrat Party when she was a standing U.S. Congresswoman?
She's now
from Hawaii, which is a very left-wing.
Sorry, I
state.
thought you meant today.
She is now a Trump supporter. She is a vocal Trump supporter, so she obviously doesn't fit the bill now.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I didn't say she fits the bill now. I'm talking about 2020.
Yeah.
Right. In 2020, she was just unelectable because Biden was a favorable choice. Like, people prefer.
I'm not talking about Biden. I'm talking about as a pick for vice president of the people that had name recognition that were women of color. Right. You basically had Tulsi and you had Harris. There was very few other people that had any significant name recognition, right?
Okay.
So if you limit that down, right, what we are forced with is a uniquely unqualified candidate.
She's qualified.
Okay, but your definition of qualified is she's 35.
She's old enough.
She's an American citizen. That means I'm qualified in 2 years.
Yes.
Right? Like many people,
Well,
like half the Twitch streamers are qualified.
No,
What
he
I would
can't.
do-
He can't do it. He just can't keep up because as I tried to explain him, I threw him the
No,
bone. But
I'm-
he's
I'm-
no,
Scott,
you're not.
stop
It's
interrupting
okay.
him.
I'll repeat it really quickly. What I said was that she's qualified but undesirable. And so now he keeps trying to use the word. Yeah, she's uniquely unqualified, and she's not uniquely unqualified. She's uniquely undesirable, and I will give you that.
You don't get to have a conversation about meritocracy and qualifications and then say that meritocracy is a myth and then just use qualifications as 35 and an American citizen and then just throw out all qualification as any form of how we discuss these things. And then at the same time, bring up the fact that people talk about qualifications versus Trump and Obama, and then compare them based off of qualifications, where you assume that Obama is more qualified because he was a senator for 2 years and because he had a constitutional law degree, and Trump is less qualified as a CEO and billionaire and media personality and business mogul. You don't get to just throw in and out whenever you want the idea of qualifications and then use it as a gotcha. When we are discussing diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? I absolutely agree that there are like the Nick Fuentes types, right? That just use this as a dog whistle to just say that somebody's a Jew or that somebody's black or that somebody's a woman and that women, Jews, and blacks shouldn't be having these jobs. But that's nut picking, right? That's the Twitter algorithm putting crazies in the forefront. When most people are talking about Kamala Harris specifically and how she's a DEI pick, they're talking about the fact that she is in favor of DEI, that she uses a slogan that harkens towards critical theory, that she put out a fucking animated video talking about why we need equality of outcome, that she was picked specifically because she was a woman and a person of color, despite the fact that she had a horrible track record and nobody
that's
liked
why they
her.
picked her. I think that, so the first couple that you gave there, I don't think it's right. I think most Republicans, when they call her a DEI hire, aren't thinking of this other shit you said about her, like her slogan being a call to like critical theory and any of this. They think, oh, she's black and a woman, therefore DEI hire. That's literally the baseline. But I think with the party, if I remember correctly, there's some rule about how the donations to the campaign can be used. And there's like $100 million in donations to the Biden-Harris campaign that only she can access, if I remember correctly. Right, which is why they're throwing their hats behind her, and it doesn't even look like that's official yet. Right, the party might actually go to an open convention.
I'm talking about
She's on
2020,
podcast.
but I agree.
Yeah,
I agree that the current pick and the ham fisting of it is probably because it's easier and it's an easier transition, and they don't want additional chaos because they're worried, rightfully so, that they're going to lose this next election. Like, I agree with you that this is a simpler, less chaotic way to get over the fact that after gaslighting people for years that Biden is fit to be president for another 4 years, that it's obvious to everyone that he can't do the job. But my issue here is this. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe the majority of normal Republicans think woman, black, DEI. And the question then becomes, well, whose fault is that? Is it racism and misogyny? Is it racism and misogyny? Or is it simply the fact that the creation of DEI initiatives creates these fucking questions to begin with? When people know, when you're a black person and you go to Harvard and you know that your SAT scores wouldn't have gotten you there if you were Asian, you can just look at the fucking data and know that it is astronomically unlikely that you would be in that position if you were Asian. You have to constantly question, and your colleagues have to question, whether or not you're up to the task, because you were lacking in your test scores. You were lacking in some of the same capacity and knowledge and education that other people are having because you
Yeah, I
were
understand that line
potentially
of thinking.
ham-fisted.
I
But it's
understand
And
that
you
line
might
of
be the
It's
smartest
not even
one.
accurate.
You might be the
That's not-
but I
you
don't
might
think-
be
I
the
don't think that's
smartest
what's
person there.
happening.
You might personally have the highest fucking scores
Okay, but
of
Scott,
anybody
the
that
reality
year,
is, the
but
reason
people
she's
are
called this
constantly going to
is
question
because
that.
Biden said the quiet part out loud, and he literally said, "Oh, I'm going to have a woman." And then when George Floyd happened, it was a black woman. He said specifically a black woman of color. I'm sorry, a woman of color, right? So like,
Yeah, it's the
so
narcissist prayer,
so it's
right? It
literally-
didn't
so it's
happen, and then
literally-
eventually you get to the point where it's
literally
good that it
Biden's
happened.
fault because he said explicitly publicly that the person who was going to pick these two were like these.
Yeah,
two
he
things
said
are
the quiet part out loud.
Let DB
So
finish
that is why,
because
so
he's been
that is why
trying to.
people call it DEI hire. So and they did this with
God, I
Ketanji
can't
Brown
help
Jackson too. So Ketanji Brown Jackson has a if you want to look at like the qualifications past the actual like technical qualifications, Ketanji Brown Jackson has like a ton of qualifications to be on the Supreme Court, way more experience than most people who were put on the Supreme Court. But even still, because they made it clear that they were seeking a specific type of person, a black woman, when they put her up for the nomination, they immediately attacked her as the DI hire, right? Because she's black and a woman. So her actual qualifications didn't fucking matter because I said the quiet part out loud.
This
and
is
let everybody
false.
know.
This is
What do you mean? Which part
partially
of it's
false. The part of it that's false is that you say because, which means that you're saying that this is the primary or the only motivation. And there are other reasons why people would go after Ketanji Brown Jackson as DEI, and it's because she's also a leftist. Right? You cannot separate the ideology
What?
and say that it is purely no. You cannot separate the ideology and say that it's purely based upon race and gender, sexuality, etc. When someone is poor at their job, such as our current Secretary of Press, right? And there are those things, and someone says we're going to pick someone for these reasons, it becomes a multitude of factors that creates this concept that someone is a DEI hire. When you have someone that's conservative or right wing that is highly focused on
They call him
meritocracy,
a token.
you don't have who calls them a token? The left does,
left.
not
Yeah,
the
so
right.
obviously-
No, you don't have a bunch
whether-
of conservatives calling fucking black congressmen
but
that are in the
DEI
Republican
is the
National
token
Caucus
of the
DEI
left wing.
hires.
Yeah, DEI is the token talking point of the right wing, right? So the left has you're a token black person. Oh, on the right wing, oh well, you're just a DI hire.
DI,
It's
yeah.
the same. It's the same idea, right? So like I don't think her political leanings have anything to do with why she was.
How
called
could
that.
they not? If that was the case, why would Republicans not attack other black individuals or other female individuals, etc., that don't hold left-wing ideology? They only go after left-wing individuals that are supportive of these types of things because it is not just at an individual basis. That's not how memes, and I don't
Do we
mean
have
this
any
in like a
examples?
picture format, but I mean this in, do I have an example
No,
of
hold on. No, hold on.
right-wing?
No, wait, hold on. So somebody being elected to a position or put into a position where it was specifically made clear that their race and sex is going to be are going to be like categories. They need to be of a minority race and they need to be a woman, right? And if they don't have
Mhm.
those two things, they're not getting selected for this position. Do you have any cases of that happening where the person that was selected was a right winger? Because I don't know of any.
I can't think of any off the top of my head, but usually when people
Sarah
appoint people, they're
Palin?
going to appoint people that are their own.
Sarah Palin.
Sarah Palin?
I don't-
Yeah, John
Ar-
McCain said he was going to
arguably.
pick a woman, right?
Yeah, arguably
Yeah, that's
Sarah
true.
Palin
That's
was
true.
DEI.
Sarah Palin. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. So I mean, that is an example. I don't think I've ever heard anyone call her a DEI pick.
Well,
I mean,
hold
we
on.
didn't have
What
that.
was
That's because
DEI around
DEI
at the
is-
time?
No, it's because DEI is literally always a code for anti-black, you know what I mean? Like that's what they use it for.
It's
for
anti-DEI.
the antis. No, it's
Why
not
would
just
it- why- it's not
anti-DEI.
code.
Yeah, it is code. Because listen, so what ends up happening is I pretty much opened, as I
I'm
said
not
in my
anti-black.
opening,
I'm anti-DEI.
as I said in my opening, you know what I'm gonna do? I know how to solve this problem. Go ahead. We're gonna start it over. Yeah. So listen, I think the reason why I gotta close this, the reason why is because DEI has always been a code for, in a lot of cases, like anti-black. Just like they're like the anti-integration stuff was really just code for anti-black. Just like the anti-felony stuff is really code for anti-black. Right? What ends up happening is that you'll find that there's a lot of people that have they don't want integration. They don't want Black progress. They really want like different levels of success. And so then when they find any form of progressivism, anytime you have anything that's supposed to even the playing field in any capacity, you'll find people are opposed to it. And so what happens is when you have cases like I pointed out, affirmative action. Affirmative action didn't say you would have unqualified people go into these positions. The base requirement was that you were qualified. And then we had a second subset that said that you're going to fit these other qualifications. That's how affirmative action works. In other words, if you're a Black person who didn't graduate high school, you don't get to just get into college as a freaking affirmative action hire. That's not how that works. Or as an affirmative action enrollment. That's not how that works. You still have to have the minimum threshold of whatever's required in order for you to be a valid candidate at that school. A perfect example of this would be like something like Harvard. If you wanted to get into Harvard Law, the minimum requirement for Harvard Law is a 163 LSAT score, or it might be 162, right? But then after
It's not
that,
the
there's going to
LSATs
be
now, but
okay, but that's what maybe that's what it was. But so then. But then there would be other types of like requirements that they might say, right? And then it's like, okay, so now, for example, colleges will say, what are your extracurriculars, right? Where it's like, hey, it's not just your SAT scores. With like a great application, it's going to be a lot of inclusive things. So you're going to be qualified as a whole. We're not going to let an unqualified person into the position, regardless of the racial restrictions that we're looking for. But Ghosty, I pointed out all of those different examples, right? Like I said about her prosecuting people in the marijuana thing, about the disgusting of like trying to keep people in prison past their sentence so that you can get labor out of them, about literally blocking, exonerating information from a person on death row until you're forced by a federal judge, or about the idea of like keeping it secret that this person was like compromised so that all cases that her evidence was being used for should have been overturned, and eventually happened, freeing about 563 innocent people because obviously or at least not guilty people. So when we point to all of those things, that's why I would say she would be incredibly undesirable. Do you think that that's a fair thing to say for that person? Because I feel like hand waving it as just people make mistakes seems a little bit unfair. And lastly, yes, California at the time, marijuana was still illegal, but she was elected in 2011, right? That's when she was sworn in 2011, and she served from around like the beginning of 2012 until like the end of 2016. That same 4-year period. Colorado legalized marijuana in the middle of that. So the shift in opinion around marijuana legalization had already happened. California already had a very, very obvious shift in like our beliefs and practices regarding marijuana. So she did that out of her own choice, just trying to pump up her numbers. I think it's disgusting. Do you disagree?
I love how you attack me and then shift it to Ghosty. Am I anti-Black? Fanatic, am I anti-Black?
Ghosty, can you answer the question I just asked you?
No.
Your logic requires that I'm anti-Black.
Okay.
You attack me for being anti-Black. Am I anti-Black?
Hold on.
How am I anti-Black?
Hold on. Okay. All right. So we got to make an order here. All right. So I'm gonna let Ghosty reply because this was from before, right? So go ahead. Then
yeah, he shifted it to that so he could attack me and then divert away from it.
He wanted to talk to Ghosty
because he doesn't want to answer for his racism.
Actually. We'll get to that, back to that in a second. Then we'll go to you, Scott. And after that, we got to go back to it. He's been waiting. So, all right. So, Ghosty, please respond.
So, no, I think those other things you mentioned sound fair. It's just the one thing I always hear about Kamala Harris is the weed stuff. And I guess I had it wrong. I guess she was the prosecutor for San Francisco from 2004 to 2011, and then she got elected for DA in 2011 as the state attorney general or whatever. And I just don't know like how many. I guess I would like to know like other her record compared to like other prosecutors record like back then. But like those couple things you mentioned about like guilty people, like keeping them, even though the one thing you said she didn't know, but she says she doesn't know about. But no, I would say that's like a fair thing to say is like to make her specifically have a bad record. So, but I still, and I know you agree that she isn't like a DEI pick though. It's like, I think a good example would be like saying somebody's going to say, I want to pick a military member as my vice president. And then it's like they have all the qualified people and they just end up picking the one person based on that specific quality though. But that doesn't mean that they're like just picked because of that. They still meet the other qualifications. So it's like people, I guess like in our progressive times, it's like saying, I'm going to pick like a woman of color for vice president, but it doesn't mean that she didn't. And same with like Sarah Palin, right? I wouldn't say that she was a DEI pick too, because she was still like a
governor.
They're not getting
the last
Chick-fil-A
step.
workers and making them VPs. And
Yeah,
appointing
like people who get
Chick-fil-A
into
workers.
Harvard, they still have to meet all of the minimum requirements. They're not just picking anybody. They still have to meet the minimum requirements, but they might have an advantage because of, their gender, sex, whatever.
Right. And Ghosty, and that's exactly the point, right? Because I mean, if we look at it, the vast majority of people who have actually taken advantage of affirmative action are white women. But we're not saying, oh, all these white women were unqualified when they got the affirmative action. We wouldn't make that statement. We know that they're still qualified for the position. They're just taking advantage of their gender in order to get into the position, right? And so again, we don't hear complaints about affirmative action when it comes to white women. I've never heard a Republican make a complaint about affirmative action in college enrollment about white women, even though they're the vast majority of affirmative action enrollment. It's code for blackness.
They do
That's
complain
my
about
point.
it.
All right,
I will say they complain about it for like corporations and stuff when it's like women getting chosen for CEOs and stuff like that. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. So
Then
first and
Lactoid
foremost,
after
yeah,
that.
that's just not
I
true.
forgot about you, Lactoid. Go ahead, Scott. please.
Yeah, that's just not true. I think if you follow any tech bros or people that
I said
in
college
software
specifically.
programming,
I didn't say anything
so
about
it needs
tech.
to be, you will hear over and over and over again they complain about DEI with women. They complain about race specifically in college, mostly because it's prominent because of cases like Asians being discriminated against in Harvard. The idea that you cherry pick it as if it's code for black people, but you only want to talk within a domain where it specifically is most prominently discussing black people whilst not doing it in other domains is disingenuous. Further, Ghosty, the problem with this conception of DEI is that you're viewing DEI as if there is a minimum standard, and then that minimum standard means that everyone that meets that minimum standard is as qualified as everyone else that meets that minimum standard. And the issue that people have when it comes to comparing meritocracy with diversity, equity, inclusion is, let's say you're hiring someone for, let's say, full stack, right? Keeping on with programming, right? You want a full stack programmer. It's not a back end, it's not a front end, right? Like we're a small startup and we need someone that is really full stack positions are really difficult, right? Because you have to kind of be able to do everything within programming world. And so you have 100 candidates apply for your job, and then you want to pick the best candidate out of those 100 that has the best qualifications, not meets the minimum standard. The minimum standard is what was required to get into that pool of 100 so that you could even apply on the website or whatever, right? So you get rid of everything, you're left with 100 people. You're like, how do I find the best person possible? And so when you then say, oh, well, in order to meet DEI standards so that we can get additional lower rates on our loans, right? If we want to get good loans from a bank, we need to make sure that our social governance is scored highly within these left-wing institutions, and that are backed by governments and World Economic Forum, et cetera, so that we can make sure that our business isn't hurt in any way by these unfair loaning practices. I need to make sure that we have, let's say, a woman of color. And then what we do is we take that 100 people and we then take it down to 10 people or 5 people. And now we're left with 5 people. And maybe the best candidate is amongst those 5 people. It's very well possible, right? But it's only a 5% chance, right? When you take out 95 other people that all met that minimum standard and you're only left with these 5 people, if you repeat this process over and over and over again in corporate America, where the representation of individuals that get those types of college degrees, that want to do that type of work, et cetera, are overrepresented by white men, you're inevitably going to reduce the quality of the positions. It is impossible not to, because you have an overrepresentation compared to the overall candidate pool of certain racial or sexual or gender demographics. And therefore, you must eventually start weeding out the best people for the position and hiring people that are less qualified or have less capacity or skill than those that they are competing against. That is the issue with DEI. Not that the people didn't meet the minimum requirements, but that the adding additional minimum requirements around sexuality, gender, and race lowers the candidacy pool and makes it more difficult to have the best person for the job.
I got it. So we're gonna go to Lactoid, then we're gonna go to D10 Dream, and we're happy to have around. And just quickly, guys, support the channel if you are enjoying the content. Subs to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs. Support the community so we can keep doing all these great stuff. If you support, you'll get our reviewing, get our emotes. Also, if you're on YouTube, you can also, I guess, do this on Twitch, a few bits, but like through YouTube, you can give a super chat, and we will read the super chat at some point, as soon as possible. As soon as possible, I swear to God. But we want to hear
These
from you.
conversations are just so riveting.
Corey does
right?
his
Like,
job.
They're hard to pull away from.
Yeah, Corey will do his goddamn job.
Corey's not a
So how
panelist
are
to
we ever
discuss
gonna
things.
fucking-
He's just here to look for super chats.
Yeah, so consider helping out the channel. We really appreciate it. All right, let's go to our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, I think I talked about this like either the last panel or the panel before, but and some of this might be a repeat of what Scott said, maybe just phrased a little bit differently. So when people say that Kamala is unqualified, or that Obama is unqualified, or that Trump is unqualified, they're not saying that they're not 35 and a U.S. citizen that was born in the U.S. That's not what they're saying, right? What they're saying is that this person doesn't have the required skills that we would want to see in a president. And when qualified is absolutely in the eye of the beholder, right? There is no objective qualified. This isn't like a concept that exists out there that is set in the stone of God that, in order to be the president, you have to have this many years of this and this many years of that. Technically, the only qualifications are that you're 35 and born in America. But when we say Kamala is not qualified, that's not what we're referring to. What's being referred to is that we don't think that she's good enough. We don't think that she's good enough to do the job. When people said that Trump was unqualified, what they were saying is, we don't think he's good enough. We don't think he has the experience. We don't think that he has the technical skill, the social skill, or whatever else that you want to base what you think a presidential skill is. This guy doesn't have it, or this gal doesn't have it, right? They just don't have it. Qualified is a relatively nebulous term. So when it applies, and I hear this all the time when it comes to like affirmative action.
It's a measure
right?
of subjective value.
It's a measure of subjective value, right? So when people say, well, we're just selecting from the qualified candidates. Well, what's qualified? Well, whatever we say is qualified, right? We set a line here on this test score. We set a line here on this GPA, and anything above that, that's qualified. And then we select based on race following that, or based on other characteristics. To pretend like race and gender doesn't have a massive implication here is just denying reality. There was a paper, I posted it in the Discord. There was a paper done on Harvard admissions in 2019. The reality is, if it wasn't for affirmative action, only a third of Black applicants would have gotten into Harvard in 2019. 2/3 got in because they were Black. That was the critical difference between them and the other candidates. They were Black. That's why they got in. Now, and if it wasn't for affirmative action, 4/3 more, so a significant amount more Asians would have gotten in. You would have had a whole bunch more Asians in. Why were they denied? Because they were Asian. Ultimately, that was the deciding factor. They were Asian. And so when we refer to DEI candidates, what we're saying is, well, on all the skills and experience, and this poster we can talk about.
Wait, should they have taken the Asians in? Wouldn't that have been the same thing? Like, what would be the difference if you take Black people or Asian people? If it's
right, this is the difference, right?
The Black Asians are white adjacent, and they're not on the same social standing.
The Black applicants, 2/3 of them got in because they were Black, and a whole bunch of Asians were denied entry because they were Asian.
I know. So if the Black people wouldn't have gotten in, wouldn't you just say that Asians got in because they were Asian?
Well, no, they wouldn't have gotten in because they were Asian. They would have gotten in because
They
they
got in
hired
because they got higher
test scores. They had higher test
more
scores.
extracurriculars.
They had more extracurriculars. They had more involvement in other things, right? These are measurements that are
That's
included
not
in
true.
the study.
I was about to say,
That's simply not true.
I included the paper. We can talk about the paper.
I'd assume
hold on. I don't know how you're saying it's not true if you haven't read the
stuff.
paper.
Yeah, they do.
I don't know if how you're saying that if you haven't read the paper, but I've included the paper, so we can have a conversation about that. But when we're talking about DEI, what we're saying is that it's the same concept as nepotism, right? When people say, "Well, why the fuck is Jared Kushner in charge of Israeli diplomacy? What the fuck? She's the son-in-law of Donald Trump. He's the son-in-law of Donald Trump. Is this really the best guy we got to negotiate peace in the Middle East? Probably not." Right. Well, yeah, I understand he was Jewish, right? But this is what we're getting at. Like the fact that we have another factor here that appears to be more important than things that we would all agree should be meritorious calculations, like social skill, technical skill, experience in government, experience in business, experience in the economy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Questions that we want to ask, experience that we need to prove, right? Whenever anybody says, well, no, that's less important than I'm the son-in-law to the president, or I'm black, or I'm a woman. Those characteristics, we don't necessarily, at least I don't, necessarily find to be critical to actually doing the job, right? I want to get the best person on the job, not the person who's minimally qualified, 35 and a citizen. I don't want the fucking average fast food worker running the country. I just don't. I want somebody who is like proven themselves to be top notch. And we can have an argument over whether or not like certain candidates are top notch. I think there's plenty of arguments to go back and forth. But whenever you appeal to some characteristic, as Biden did with Kamala and Ketanji Jackson, whenever you appeal to some characteristic that has nothing to do with merit, aka race, gender, or nepotism, not present in those cases, but arguably present in some of Donald Trump's selections, those are fair game to criticize. We should criticize those. Actually, we should be criticizing all of our elected representatives at any given moment. And whenever there appears to be any indication that they are in a position of power because of some characteristic they hold that is unrelated to their ability to do the job, they should face criticism for that. Just like any student or any person in a job, arguably, I wouldn't do this personally because holy shit, there's no way you could do this. But any person in a job who's like, oh wow, you're running the country. Like, have we all watched that movie? Like a dipshit cokehead son. Like, I don't want these motherfuckers running. I don't want them my boss. I don't want these people running my business. No, I want the best people to do the best job. Right? That's what meritocracy means. And meritocracy can exist if we just abandon this concept of, well, we just need people who look like me or people who are related to me in these positions. That should be shamed.
Well, just to be clear,
Wait,
so look,
just one second. The thing you said seems to be about athletes.
Hold on.
Sorry,
I'm next.
No, it's not about athletes. So
it says in the athletes
are included.
It's a big.
I understand. Yeah. So there's more than just race that goes into an advantage when you're applying to Harvard. Yeah. That includes whether or not you're a legacy student. That includes whether or not you're involved in athletics.
And legacy students outnumber affirmative action hires. And those things that legacy,
I can have a conversation. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me right now.
I don't care.
You're interrupting me right now.
You interrupted my response.
Hey. And I'm going to let you do it. I'm not going to be a little bitch. You interrupted me.
Okay, no, you're right. You're going to let me do it. Okay, good. Then in that case, then I'm going to go ahead and respond. You said you're going to let me do it. You're not going to let me do it.
I already let you did it. I already let you did it. I already let you did it. I already let you did it. I already let you did it.
He said he was going to let me do it.
Unlike, no, I said I let you did it. Unlike you.
No, you didn't know what you said. You said I'm going to let you do it. So if you're going to let me do it, then go ahead and let me do it.
Hold on.
Whoa. Everyone shut up for a second. Thank you. All right. Lactoid will get to finish. He's been waiting long enough. Right.
He did finish.
And
well, he's replying to me right now.
Then he gets to double finish because that's his white privilege. Okay. After that, we'll go to Dream, and we're gonna go to Corey because they've been waiting for a while. And we'll roll back to Fnac or anyone else who wants to jump in. Does anyone else?
Okay, if we're doing that, then I'm not addressing anything Lactoid said because it's gonna be flowing too long. That's fine. Go ahead.
I'm addressing Ali, not you.
Yeah, you're fine. I'm going to ignore everything else you said.
But that's great. So unlike Fanatic, I actually read my sources. I don't get all my information third hand from my mother and then repeat it on stream like it's gospel, when in reality it's complete bullshit. Now, Ali, I actually read this source, and I can explain it to you because I cite the things that I say. So this source indicates not only race being a critical aspect to Harvard admissions, there's plenty of other aspects as well, including GPA, including extracurricular participation, but also what the study refers to as a like non-academic considerations, including athletics, race, legacy, and then whether or not you have a special status, which is essentially whether or not your parents donated to the school. People who have parents that donated to the school get a special, and also kids of staff, they get a special entrance into the school. Now, when you factor in, so with the chart, I copied a brief chart, figure 2, that's in the Discord, as well as the full paper. It factors in what happens if we remove some of these considerations. So if you look at the chart, right, we have the model, which says if we didn't take into account any of these modifications to athletic considerations, there'd be 4,802 white admits. The model is what it is in 2019, just to be clear. So in 2019, we had 4,802 white admittance, 1,367 African-American admittance, 1,365 admittance, and then 2,358 Asian American admittance. Now, then it goes through in 3 different categories. What if we remove this consideration? How would that change the number? Well, if we removed just the legacy considerations, the white admittance goes from 4,802 to 4,598. So there is about 204 white students that would have not gotten into Harvard had it not been for legacy. That is true. There is 204 white students that arguably should not be at Harvard in 2019. They are there because of legacy. Yeah. But then it goes down. What if we didn't factor in the people who were there on athletic scholarships? Well, then the white number drops even further to 4,499, okay, compared to 1,366 for African Americans. Okay, fine. What if we removed legacy, athletics, and race consideration? That's the big one. What if we removed race consideration as well? All of a sudden, removing legacy, removing athletics, and removing race consideration, the white enrollment goes up by roughly a little bit more than 100.
Why don't they just do race enrollment on its own, just like they did sports and just like they did legacy?
So
because they're controlling for confounding variables.
Because they're controlling
for confounding variables because
yes.
you can have more black athletes. Let's be honest.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So they're getting rid of all of those.
So the affirmative action wouldn't be just because they're black, but because it benefits their sports team.
Well, it's isolating for both.
It's
showing a breakdown of
no, hold on. This is I can explain this, right? Legacy and athletics helps white students, arguably. And so with this, it just does, right? So not even arguably, it just does, right? More white students benefit.
Rowing and tennis and things like that are probably more prevalent at Harvard.
Yeah, exactly, right? So if we remove legacy and we remove athletics, white enrollment goes down, right? White people benefit more from legacy and athletics. However, if we remove legacy and we remove athletics and we remove race, white enrollment goes up by like 145. And black enrollment drops from 1,367 to 428. It drops by 2/3. If you remove the things that benefit white people, and you remove race consideration, that's how important race is to Harvard, right? That's how critical it is.
How does that explain why they didn't isolate race? How does that explain that? Please, I want to know.
Because
they're controlling for confounding variables.
He's not going to answer. There's no answer.
How does it hurt? How does it hurt?
D10. Okay, I don't fully I guess. Okay, I can't answer you why the table is specifically this way. What I can tell you is that when we have athletics and we have legacy that both benefit white people,
he's going to repeat the same information.
I don't need to repeat information. I heard
so we're including the shit that benefits white people, and then we're questioning why white we're removing that, and then we're questioning why white enrollment goes up.
Hey,
no, that's not what. I don't know how you got that because I didn't ask that question. My question was, I'm very curious why they isolated everything except race. Like, I don't know how that hurts the graph. I really don't. How does it hurt it? I think if anything, it will benefit if we just see like
it should technically show specifically that race is a huge part of the affirmative action versus like the other two things. Yeah.
But race is much more important than the other two things. That's what this table shows.
In the worst case scenario, it doesn't hurt.
I think it does hurt, and the reason being is because what this table is attempting to show is that legacy and athletics means nothing compared to race. You can put those in, and even then, removing like the athletic benefit that whites get and removing the legacy benefit that whites get, As long as you include race, like whites like are fucked, right? Like if you include, and Asians way more fucked, to be honest. Like white people, their movement's relatively small compared to Asians, right? Asians get absolutely fucked by affirmative action. But what this, and I'll post this chart in your chat as well, Prime. People can go ahead and look at it. What this demonstrates is that like 2/3 of black applicants to Harvard are there because of their race. That's relevant when we're talking about DEI hires.
And athletics.
When we're talking,
Well, and then
no, because white people benefit more from athletics
as well.
What would you say?
I'm a big.
It doesn't.
Okay,
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. You're confused. He's just literally gish galloping and doing nonsense instead of just answering the question, because there isn't a valid reason that they shouldn't have. There isn't a valid reason that they shouldn't have just controlled for race. They chose not to do so because then it gives them the ability to end up like changing the way that this information is presented. It's the same way, like for example, when they did that study out of Alabama, or maybe it was Mississippi, it was one of those two states where they said, we're going to do a new version of the name test and see if black applicants are really being discriminated against. And then the names that they used were things that none of us would actually look at as black names whatsoever. And I think they were controlling specifically for last names, because they said, well, the first one was mostly about first names, so now we're going to do last names, and the last names they chose weren't even black last names. And so then as a result of that, then they said, hey, so yeah, see, now the disparity disappears. Now all of a sudden, well, the black people are getting the same kind of callbacks. It's a dishonest thing that they're doing there.
Can I ask you, wait, Fanatic, explain, when you said that, oh, when they don't control for race alone, as opposed to controlling for legacy and athletics as well, that muddles the data. In what way does it muddle the data? Can you explain?
Sure, because if you just controlled specifically for race, we would get a very accurate picture at specifically the impact of race alone. But now we can't get that because we have to have it muddled with the other two pieces of information.
So that's not actually what's at work here. And I'm going to explain to you why, because I understand why you might think that. I can understand
all three of us think that, and you said that. You've tried to explain it. We've been asking you this question all the time, and you've never done so.
Why? I understand. Hold on, listen. I posted a source, something that you're allergic to doing. I'm going to go ahead.
So you still haven't done so. We've been trying to get you to do this for 30 minutes.
I'm going to try to explain it again. I'm going to try to explain it again.
Again?
I'm the only one who posts this. I'm the only one who posts sources
screaming
here.
because he's the fucking body.
I'm the only one who. I'm the only person
that thinks I'm getting bodied.
I'm the only one who posts sources here. I'm the only one who posts sources here.
I want to hear Lactoid's voice again. So go ahead, Lactoid, please.
Thank you. So what somebody might look at is, well, if we don't control, what is the actual, if we don't have these other non-academic factors put in, what would the overall race breakdown be? Because if we just looked at race, which I think that this table is not necessarily attempting to do, right? If we just controlled for race, you might say, well, what about legacy? What about athletics? White people benefit from that, which is true. When you look at table 11 right here, it's unavoidable. If you remove legacy preferences, white enrollment goes down from 4,802 to 4,598. It's about a 204 difference. So there is a drop in white enrollment. Now, it's a very, very small percent. It's like 5% or something along those lines. But there is a somewhat, there is a drop. Now, and Asian enrollment goes up about 100, okay? But the point here is when you control for all the things that benefit white people, which is going to be athletics, which is going to be legacy, when you control for that, and then you also control for race. So you're literally factoring in the things that benefit the white people.
He's just repeating what he said already.
And then you factor in the thing that hurts the white people. Oh, all of a sudden, like you realize that
He's just restating what he already said.
Without legacy, without athletics, without race, white enrollment skyrockets. Well, it doesn't skyrocket. It goes up by 100 and 150 roughly. So that's not a skyrocket. Asian enrollment skyrockets. It goes up by about 1,000, right? So Asian enrollment skyrockets. African American enrollment drops by 2/3. So despite the fact that there's no legacy holding them back, I'm not talking to you. Despite the fact that legacy is not holding them back, despite the fact that athletics is not holding them back, just the fact that the race is not giving them a boon, their enrollment drops by 2/3. Now, what does this mean?
Real quick, page 66 through 70 in the document goes through each individual itemized thing. So it looks at overall academic, extracurricular, athletic, personal, teacher, counselor, alumni, personal, And then if you look at page 68, is when they look at non-ALDC versus recruit athlete. The reason we're talking about
There's
that
a lot of
specifically,
numbers in that page.
it's a lot of fucking numbers, and it's not based off of it's based off of their mathematical formulas, which they post on page 60. If you want to check their math, missing observations and ratings analysis. The reason that chart is there is because it simplifies it and makes it easier to understand and isolates those variables because it absolutely defeats the argument that actually this isn't about race. This is about legacy. This is about athletics. This is about these other things. And it says, no, when you take out all ADLC and including race, what you find is this massive difference as opposed to isolating for athletics and L, which is the legacy portion. I'd have to go through this with a fine tooth comb. I can't give you a fucking variables off of it. There's other special times Hispanic, times Asian American, African American, disadvantaged times. Like they break it down by every single solitary metric that they were capable of measuring throughout the study. So it's not that it's not isolated. It's that graph is the simplest way to convey an understanding that race is the most important factor here when looking at all of these considerations.
I just want to tie this in back to my ultimate point, which is I think Scott did a good job at sort of explaining that perhaps better than I could, right? But if we know that in 2019, 2/3 of Black applicants at Harvard are there because of their race, and we know that Biden is selecting candidates based on their race, I think at that point it's fair to consider, are their merits actually equal to potential other candidates? Like, why are so many Asians being turned away that have better test scores? Could there be another vice president candidate who perhaps is Asian who could have been a better vice president? I don't know. It's a good question to ask.
Okay, so let's go to.
She is half Asian, just to be fair, but
I'm sure she put down
Indian
black
Asian.
on her application.
Like I'm
Indian.
technically Asian
All
too,
right.
but no one considers Arabs Asian.
I do.
And Corey.
Well, yeah,
I'll go
true,
like Dream.
Well, they're not all Asian. Anyways, yeah. So I want to say that, I think with the whole point that DEI person is not qualified is it's nonsense. Because there's a bunch of people who aren't DEI that could be unqualified, and there's a bunch of people who are DEI that could be qualified. And what qualified is really based on a person who's making the case that they're qualified. It's a hugely subjective situation where qualified based on what metrics. And you can look at somebody on paper and be like, oh, this guy has a lower GPA. There's a bunch of people who have a higher test scores and grades, and they also do a bunch of like numeral, like more what's the word I'm looking for? More extracurriculars, right? Like this person has just on numbers, like on paper, more things, but then you're not accounting for like when somebody reads the personal statement or when somebody just looks at the interview, like there's more to it, and that's something that's unquantifiable. So like you're looking at somebody that got in, and a huge factor could be their race, sure, and then you're saying, hey, look, they got in, a big factor is because of their race, sure, but to what level that factor is compared to everything else, right? You really cannot know, and you could. To really know, you really just have to ask the interviewers or the people that's really taking this into consideration. I think DEI gets your foot in the door, and then like you have to Hold on, brother.
Black people interview better than Asians.
Hold on, brother. What I'm trying to say is this simply: is that you're trying to say DEI aren't qualified, and I'm not saying that many aren't. We're not saying that.
We're challenging the concept of qualified.
I get it. Thank you. What I'm trying to say is that there could be plenty of DEI people that aren't qualified. And then DEI, somebody being DEI, sure, you can, it raises a flag to you like, hey, let's investigate into this person to see if they actually are qualified. Sure. But
no, that's not what we're saying.
Just let me talk, please. And then if it doesn't apply, it's fine. I'm not naming you specifically, Fabian. It's okay. I came here late, so I'm talking generally. So what I want to say is, when it comes to somebody being a minority and then having a like heightened sense of consideration, it doesn't mean that they're unqualified. You can maybe make fun of them, whatever. I just don't see a purpose for that. And what's qualified to you may not be qualified to us. Lacto's got it right in the case that what's qualified is just like what I think what's best for me. Like, it's your subjective thing. So like I'm what's qualified is a really weird topic to talk about. I just don't understand what utility it comes. Like, hey, this person is unqualified, especially when it's subjective to the person that you're looking through their lens of. If I'm hiring somebody and I'm like, hey, you may not have the best technical skills for this particular job, but then I think you're the right fit for this job because I think that the culture that you provide or your personality, and I think you have the potential that has a high enough skill ceiling where you will definitely grow into that to be better than the available applicants today. So like, there's a lot of things that a lot of people take into consideration, especially for the future. Currently they may not be, but then being in the position that they're at, they're able to grow into something that's further than anybody else compared to their competition could be. So like, that's something like I think I personally am, is that I may not have the best skills compared to my competition currently, but then I'm such a quick learner that my potential and my skill ceiling is absolutely higher than my competition, and I'm able to articulate that. And so me being able to articulate that and like demonstrate that through my history, like I don't have to be better than everybody else, but I could be better in one particular area than everybody else and have the ability to articulate it and have that ability to articulate it, because articulating it is super, super important. You can be the best, but if you don't know how to express that you're the best, then you may not be chosen. On paper is not the same thing.
Let me clean this up, right? So I agree with you that there is subjective bias in interviews and things that aren't going to be captured by SAT scores or by where you got your degree from when you're at a job, etc. And I absolutely agree with you that, let's say, a potential employer that's looking at a candidate might say, you're a fit for the culture of this position, or I like something about you. You can't, it's nigh impossible to measure, a recruiter looking at you and saying, you have a go-getter attitude. I understand what you're saying. The issue is with understanding what it is that we're actually against when we're talking about DEI. So when we're talking about DEI, what we're talking about is, I absolutely agree that it's good that companies look for individuals that they think might grow into the position, that you're looking for that diamond in the rough. The issue is when we're talking about diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives that are top down, right? They're coming from ESG, positions that are, massively funded in corporate America, specifically within hedge funds, et cetera. ESG started, right? Environmental social governance. It started mostly from a position in the United Nations from a guy that wanted to make corporations and companies more environmentally sound, and saying, how can we recognize that there is longevity and positivity to a company that focuses on environmental goals that might not necessarily meet what it is that shareholders want in the immediacy, but makes it a better long-term investment in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, because they're more environmentally sound and they're going to be more profitable in the future. Eventually that morphed into looking at the social and governance aspects of a company and the ethics of a company. And it was ESG that were able to find out and accurately predict two major things. One, Enron, and two, Facebook. They were able to look at the ethics of businesses and recognize that data sharing that occurred at Facebook was likely going to cause a price drop in Facebook. And similarly, they were able to look at the business ethics and the governance of Enron and recognize that this company wasn't long for this world in terms of being a good place for you to invest. These were all good things in the beginning. These were with good intentions. The problem is that ESG over time shifted more and more and more towards the concept of the social and the governance being about the social. It became about racial inclusivity. It became about racial bias training that doesn't actually fucking help anyone. And some research even suggests it makes people more racist. It became about things that aren't actually helping companies. So when you're an employer, all of a sudden you recognize that if you don't have a certain percentage of women, a certain percentage of black people, a certain percentage of people that identify as LGBTQ, what you're going to do is you're going to get a low ESG rating, and that is going to affect your ability to get business loans. And the way businesses operate is they don't operate off of cash flow. They operate off of capital investment. And this capital investment requires that they loan money off of assets and they use that money to invest in creating new products, et cetera. And that hopefully outpaces the interest rate, right? So the interest rate of the loan is 2% per year and projected inflation is 4% that year. That's 6%. They need to take that money and make more than 6% profit so that they make that money work for them. And when you don't meet ESG standards, you end up being discriminated against in terms of the way that you're able to get loans and the way that you're able to get funding and the price of your stock being valuated in Wall Street. So you are forced from a top-down initiative to hire people that you wouldn't normally have hired. And the reason you wouldn't normally have hired them is that you have a large candidate pool. And then what DEI does is it knocks people out of that candidate pool that may be more qualified, may be better, may be a better fit for your company, but don't meet the ESG or DEI initiative. You need black women in programming, and therefore we have to knock out some of these white people, or we have to knock out some of these Asians, or we have to knock out especially Indian Americans, which is one that people don't talk enough about, so that we can get in more women, so that we can get in more black people. But when you do that across the board in the economy and in the government, what you end up with is you end up with people that are not as skilled at their job, not as good, and not going to grow as well, getting higher positions of authority that worse brings them into management positions where they're managing other people, where they can ruin even more things. It's not that we're saying that that individual black person or that individual female isn't qualified for the job. They met the minimum qualifications. The problem is that you're adding new qualifications that shouldn't be relevant to the position, which is what is your race, what is your gender. And what this does is this knocks people out of the candidacy pool that may be a better fit, that may perform better, that may bring you more profit, that may do a better job of governing some institution within the government. And on top of that, what's worse is that because those initiatives exist, it breeds racism, it breeds misogyny, it breeds doubt, because the people that are there that were given DEI positions and the people that weren't, always in the back of their mind, that little devil on their shoulder, they wonder, would you have gotten this job if you weren't black? And it's that very thing that ruins the culture of a company itself, the culture of governance within the state, which I don't really mind that much if the state's more inefficient. Fuck it. But again, it lowers inefficiency and it breeds racism. It breeds these problems that we're dealing with. And then people attack that. And then they go, how dare you bring up DEI? And it's like, you're the ones fucking up our economy and fucking up our government. And so that you can be actively racist against people that don't meet your initiatives.
We have no time. So do you want to know, Corey?
Yeah. So like you're just talking about how people have used DEI to hire people that did a bad job. Like, I'm not against that. You're talking about the having quotas. I am against it's got to be a certain amount of percentage. I am against that. I think it should.
That's literally what DEI is. That's literally what DEI is.
That's not.
If you're against quotas and you're against intentionally hiring people that you wouldn't normally have hired based upon race and gender, then you are not for DEI.
It seems like you don't understand what I meant. You can have a higher consideration for people that are not white and not have a mandatory minimum of it has to be 6%, it has to be 8%, right? You can just have a higher consideration, not necessarily be like, oh, we literally have to fill these spots no matter what at all costs. So I'm against that. That's what I'm saying. I'm against.
But that's not what DEI is. Like I
just
totally
said
agree
that.
with
I know.
you.
Listen to me, please, because you said that if they're not meeting this 6%, whatever, that they're not going to be considered for the a loan or something, right? That's what you said, correct, Fabian?
Well, that it changes their interest rates and investment. It's a little more complicated.
Right. So I'm saying I'm against minimum requirements for DEI. So that's what I've said. I know what I'm talking about here. But that doesn't mean I'm against DEI in general as a philosophy, right? That I think it makes sense to have higher considerations for people who have been historically been left out of the applicant pool, and to heighten their current day consideration because of the historical situation. That being said, it doesn't mean
that's not DEI.
Okay. Listen to me, please.
Like if you personally,
what I'm trying to say is I'm against.
I'm not missing what you're saying.
Okay, so if you're not missing it, I waited silently for you, brother. So just treat me the same thing that I treated you with. That's all I'm asking.
But you're saying contradictions.
I'm not.
Like DEI is that thing.
I'm saying it on purpose. I'm saying I'm trying to compare the ideas. That's how you. That's the purpose of saying a contradiction, because I'm trying to say here's the DEI that I want. Here's the DEI
to quote
that
the great
Ayn
Ayn Rand and Francisco d'Anconia.
Okay.
Contradictions do not exist in reality. If you believe you have found the contradiction, one of your premises is wrong.
Okay, I don't.
Oh my goodness! This guy's actually
Dream. Finish your point. Then we got to move. You have limited amount of time. So
there's no way you're saying that, and this nigga monologue for 15 minutes. Anyways. I'm trying to move on, but he interrupted you. Just say something.
Yeah, I know.
Anyways,
go ahead.
I'm trying right now. So, anyways, the DEI that you've stated is not the DEI that I advocate for, because the DEI that you stated is the. Why are you slapping your face? Doesn't make any sense. Because you're talking about the.
Slapping my face because that's what DEI is. You're now talking about a new thing and just carrying on the name DEI. You're talking about individual employers choosing to have a preference for those that you believe may or may not have been marginalized, because they believe that there are diamonds in the rough, that there are individuals who haven't been able to shine because they have had potentially like negative things within their life, or maybe they believe in some form of privilege that others have, and that they're going to take a chance on these people despite them having less good scores or things like that, because they see something in them. And I totally am fine with that if you as an employer want to do that, but that's not DEI. DEI is coming down from companies. It is a process of initiatives to force more of this into those positions, not about just being open about it.
You can have all of that. You can have top-down initiatives to have a higher consideration of non-white applicants, right? And still not have a minimum requirement in the sense of a minimum quota, minimum percentage of here's how many we have to hire by default. So that's all I'm against. I'm saying
what it sounds like, and maybe I'm wrong here, but what it sounds like the problem is that what Scott's saying is that DEI is this package of initiatives, right? And then you're saying, well, I disagree with portions of this package, right? And the DEI I would like would be this, right? But
yeah,
what he's saying is that that's fine, and I may even agree with your new policy initiative, but that's not DEI as he sees it, right? Or at least is how
DEI is defined.
Yeah, so basically you're redefining it, and like, okay, that's fine.
Wait, hold on. But I don't understand. Show me a DEI definition. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. What the fuck is a DEI definition? Like one that says, oh, by the way, it has to be this percentage of people included. Like, doesn't make any sense. Please show me a DEI definition.
I guess talking about like the difference between affirmative action, like specifically where it's like affirmative action is like the actual like enforcement of it versus just like having a company or whatever that
is the initiative.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, like each
like
company
DEI.
is obviously going to subjectively define how DEI means to them. So I don't understand how that's allowed to be done, and I can't do that on my own. Like,
Okay.
obviously, I'm trying to say here are the standards of DEI that I'm against. One that has a minimum requirement for here's the certain percentage of population of this or X amount of
Okay,
group
okay, no,
has to
I
be
hear you.
inflated.
Okay, no, we'll just we'll throw the ball in
But that's
Scott's
like
court.
10% of what I want to
hear
say.
you.
He keeps interrupting every time I try to make that point.
Oh no, we've heard that. We actually have heard that point. Hold on. I'm
That's
saying
the point I'm
Scott,
saying.
stop
what
interrupting,
I'm saying,
Scott.
hold on, what I'm
The
about to
fuck?
say is that, hey, I'm going to put this back in Scott's court later on. He can present us with that definition, which you just asked for. Okay, right? Like if this is a set of specific policy proposals, then he can present that to us. But he will do that in a second because first we're going to get to Corey and we're going to Ali, right? Make sure we get these people in. We've been waiting patiently. All right, Corey.
No, bro, you can't do that when Lactoid and Faye, you've been talking uninterrupted for hella long, and I've been interrupted this whole time.
hell on,
I haven't
hold
said
on,
shit.
hold on,
Lactoid.
hold on,
Yeah,
hold on,
Lactoid,
hold
why
on,
you talk
hold
so
on,
fucking
hold
much?
on. Stop that right there. Stop it right there. Stop it right there. I fucking decide who talks. Stop it right there. And I told you we're running out of time, so I'm trying to respect everyone's time. I'm trying to move on. I recited your point. I made sure that it was understood. Right? And I'm saying, hey, like you asked a good question. Scott is going to have to reply to that later on to actually answer the question that you asked. But until then, we got to move on to these other people. Don't question me on this. Knock that shit off. You know I don't like it. Knock it off. All right, Corey.
Well, I think D10 is looking for a different DEI, DDI, if you will. But Lactoid. I think earlier
What's up, Corey?
you mentioned, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you mentioned something along the lines of, qualifications in the eye of like the beholder. Okay. And I agree with that assessment. We've gone back and forth in terms of like what is qualifications. And, I put it on the table, like people, generally speaking, are notoriously bad at analyzing candidates. Okay. And they used overall bad heuristics. They're notorious case. I think I'm no expert on football because I hate football and it's stupid, but I think Tom Brady is a great example. It's like, notoriously overlooked, and who would have ever predicted that'd be like the best football player of all time? I think he went like 100 plus in the draft. But so with that in mind, okay, a couple of follow-ups. So you would probably, let's say, agree, okay, that we have an election coming up, okay, where people are going to be voting, okay, for the next presidential candidate. And so even though there's both on the left and the right, okay, this happens, but I think it's fair to say that, religious conservatives, okay, it's a bad heuristic that they would not vote for someone who is not religious, as in atheist is like a non-starter for pretty much the vast majority of the United States of Americans, but I think fair to say also on religious conservative circles. Would you agree with that assessment? Like that's
don't
dumb.
think so. I don't think. I think it's pretty obvious that Trump's not all that religious, but yet he's been able to rally evangelical support like pretty
Because
strong.
okay, Christian. If he
Yeah,
says
he's a
if he says he's anything other than like it's assumed that he's Christian because he's a white
I'm
American.
gonna assume that they're all naive as fuck. Sure,
He's not even assumed Christian. He says he's Christian.
Yeah, like
I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying that like he's obviously not as Christian as these fucking evangelicals, right? These motherfuckers, they're going to church every month, every week.
He's still part of the team.
That's not what Corey
If he was a Muslim or
He's
an
part of the
atheist
team
or a Jew,
oh, for sure. That's fair enough. Yeah, if he was a Muslim, he'd be fucked. For
yeah,
sure.
if he was Muslim or atheist, like Corey said, yeah.
If he was an outspoken atheist, if he was like, yeah, fuck that God guy, yeah, he's out. I agree.
No.
So you agree?
That's not what an atheist would say.
Religious conservatives are using a bad heuristic.
That's all you'd have to say is like, hey, what religion? Oh, by the way, I'm an atheist. That's all you'd have to say. You don't have to say fuck that guy.
I think religion would be like very much like in the strictest definition a minimal qualification. Sure.
Yeah, but you would agree. I think you would agree that being outright atheist is an explicit disqualification.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you would agree that religious conservatives, on average, by a bad heuristic, bad analysis overall.
Is he explicitly an atheist? Am I missing your question?
No. But they're using the heuristic of like they put him in the religious camp, so to speak.
Oh, okay. Would I disagree with their heuristic of like religion being important? I personally would, because I don't find religion to be important.
And so let's say on that note, okay. So do you think in 2016? So I think you mentioned something about with VP, okay. You don't want a DEI pick, you want the best candidate, okay. And so do you think in 2016 Trump picked the best candidate for VP?
No. just to be clear, I think there's plenty of grounds to criticize both Trump and his VP picks.
Okay.
Both Mike Pence and JD Vance. And if you were to bring up the criticisms and say, I don't think he's good enough because of XYZ, I might agree with you that those are like negatives, but then I would have to counter those with positives. And if your belief was like, if you believe Trump is not qualified, I mean, I don't really like fault you all that much, right? Like I think that the benefits of him are not necessarily in his experience.
Yeah. But so then what?
Being a Christian is a good heuristic. It's a good heuristic for conservatives. I don't know why you would say it wasn't.
Well, no.
Because, I mean,
for me, it's not a good heuristic for voting.
Yeah,
for Christians,
it even
sure.
is for you. It even is for you because you have conservative values. If someone states that they're a Christian, right, you know that you can at the very least
You got your
strong
values
arm
from them
into maintaining conservative values. But if someone says, I'm an atheist, all of a sudden where their values are becomes something that you have to individually discriminate against and try and understand. But when someone is a religious conservative, you might not like some of the Christian nationalist rhetoric or things that they put in, but there's a whole bunch of other things like, are they going to be pro social emotional learning into to bring drag queen story hour into the school? Probably not if they say they're Christian, but if they say they're an atheist, all of a sudden I got to wonder whether or not they're going to be fucking pro drag queen story hour.
I don't disagree with you. Hold on. If all that I know about them is that they're atheist or not, I agree with you. But if I know one more piece of information, if I know that they are an atheist conservative, these are like the most base people on the planet, right? Because they're not afraid to shy away from the science.
I agree, but it's an easy heuristic for a lot of people. I don't think it's a bad one.
And so obviously we can't, mind read, but I'm curious, like how on 2016 when Trump picked Pence, like what do you speculate on his rationale for picking Pence?
To appeal to a voter demographic of like conservative Christians, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, and like so that heuristic is that any different from like Biden's pick for Harris? Or just like to pretty much appeal to a base?
It's not necessarily all that different. Look, I was the one.
No,
who
it's
said
totally
that,
different. One's an ideology, one's an immutable characteristic.
Hold on. But
you choose to be a Christian. You don't choose to be black.
Well, no. But it's not different in the sense of Corey's on the right path here. It's not different in the sense of here is something that's relatively unrelated to merit. In reality, arguably, it would be negatively related to merit, I guess, depending on your thought process. But like you're picking this person because of an appeal to a particular voting demographic. I was the one who said technically Sarah Palin was a DEI hire, which I would agree with. I think DEI is
Ghosty. Ghosty brought that shit up.
Right. Well, I was the one who said
he agreed with it.
I must have agreed with it because I definitely recall myself saying Sarah Palin was like a DEI hire.
Yeah, putting words in your mouth, you agreed with it.
Yeah, and I will agree with that now, definitively. If anybody ever challenges me, I'll agree with it. I think that she was arguably DEI hire. I think that they said that one of the major reasons why she was picked is because she's a woman. I think DEI is just like a category of we're picking you to appeal to a demographic, and it's related to race, gender, sexuality, et cetera, right? Being a Christian is not meritorious, like I don't think so. Like what does being a Christian get you in a candidate other than what?
Yeah,
right?
Okay. Sure, and we're gonna move on, Ali. But like you would also, and I think you already agreed to this last week that Joe Biden was a DEI hire, right? Correct.
If he was picked because he was a white man, yeah.
Okay,
for sure.
Well, he was picked because he was a white man. All right, fair enough. Thanks.
Well, no,
I just asked a quick question to Scott, but it's okay if
we gotta get to Ali. We have very little time.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh, reminds me of a quick question. So like Lacto, you're against affirmative action and people getting like these. Okay, wait. So then, wouldn't all the white people who got into Harvard over the Asian people? So if any Asian people were turned away because 8 white people got in, if the Asian people had higher scores, isn't that technically just affirmative action for white people?
So it would be. The problem is the amount of like white people that took seats from Asians is astronomically low compared to the amount of Black and Hispanic students that took seats from Asians.
Well, that's just because they say that, right? They say the Black people took those Asian seats, but what if it was just
like the numbers show that?
Yeah,
that's only because they took in like Black people at that time. But I'm saying if it was, I'm going to look in more. But I'm just saying if the test scores, because it's saying all the Asians have higher test scores than the whites, across America. It should stand to say that that no white people should get in over Asian people. All Asian applicants should have gotten in over all white applicants at that given time.
Wait,
And so
wait,
any
wait,
white
wait,
applicants that
no.
got in, that
Because there were some Asian applicants that had test scores lower than some of the white applicants. There were some Asian applicants that had lower test scores than the black applicants, right? This is how it's just a question of averages. So if your question is, well, what if we removed all affirmative action for black and Hispanic people, but we kept it for white people, lactoid, would you think that's fair? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If by removing all affirmative action, it led to a world in which only Asians got into college and the rest of us worked like blue collar jobs, that would be fair. That would be a good world.
Oh, sorry, Ali, did you have anything else there?
yeah, no, I'm done.
So, Scott, so Dream asked you a question earlier, right? Do you have some sort of official documentation or whatever that says DEI is a suite of packages that suite of policies that you have put forward previously?
If you look at McKinsey and Company's definition, which is going to be the biggest DEI kind of investor, their definition is, that they give, their explicit definition is going to be very similar to what D10 Dream stated, right? Diversity, equity, inclusion are three closely linked values held by many organizations that are working to be supportive of different groups of individuals, including people of different races, ethnicities, religions, abilities, genders, and sexual orientations. The problem is what is it in practice, right? So anytime you look at left-wing philosophy, you have to understand that, right? Like you have to understand that praxis, as as stated by Marx, is going to be the most. Don't roll your head. Like critical theory, literally a 101 sociology class, they'll tell you critical theory's founder is Marx. That he's the founding father of Marxism. Founding father of critical theory. And so like what happens is you have to understand that what it is in practice is what I described. Now, you as a company can say, oh, sure, we appreciate these things, but you're not going to get anything unless you can show those metrics. So McKinsey and Company, along with many others, are going to be investing on you based off of these things. You can also look at, let's say, AACSB for accreditation of schools, as well as we'll just leave it at business schools, right? They do have mandates. So there are DEI mandates in business schools so that you can get accreditations. You can look at other things like for counseling programs, right? You have KCREP accreditation. So whether or not you're licensed to be a counselor in America will go beyond just the state that you got it in, and you can actually go to another state and be a licensed counselor. You're almost certainly going to have to go to a KCREP accredited school. And in order for a school, let's say Liberty University, where I went, right, was KCREP accredited, you had to take diversity classes. We had to take multicultural competency courses. So there's part of it is a demand on education. Part of it is going to be a demand on outcome. Because even McKinsey and Company, that is like trying super hard to make it seem like this cheery and bright kind of thing.
He's saying exactly what I said, by the way.
In
their definition, they go, what other benefits can organizations realize from inclusion and diversity? And of their 5 key domains, number 5 is improving a company's global image and license to operate. Companies that can maintain or increase their focus on inclusion and diversity during crisis are poised to avoid consequences such as struggling to attract talent or losing customers and government support.
Sorry, that part's not important because it seems like
it is important, I think.
Sure. Okay. We only have limited time, so I'm trying to get through this quickly. So it seems like there is no like set policy, like this is DEI, right? I asked you for this, or Dream asked you for this,
right?
And then what you come back is with the definition from McKinsey, right? This neoliberal,
the biggest company,
like the blob.
Okay,
like,
Primecast, what's a millennial?
If you're not,
give me a millennial.
A millennial?
Define millennial.
Sorry, hold on.
90s,
Wait,
I believe.
So
No. It's really important.
No. I'm talking. No. I'm talking. Excuse me. So it sounded like when you were saying previously that DEI was set policies, right? And that like our friend Dream was redefining those policies. But even then, in your definition, you admit, like, oh yeah, well, these different companies have different interpretations.
No, Dream is separating the praxis.
You
You
just
can't-
happened, excuse me. You just happened to pick McKinsey. Okay, great, that's fine, right? McKinsey's a large
Why'd you pick them?
company.
Because they're the
I
biggest.
know, because it has its fingers everywhere. Great.
Mhm.
But our friend Dream was saying, hey, like I disagree with this version of DEI, and I like this version of DEI. But if there is not a set of practices that is universal, or at least maybe handed down by governmental law, that says this is exactly what this is, then of course it can redefine it, because any company can redefine it. Now you can say that, well, there's these accreditations that give you access to certain benefits. But okay, well, all Dream has to say is, well, I don't want those accreditations, or I'll make my own accreditation, or it doesn't even matter for the purposes of what I'm trying to do within my business realm. Like what he was asking for is with the definition of DEI, since you seem to be so set on it, but then there is no set definition on that, right? It's just what these companies want it to be.
No, the issue is that you cannot take something that stems from or is a part of a form of critical theory, right? So it'd be queer theory, critical race theory, critical, well, I mean, actually, you could just say critical theory in general, or you could say critical legal studies, etc. You cannot take these and devoid praxis as a part of the definition. It is explicit. If you grab, for example, an introduction to critical race theory, right? Any of the
Fabian,
volumes.
let's engage with
within
what
the
you just said,
very
Fabian.
first chapter.
Let's engage with what
No,
you
hold on.
just said.
I'm gonna.
Of
Yeah, let me
all
finish real
DEI practices, of all DEI hires, how many of them had the qualification or the requirement of a quota, right? If we're talking about praxis, right, that means of all DEI being practiced, of what percentage of all total like organizations or people doing this said that there's a quota, minimum percentages?
That's just not how this works. Like that's
Well, if
it's
the
a
vast
set of.
majority, but if the vast
Hold on,
majority
listen,
aren't
no.
having quotas,
No,
wouldn't you
you're-
say that the
you're
practice
trying to-
being involved?
You're trying to simplify. You're trying to simplify something into a practice that doesn't exist, right?
Okay, then why
So
are you so
DEI
confident in saying that the praxis is having quotas and percentages, and instead of whatever else it could be, right? Like I'm asking you, what evidence
right
suggests,
because
besides this one organization who happens to be the biggest, what about every
you're just
other organization?
you're just aggressively misunderstanding what I'm saying at this point.
My bad.
What I'm saying is
I didn't
this.
want to aggressively.
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this: is that critical theory, as it applies to businesses, as it applies to government positions, entails praxis. You cannot have a theory that is taught in and of itself. We can look at critical pedagogy, for example, and we can look at pedagogy of the oppressed by Palo, right? Which is the number one cited book in all of pedagogy and all of the social sciences, with the exception of psychology. There's a couple of books that, a couple of authors that have more, not any more books. So when they're trying to teach critical theory, it's about action. It's about conscientiation. It's about, bringing forward Freirean concepts that create conflict and then resolving those conflicts, resolving those contradictions, if you will, in such a way that they engage in a critical mind. Critical theory is always tied to praxis. It always requires action. What you're looking for is like one law or one thing that says, blacks make up 13% of, the population in America. Therefore, your company must have 13%. And it's not one thing and one specific quota. Instead, what it is a series of pressures that create those quotas internally, because without those pressures, that force and that driving force wouldn't be beneficial to the company. So there are going to be government loans, right? And there's going to be a quota on that loan, but that loan is only going to apply, let's say from like Small Business Authority, might come out with a loan that says, hey, we're going to give additional money. We're going to give taxpayer money towards black-owned businesses, right? It's another thing, right? If I'm Grubhub or I'm Uber Eats, right? Or I'm DoorDash, right? And you go on there, you'll see these are the black-owned businesses. And you're wondering, does does Grubhub love black people? Do they just love black people so much that they wanted you to know? Maybe. Or maybe it's because the fact that they do that changes their ESG score, changes how much investment they get, and makes them more money by trying to ham fist to you things that turn off a lot of people that wouldn't necessarily be profitable. So I do agree that there can be a culture that you as an individual employer have a desire to hire individuals and give people a chance that might not have had a chance in your eyes, and that's fine. But when we are talking about DEI, we are talking about a philosophical and social movement that is instantiated within government programs, within corporations, within hedge funds that push and pull all of these different levers and incentive structures that make it unprofitable for businesses to hire the best candidate for every position, but instead they need to balance hiring the best candidate with meeting different standards and different scores from these different companies so that they can maintain their fiduciary responsibility, which is a legal requirement. Because if they just say, fuck it, we're only going to hire the best person for the job, it's going to do bad things. And then all of a sudden the teachers union is coming after them because their stock went down because they didn't meet DEI initiatives. And all of a sudden this racist company that hired too many white programmers is getting sued because their stock went down because they didn't meet a DEI initiative.
So
like, it is a
what?
complex
So-
web of bullshit.
So
But
what?
the thing
like, sorry, you go first.
No, but the thing is, like, I keep hearing this thing about best candidate. What is best? It's an unfalsifiable claim to make, unless
It's subjective.
Unless you've what if making a claim that somebody did not hire what's best for the job is an unfalsifiable accusation to make, unless you have like internal emails saying, "Oh, I know that you're not the best, but I'm gonna hire them anyway." Like, unless you have that evidence, a smoking gun, it's an unfalsifiable claim to make. One, two. When it comes to the DEI thing that you've just stated about, like, it's a culture, so it's not.
Tyler
like
Fisher would be an example. Tyler Fisher, a comedian, has his agency on record, recorded phone calls saying that although he is an amazing fit and they get him into TV shows and advertising, their company can't represent white people at this time because it looks too bad on them to not be meeting certain DEI standards.
I get
That's
it.
an example of how they explicitly got rid of best
Yeah,
people
I
because
just said
of those
that.
standards.
You're including, I made sure to include that. Unless you have the smoking gun, it's an unfalsifiable claim. You had the smoking gun, so it's not unfalsifiable in that.
It's not unfalsifiable because you can look at it with simple statistics, right? If you have 100 candidates and then you add additional qualifications that reduce your candidate pool, it is statistically impossible that if you repeat this over and over again, you're not going to get rid of the best candidate. It's statistically impossible.
Dream, finish your response. Do you have anything else you want to say on it?
Yeah, of course. So I wanted to say that when you're talking about, hey, there's a quota in the cultural sense, meaning that, hey, we got to make sure that we have Black people or DEI people in our company in order to be, have a higher ESG score. I'm like, okay, cool. Now I feel like that's way more acceptable, right? But what's unacceptable, like I tried to explain in the beginning, was the hard quota, saying like you need to have this 6% or you need to have this whatever X percentage in order to be taken seriously, in order to have that's what I'm against. And that's what I was trying to explain from the beginning. It seems like
there's no difference between the two.
There is a difference.
There's no difference between a hard quota that says it
goodness.
must be 8% and then a fuck ton of different governmental loans and programs and investment strategies that push those same things that have the exact same outcome, which is that if you don't have enough, you're going to lose in these points and your business is going to suffer. And therefore you have to get rid of candidates that you otherwise would have hired.
There's a huge difference because what I'm okay with culture, right? Like dictating like social rules and having these social rules versus I'm against like these hard policies, right? Like it's the whole thing about what Jordan Peterson did in Canada, saying like, don't legislate my speech, right? He's okay with like speech evolving over time naturally amongst culture and socially, just like I am. I'm okay with people being like, hey, I'd rather go to the more diverse city. I'd rather go to the more diverse company.
I agree with you. That's not DEI.
That is what DEI could be, right? DEI could be a cultural shift within a company saying, hey, I want to be more diverse. I want to have a more equitable policy, and I want to have more inclusion, right? That is DEI. A company could say culturally, let's have a shift, right? And do it that way, not without having hard line policy. They just say, hey, let's change our focus. Let's change our initiatives to be more aligned with these goals, not a hard line saying we need a minimum requirement percentage. They need to be at least 30% ethnically Black or whatever, right? That's what I'm against. And I'm more of a cultural shift, a cultural preference.
So, okay.
Cool.
So, the last thing I want to say, and then we got to, because we're out of time, I can stick around afterwards in case anyone wants to respond to me. I don't give a fuck. Like, now, like, I actually was getting closer to Lactoids and Scott's shop because I thought they were making a few interesting points. But on that last bit that Scott gave, then it just threw all that away. I don't
Damn it,
give
Scott.
I don't give a damn that a business has pressures put upon it by like the environment outside of it. That's what a business environment is, right? Like these business environments are responding to different pressures, different interests, right? And trying to conform themselves within that environment to maximize their profit.
It's not the business environment.
Yes, I don't care. So that happens all the time. There's other.
You don't care about truth. Got
there's
it.
other. Great, that's fine. There's other problem pressures on businesses that says that hey, like, well, if you're a bank, well, you have to have a certain amount of cash on hand. Right? Now, could they run that business more efficiently without a certain amount of cash? Maybe, possibly, but they have that regulation that says you need this certain amount of cash. Or, hey, to do this audit, you need to hire this an accountant that has this level of accreditation, right? And that a person is going to come with a hefty price tag. But to do this audit properly, right, and for it to count, then you got to do this. These are the pressures that businesses have all the time, right? And so if you're saying, there's these certain set of policies out there in the ether that when you add them all up, right, equal, well, I guess I hire a few more of these people rather than a few more of those people. So what? The exact same thing that we see all in businesses across the board. Don't care.
It's not the exact same. What you're saying.
Hey, I will stick around.
Yes,
and if you can respond to me afterwards. I'm gonna get these people out of here first, and then I promise I'll stick around and we can talk some more. Okay. All right. So thanks everyone for being here. Much appreciated. I'm going to respect everyone's time since 11:30 is when this ends, and I don't want to hold people here. Thanks all for coming through. I hope you really enjoyed this. I'll enjoy this conversation. Most of it, parts of it. But thank you, Lactoid, for being here, friend. This was a lot of fun. I enjoyed fighting with you on the Trump thing and now this thing. This is really interesting. Thanks, friend.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it, Prime. Thank you so much for having me on. Thank you so much for letting me talk about how trash Kamala is and the Democratic Party and all the shit that's going on right now. Just to summarize, look, there needs to be a primary election. If the Democratic Party is going to claim to be any kind of democratic institution, there needs to be some kind of process here. They're not going to, because they're not really a democratic institution. They're a political machine. And, while I would like it to be different, even if I disagree with them on core issues, which I do, and even if there was a valid primary election, that wouldn't mean I'd vote for them. But I think it'd be good for them, actually. And I know personally, I think Wick would be one of them, actually, people who are involved in the DNC who very much would prefer there be a primary process because of there's people, including Wick himself. I'm not going to speak for him. You can ask him, but I'm pretty sure, if I'm recollecting correctly, there's people who feel as though their votes sort of being ignored, which I can empathize with. I think I can understand that. The last thing I wanted to follow up, I wanted to end with, just because I promised Fanatic that I would do this every time now. We had a debate on O.J. Simpson, and I said I'd bring up every time that he needs to give me evidence of EDTA or parts per that human beings can't handle EDTA in parts per million in their blood as opposed to parts per billion, and he's currently refused to do so. So I'm going to reiterate that challenge, Fanatic. Let me know when you have that source. I know you haven't provided it yet, but let me know when you do, and then I'll stop harassing you. If you liked what I had to say, you can find me at LikeToy TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
EDTA. Don't know what that is. Maybe you can tell me later on. Thank you.
I'll tell you in my closing.
Okay. Well, thank you. Scott, please.
Yeah, I am Scott from Fabian Liberty. I am an anarcho-capitalist. I am the final boss of libertarianism. Yeah, I had fun. It was a good conversation. I think politics is getting fucking crazy right now. The attempted assassination, the stepping down of Biden, the kind of undemocratic actions of the Democratic Party is kind of hilarious and ironic. But it is who knows what these next couple of months are going to have in store for us. I don't know what the fucking October surprise is going to be after these last 2 weeks. If you want to talk philosophy, especially political philosophy, grounded philosophy in the non-aggression principle, or some of my objectivist leanings, etc. Come check it out. Want to nerd out? Fabian Liberty on Twitter. I mostly just shit post because I'm shadow banned as fuck on Twitter. I don't really care. So I just kind of shit post at this point. If you want to come watch the streams, check it out on YouTube. If Twitch ever rescinds their fucking policy that you cannot be on a stream with someone if you've been banned, then I'll probably come back to Twitch because I do like Twitch. Even with all the whores on the front page, it is still one of the better programs in terms of like API and stuff like that. So I do miss Twitch, but I'm not going to go there and, get in trouble for saying something negative about queer theory because all I did was quote Gail Rubin or something and then not be allowed on any panels. So, follow me at YouTube for the time being and Twitter and, throw Rumble a follow too. Why not?
I'm guessing by the horrors on the front page, he means all the slatterns.
Yes, slatterns is. We need to bring back the term slatterns. All right,
it's a good
slattern
one.
is a perfect word to describe.
I use that day to
these.
day now.
Yeah,
yeah, because it's like some girls are not literally
in his client meeting. Slattern.
Whore is like too strong of a word for some of these things, right? Like some of them are just slatterns, and it's just below it. And it's
the best one is you look kind of slatterny today. That's a pretty good one too.
Boy. All right. Well, thank you for that. Corey, thanks also for stopping by, friend.
Yeah, this was something entertaining, to say the very least, and I think you got exactly what you wanted in that calm exchange of ideas. But EDTA is a metal chelator. It's used I've used it personally in research purposes, but it's often used in, let's say, as a food preservative. Basically, it binds metals and all that stuff. It's very often used, I imagine, for sure, but I have some idea. In the conversation about OJ, it was probably came up with like forensics and DNA analysis because it's often used for DNA it's used added to processing of DNA samples because there are things in the environment that degrade DNA, and EDTA prevents that degradation of DNA because it's a metal chelator, specifically of magnesium, and DNases require magnesium. But all that aside, this is always a pleasure, always grateful, always entertaining. I never take it for granted. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCampbell84. Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist, and I'm starting a new lecture series teaching biochemistry on my own Twitch stream to a fellow streamer. We're on lecture number 4 now, this coming Wednesday. But yeah, D10, Ghosty, Doobie, Ali, Fanatic, Scott, Lactoid, all's a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. And I love when we have
Corey.
experts on who can tell us these things. Much.
And actually, I haven't done the calculation, but probably humans can survive parts per million EDTA consumption.
Ooh.
I'll stay out of that. Aiko,
right.
Thank you for resub, and thank you, Naritas. I didn't thank you on stream. I didn't thank you. Thanks for the 5 subs that you gave previously. Much appreciated. Guys, support the channel. It would be fantastic if you did, so I can do more of this. If you like, having these people on to get annoyed at each other. Then if you like that aggravation, consider supporting the channel. Or if you're on YouTube, like becoming a member or gifting memberships, or what's the other thing? The super chats. Yeah, thank you. All right. Let's go to Ali because our friend Fanatic wants to be last. So Ali, thank you so much, friend.
Guys, it was a pleasure arguing with you today. I love coming here sometimes, especially in the politics panels, because I'm not the politics guy. I don't know too much, so to listen and to learn is very. I'm leaving
What
this
did you
country. I
learn?
think I've
What did
made
you
that
learn?
decision. I'm fucking off.
Go back to where you came from, bro.
Hey, Canada's
No.
just
Too much
upstream for you.
Too much war, and not enough money. I think I'm going to Spain.
What did
That's where I'm
you
gonna
learn?
go.
Could you tell me?
Huh?
What'd you learn today?
Oh, I learned that I'm going to Spain. That's what I learned.
Oh, okay.
And you know what? I learned that I want some credit in these little numbers and polls. You know, we get the Asians, the blacks, the whites. Where are the Arabs? Where's the Arab?
You're an
Where's the
Asian.
Arab considering?
You're
Yeah,
an
I know, but see, he said we're white. You say we're Asian.
The census says you're white.
It
Yeah,
depends
see,
what
that's the census that we're Caucasians, depending. See, I just want my own little categorical bubble, my own little check, because you know what? I feel like we deserve it. I feel like
Free the Middle
we've had enough
Easterners.
time to shine.
Yeah.
It depends what kind of Arab you are.
Literally, hold on, sociologic.
What up?
So like I worked for the census as a census field supervisor during the post enumeration survey. So I was in charge of the state of Virginia, and northern Tennessee, and a little bit of West Virginia. There is, dude, like you like you have race and then you have ethnicity category, like and the
Yeah, it's
ethnicity
Middle Eastern,
category
North
largely-
African. Yeah, we have it.
Well,
Yeah.
But I gotta
but
go.
they're not on the regular papers. The regular application papers, it's either Caucasian or white. You know, I get Caucasian or Asian. That's all the only choices I have.
Yep. All right. Let's.
You muted yourself.
cut
Alex.
out
You broke
again.
up.
You're muted and not last.
Oh, son of a gun. You know,
Yeah,
it doesn't
I
matter.
can hear you. Go ahead.
Peace. All right, look, I love you guys. I'm out. If ever I want to have a debate with you and I tell you to be informed, do more than just read the Wikipedia. That's all I'll say on that. Peace.
Okay. All right. Dream. Thank you.
And the sources that are linked within the Wikipedia. I just want to point that out.
Okay. Dream. Thank you for coming through.
Educated on what?
We
Would-
did.
To be
Have,
educated,
I'll
what do you need sources
I'll
to be
explain.
educated?
I'll explain
That
afterwards.
ones that
we
he
did-
won't provide.
We
Apparently,
did have a whole.
Yeah,
he's
those
gone.
ones.
Oh my God, guys, he's gone. Dream.
Of
Thanks for
course,
coming
because he
in.
can't handle the heat. He's got to
Oh,
leave the kitchen.
The yappers, the students and the degrees and university yapology over there. Anyways, I love the panel. It was cool. I think that they should have what do you call it? The debates. I think the debates would be useful, if not harmful. I think Kamala will still probably win. I really hope Michelle Obama would join in, but she's probably not doing that. She already did 8 years in that White House. She probably despises it. But I do think Michelle Obama being in would probably be like the highest, chance of winning against Trump. But Kamala, I still hope she wins. Yeah, I think the way to do it is to have like intensive debates for a month long. That way you have like as much time for the general debates as possible for 1 month, as many debates within a week, as many cities, as many coasts, for like maybe 3 debates a week for the primaries for 4 weeks, and like have like a America's Got Talent type of voting polling after
Text
every
it in.
debate.
Send
Yeah,
the text
exactly. Text it in for whatever, and that way we can have like a consistent like idea of who's winning, whatever, and have it be intensive and short enough for us to finally have a winner in the primary at the end of it, and then finally have like whatever, like how many months do we have left? Like 2. After that happens, to have like the general debates. I think that would be probably the best. I think, and then DEI can be manifested in multiple ways, and if it manifests in a cultural aspect where this is just the natural progression of culture and this is what people want culturally, and if it's so against the grain, then it would backfire culturally, and you can see the effects of that, or you don't. And if it is slightly against the grain, but a lot of people are more accepting than not, then you see a progressive change towards that aspect. I'm against hard DEI, meaning in the sense that it has to be a certain amount of percentages mandatorily, versus a soft DEI where it just so happens that the best opportunities go towards the ones that are more culturally aligned with a set of standards. That's what I'm okay with. That being said, thank you for having me on. I'm D1O Dream. I'm actually starting my own nonprofit soon to help young people get into the gaming and esports industry. As you can see, I'm wearing a Warriors Gaming Squad t-shirt, and I just partnered with the Warriors last week to do my very first event for a 2K tournament and an educational panel. And just finished my master's degree in public administration last week. So I'm going up and up. Let's go.
Hey, congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. That's awesome.
And I was a DEI applicant too. So.
Oh God.
Sorry.
Sorry. Sorry.
All right. So. All right. Well, we can toss that in the trash. But thank you. And we love to see people succeed here. So I'm glad your event went well, and I'm really glad that you managed to finish your degree. Okay. Next, Ghosty. Ghosty, thank you for coming through. This is a bit chaotic, but I don't know. This actually is not the worst it gets. But I hope you come back.
No, yeah, I'd love to come back. I always like being here. I was enjoying listening to the conversation, honestly. But I'm very curious about this OJ debate too, by the way. But
I advise everybody go to my YouTube and watch it in its entirety, and you will see why I'm so fucking upset. Okay, you will see. Sorry, go ahead.
okay. So as far as like the Kamala Harris, I don't know, I could like criticize her for her past and everything. Obviously sounds like a pretty bad record, which I've like heard of her, like that being her main criticism. She was like very tough on crime and unfair and did fucked up shit. So that's fair, but like as far as like her upcoming presidency, run for presidency, I guess, race for presidency, I don't know how much like that past record is actually going to affect her policies, upcoming policies and shit like that. And I was going to vote for Biden. I trusted, in like their policies and what they were doing, and I liked what they were doing. I think they've been doing good things. So I honestly don't see that big of a difference in voting for her versus Joe Biden. So I know she's very unpopular, but I just think the Democratic Party probably should just like move past that and see her as kind of one with like Joe versus, I don't know. But they seem to have very similar missions, honestly, in my opinion. But yeah, that's basically it.
Thank you. Yeah, and I really wish we could have talked more about the open convention thing, because I think I had a different opinion than many of you here. Which is unfortunately we didn't get to it, but it's okay. And last and honestly one of the best, my friend DB. Thank you for being here. I really enjoyed hearing what you had to say, especially on the Trump topic, Project 2025. Thank you, friend.
Yeah, I'd encourage you to read it. Not Project 2025.
And Agenda 47.
Yeah, Agenda 47.
Yeah.
Because actually, I think that. So I really, really dislike Trump, like a lot. But I think that Vance might actually be a reason for me to vote for him. But it really doesn't matter because I'm in California. But I hate the government enough that I think their plan to remove 100,000 bureaucrats, and just like the chaos that would cause and how it would require them to like rebuild, that actually might be enough for me to want to vote for him, to be honest with you. Just because I think the system right now as it is just fucked. I think the administrative class is shit. I think both parties are fucked. I think they need like a major reset. And I think that Trump is the one to do that, unfortunately.
We'll have to talk
Can
more
I
about
ask you
this
one
later.
thing? Can I
ask
ask
me
one
anything, of
thing?
course.
Like you said, you like really hate Trump, but
Yeah, I
you
do.
want to vote for Vance because then Trump will get to replace all these people that he wants to fire
I think the system needs to be shaken up, like at the core, right? And if he goes through with
and
his
replaced with
plan,
Trump's people though that you like really hate.
Trump's people, quote unquote, right? I think it's more likely there'll be people who are ideologically closer to JD Vance. Because I don't think Trump is like the idea guy. He's not the meat and potatoes guy, right? So it
I
just
mean, he
seems,
wants to be. I think,
but he's not. But he's not though. He never has been.
So, but
Yeah. So I just think that the entire system needs to be shaken up like heavily, and I don't think you get that with Kamala. I think with Kamala you get more of the same. With actually not even more of the same. I think worse than what we've had recently. Even with Trump, I fucking hate Trump. I'm sad he didn't die, but I think that would at least shake up the system.
I would say that, Twitch, please. But all right, so Reverie done. If you guys anyone wants to leave, feel free to bounce. I'll stay here for Scott to yell at me and tell me all my ideas are shit, as per usual. And but I'll stick around for a bit. But yeah, you can do whatever.
Yeah, I don't.
You want to hear me rant about O.J. Simpson?
You guys want to hear this real quick?
Hold on. Really
I'll rant about O.J. Simpson.
You got fucking destroyed.
Oh, go Doobie, go fuck yourself. You're trolling. Stop trolling me. Hey,
He's
stop
an intelligent guy. He has great rhetoric. You lost. I'm sorry. It's obvious.
Yeah, that's why he ended the debate an hour earlier, right? Fuck, Doobie.
You're embarrassing yourself. He did it.
I was embarrassing myself. He wanted to help me save face. That's what he wanted to do. He's a good guy, right?
Look,
I was so arrogant that I just couldn't see that. Fuck.
He had you in his best interests.
I feel bad for you.
How do you
realize how much you fucked up in that debate?
Listen,
how do you people have time to watch other people's streams while also making content and working and shit? Like, I don't know where the fuck. Do you guys sleep?
No.
I'm on the list. I'm super lazy and never work.
I work a full-time job, stream, and watch other people stream. Okay,
that's what I'm saying. Like that third one is so low on my priority. People are like, "Did you
and
watch
I motorcycle."
I'm like, "Fucking no."
Well,
like,
hold on. This proves Doobie's superiority, right? He's a millionaire. He's managed to do that while working. He works while he's on VC, right? Watching other streams. Go ahead.
Typically, so I think that I've got like some weird genetic thing. I don't know, but yeah. So I sleep way less than most people.
Same here.
Yeah. How often do you, how much are you sleeping a night, Scott?
Yeah, how many hours are you sleeping?
I mean, fucking like 6 or 7 hours.
Disgusting.
What do you do with all your time
over here? This is a fucking look at this guy.
I have family stuff. Listen, I have I'm not going to talk about how I make money. That's something I just kind of like don't.
Apparently sleeping
because sleeping 6 to 7 hours is not too much fucking sleep.
That's a lot of fucking hours, man. You're just wasting it, burning
Scott,
that.
Scott, I heard you.
I'm on a red pill podcast now where they're like, "Do you know how you succeed? I only get 4 hours of sleep. I never wake up before. I always get
you should continue for your brain health to continue to get more sleep. 6 to 7 is a good amount.
So I mean, look. I mean, like I have other stuff too. Like,
why should we listen to you, Corey?
I'm not going to talk about. I'm not going to have the internet find out too much information about me because I don't need that affecting how I make money. But I also have a nonverbal autistic son, and so like I'm at least twice a week I'm getting him from ABA therapy and watching him until his mother off work. And so I mean, like I'm doing other shit too. But like I still like I'm just like, how the fuck do you guys fit? Because like I'm not trying to be a dick, right? I'm not saying your content is bad. I'm not saying that in any way, shape, or form, right? But like the amount of information that I can gain in like a 3-hour debate, right, is like whilst also then doing another 3 or 4 hour debate. It's like I don't have 7 hours to do that.
You know me, Scott. Like I don't watch other people's content. I don't know anything that's happening at any point in time. So like you usually inform me.
You will be lost. That is wild. Like, I will tell you,
I need to clarify.
Be like
Prime runs a panel and knows nothing. I need to clarify.
So when Prime says you should check out Lactoid, he's got great content. That's a lie.
No, it's a truth.
It's an ad. It's an ad.
I need to quickly ask. Scott.
Hold on, very quick. Hold on. Just like hold on. Very quick.
Call me brother.
Just like Trump isn't necessarily lying, right? When he says that he doesn't really know the people involved and he's only got a cursory thing. Prime Kai is in the same situation. Is not necessarily a liar by saying it's good content. It is good content, regardless of whether or not he watches all of it. It still doesn't make it a lie about whether or not it is or isn't good content.
Still lucky I've had this much wine.
Half of it is my content, so I'd be like,
I think it's more like 80%, 90%.
You're so.
I was trying to back
lucky.
you up, Lactoid. Go ahead.
Well, okay. Yeah. I've heard that you hold not as crazy as what Fanatic believes. You think OJ's son actually did it? Is that a meme? Please tell me that's a meme.
No, that's Scott.
I mean, I haven't looked massively into the case, but yeah, that is my opinion.
Is that what
son.
the
Okay.
other guy believes?
No, the
Yeah.
other guy believes something even crazier. So let me be clear here. I read through the whole Wikipedia and all the sources linked. I created an Obsidian in which I specifically cited all the sources, laid out all the DNA evidence, and I have it all in my Obsidian. I will share it with anybody who wants to take a look at it. I have the DNA evidence listed out, and it is obvious from any reasonable point of view that O.J. Simpson fucking did it. When I confronted,
Obviously.
obviously he murdered Nicole
What
Brown
evidence?
and Goldstein.
And I'm genuinely asking this: what evidence points to OJ that would not also potentially point to his son? Is there any evidence?
Yes. So the DNA evidence. There's a number of there's a lot of evidence, right? But the DNA evidence specifically is critical. I understand that some people might believe that if you have your son, the DNA evidence might be the same. The problem is that's not actually true, right? There could be some similarities between your DNA and your kid's DNA by roughly half, but there was so much fucking DNA evidence in this. Okay, there was so much DNA evidence in this case. So let me give you an example. This is some stuff that I have written down. Simpson's DNA found on blood drops next to the bloody footprints near the victims of the Bundy crime scene. The prosecution estimated the probability of error was 1 in 9.7 billion. Simpson's DNA found in a trail of blood drops leading away from the victims towards and on the back gate at Bundy. The prosecution stated the probability of error was 1 in 200. Simpson, Goldman's, and Brown's DNA found on blood on the outside of the door and inside Simpson's Bronco. Literally, Simpson and Goldman, the two people murdered, their DNA was found on the inside of Simpson's car, the Bronco. The prosecution stated the probability of error was 1 in 21 billion. Simpson's DNA found on blood drops leading from the area where his Bronco was parked at his home to the front door. Simpson and Brown's and Goldman's DNA on a bloody glove found behind his house. Simpson and Brown's DNA found on blood on a pair of his socks in his bedroom. The prosecution stated the probability of error was 1 in 6.8 billion. Not a single one of this DNA, none of this DNA evidence, none of it was rebutted by the defense. Not a single piece. All
Right, so
literally, it was just diverted.
My question is: would that DNA not also, especially specifically at the time that the trial was going, not differentiate between him and his son?
But it's in his house.
It would.
It's in his car.
It would. First of all, yeah.
His son was also living in this house.
No,
That's the thing.
His son is not. His son has different DNA than him.
You know, I know.
Right,
I'm
but
just
at the
stating
time,
that that's
at
yeah.
I
the
don't think his son
time,
did live
the
with
DNA
OJ. I don't think his son
at
did
the
live with
time,
OJ.
the DNA evidence, right? At the time, the DNA testing that was done in the case would not differentiate between him and his son.
This is a common
Modern
misconception.
DNA testing would.
No. This is a common misconception. So
Has it been tested recently
Yeah,
to
so
differentiate between the two of them? To
No.
discriminate, I mean?
No. So DNA evidence was it was not particularly well known, which the defense very expertly took advantage of the jury in explaining it. But DNA evidence at the time was still relatively accurate, right? And so when you have consistent DNA evidence leading to OJ, not his son, who has different DNA, when you have OJ Simpson, his DNA specifically matching all of these specific things, literally from the area of the crime scene to the back gate, their DNA in his car leading back to his house, their DNA
I'm not
and his
interested in the
DNA.
location.
Well,
I'm
the
not
reason
interested
why
in the location.
Well, okay. Well, the reason for location.
I'm interested only in one factor: is at the time that it was taken, and of the evidence that we currently have as well, was that specific DNA evidence and the way that they processed it and did the tests at the time able to discriminate between his own blood and his father's blood?
Almost
'Cause
certainly.
Almost certainly. I think that's the best answer for this. Almost certainly, because again,
Because
like
the last time I read up on it,
we have
like I said, I didn't do a deep dive like you did. I'm not that married. I don't really care about the OJ trial.
Right. But again, like one in 9.7 billion was the probability of error for Simpson's, because Simpson cut his hand on the gate when he was leaving. So his blood was found there. The probability was estimated by forensic scientists to be about 1 in 9.7 billion probability of error. Now you're right.
I'm
I can't
not
rule
interested
out
in the probability of error. I'm saying, does that blood unequivocally match him and not match his son?
I'll have to agree with Corey here that it's almost certainly.
The odds
right,
are
again.
Go ahead,
So,
Scott.
so did they test like the sun and say like looking at this has a better match, the son's DNA, or the father's DNA than the son's DNA to this piece of evidence?
There's no evidence the son was there. You said the son lived there. I'm not seeing that anywhere. I don't think the son lived at his house.
So the evidence.
They were separated, and he lived with Nicole. Like she had the kids. Yeah.
Yeah, the kid lived with the
so-
murder victim.
He had a room.
Right,
Okay.
So here's the
okay,
thing.
I was-
Let's say, and this is why it's critical that we be able to answer. This.
Critical theory.
No, that's not. That's not.
I'm joking.
I know. But I need to make it clear, right? This is why it's critical. Like I'm not married to it. I don't really care that much, right? But the last time that I did a cursory look at it, there were claims that were made by God, I can't remember the dude's name, but he wrote like a whole book about it. And then there were other about why he believed that was a theory. And the claim was, and this could totally be a false claim, but that the testing at the time and the way that the testing was conducted would absolutely have been a positive match for OJ and would have put out everything, but that it would also have matched his son. Because the markers they were looking for would be shared between the two of them or could potentially be shared. And bitch,
No,
stop
again,
shaking your head.
as somebody who read through the whole Wikipedia and the links, like all of the forensic experts, all of the DNA experts, they're all saying like the likelihood of this being a false match to O.J. Simpson himself was astronomically improbable. And not
but
only
that's not really what we're talking
That's not
about.
what they're asking.
no. So
That's
you're
not
saying,
what I'm saying is that it wouldn't be a
OJ
false
himself. No, it would be a false match if it was to his kid. What they're saying is that the likelihood of it being to anybody else, including his kid, would be astronomically low. We're talking one in
Okay, if
billions.
that is what they're saying, that's fine. If that is what they're saying, it's fine. Now, again, I'm not fucking married to it. The only reason I said that is that my theory at the time, again, I'm not married to this theory or whatever. I mostly say it as a meme. But from what but there was a part of me that was like, I don't know, maybe, right? And if that DNA evidence absolutely doesn't match his son, then it doesn't matter. But my idea was trying to understand all of the other relevant evidence. Is that like the hat that they were looking at was worn by his son, right?
No.
That there's pictures of him. I've seen the pictures where he's
you may have seen pictures, but again, I've looked through the evidence and like all the clothing.
Will you stop being so fucking mad? Like I'm arguing against.
I'm so mad. Listen, motherfucker, everything you're saying is just wrong.
No, I'm not.
Oh, wasn't there another guy involved too?
Oh my God!
Stabbed to death.
No.
Yes.
I thought there was somebody else.
Goldman.
They speculate that like helped OJ do it though. There was like a second person who drove the car, and his evidence was like, why would he be with the son too?
So the what I had seen right is that his son went into a mental institution. He wrote about how he wrote after the murder that this is the year of the knife where I solved problems with a knife when he was writing a poem about stabbing people. He left the state the moment that the murder occurred when OJ was doing this crazy fucking chase. The first thing OJ asked for was not for a lawyer for himself, but to make sure his son had a lawyer, right? That he left the state with a different vehicle and put it in storage for years and police never checked up on it. There was all of these other things where it's like, can it be? And if you're saying, hey, look, the DNA evidence absolutely 100% says that this is OJ's blood and not his son's blood, then yeah, fucking, I don't care about all this other little circumstantial shit when the DNA evidence points 100% to him. I'm not married to it. That's why I was asking the critical question is could some of this, or, the ones that were at the crime, that were actively involved in the crime be that? Because when I saw that evidence, I was like, oh, maybe his son killed her and then killed them. And then OJ showed up to help him cover up the crime. Right, like OJ was like, "Holy fuck! Like I got to protect my son in this situation." Did the chase? He cut his hand on the gate potentially. He covered up the crime, but that his son might have been the one that committed the actual crime.
Well, there were also boot prints
my hypothesis
too. There's also boot prints too with OJ's shoes.
Wait.
His son's like the same. Did he wear his dad's shoes that
none
day?
Of his kids. There's there's no evidence that his kid was involved at all. Now, if we want to go into pure speculation, I can't definitively 100%.
That's where I'm at is all speculation.
Hold on. Scott. Just in the same way I can't 100% disprove God, I cannot 100% disprove that his son didn't do it. It's
Well,
yeah, of course.
theoretically, it is equally likely that that there's evidence for God as there is evidence that his son did it. I will say that. All of the evidence in the entire fucking Wikipedia and all of the sources linked, okay? Which Fanatic doesn't like that I read the whole thing. He says that's not enough because he heard Cochran's, his mom told him, this is why I was saying, making so many like references to this. He told me that he learned about the trial because his mom read the Johnny Cochran book and was telling him about how OJ was set up and that he watched parts of the trial and that's how he knows that he was set up. When I read the entire Wikipedia and all the sources, didn't do enough research.
That pisses me off
That's
so
fucking
much.
wild.
It is.
That's
And
wild.
by the way, you can go. I'm not even fucking exaggerating. You can go watch the whole thing's on my YouTube channel. Which, by the way, Fanatic didn't post our debate on his YouTube, but he did post a debate 3 days ago with somebody else about the OJ trial for some reason. Somebody who didn't confront him with these facts. I don't know why. It's kind of bizarre. Anyway, so not only is the DNA evidence like overwhelming that Simpson did it, we also have fibers from Simpson's gloves, the same ones found in his house. We have those fibers found at the crime scene. We have not only a blue hat that had hair consistent with Simpson, but it also there was also a dark blue shirt whose clothing fibers were found on both victims and were also similar to a shirt that O.J. Simpson had on earlier that night. Like he owned the Ford Bronco, obviously. And there's a shoe print analysis that determined that like it was the exact same kind of shoe that Simpson would wear, same size and everything. So we have, again, like motivation, we have the shoe size, we have fibers, we have the DNA evidence. He tried to run from the cops in a police chase. And he didn't do it because the LAPD is racist?
No, he didn't do it because he knew that his son did that shit.
God
And he
damn it,
covered it
Scott.
up and he was running from the cops.
Yeah,
No.
Right? And all that
let me
DNA
help you out,
evidence
let
is
me
from
help-
when he got
No,
covering up.
so that DNA evidence thing is like, yeah. So I don't know for sure. Okay, and like I don't expect you
Kosey's
to.
just like, I'm fucking out on the OJ thing. I'm done.
I don't expect you to know, Lacto, because it's getting really into the weeds. But if you happen to know like how they specifically like sequence the DNA or like process those DNA samples, like that might be. But I can speculate, okay, where I sort of assume that they either do like I did like a southern blot or some sort of traditional like old sequencing technique, okay, where even then, okay, like and these techniques go back to like mid 70s and the OJ trial was like mid 90s, okay, so these are like
Mid 90s, yeah.
yeah. And so if in fact they use either whatever southern blot or like old
Someone in my
style
chat just
sequencing.
said DEI is what let OJ go.
Unironically, it was appealing that the LAPD was racist. I'm not kidding. That was the only reason why he got off.
But so if it was
I'm outta
those,
here, fellas.
probably take care of
Sorry,
it.
Corey.
That's okay, no problem. It really is like analogous to like they're recreating like a DNA fingerprint. That's why they're probably giving odds. It's like the odds, like what are the odds of this person, this location has the exact same fingerprint, okay, as O.J. Simpson. Okay, you can have in the mid 90s. That's totally feasible to pretty much recreate that at a DNA level. Of like this is just so unbelievably unlikely to the billion levels. As in, unless we know that there's an identical twin of O.J. Simpson around or a clone. Is just like so astronomically unlikely that you can totally, it's easily to tease out.
Astronomically.
Yeah.
No, you're right, and this is like the thing I keep asking Fanatic for, which is evidence that because the argument presented by the defense at trial, which again it was actually explicitly false.
Gish galloping. Bro.
One of the experts, which by the way, as an attorney, I can tell you, you can find anybody to say anything at the stand, right? That's the whole point of an expert. I'm sorry. But they brought on an expert, the defense, because we had some of the best legal minds ever on this defense team. They were incredibly smart. And this expert said, actually, so EDTA, which is a preservative, they were saying, obviously the blood was planted by the LAPD because it had EDTA in parts per million. And if the EDTA had been found in parts per billion, it can only be found in blood in parts per billion. If it was found in parts per million in blood, that person would be dead. It was obviously what the reason why it was in parts per million is because they use blood in test tubes that they put EDTA in order to preserve it, so they could throw OJ's blood on the crime scene and implicate him because they're racist. Literally the defense's defense at that point. The problem is their expert was literally fact checked. And the source that he was citing that said that parts per million will kill you said specifically that human beings can actually survive with parts per million. In fact, it's not unheard of for people to get EDTA in their blood and parts per million if they eat food with preservatives in it, like McDonald's, like OJ ate earlier that night. Specifically, right? If you eat preservative-laden food, your EDTA in your blood can spike to parts per million. And OJ Simpson was documented eating McDonald's, a highly preservative food, earlier that night. And the explicit claim that, oh, human beings can't survive EDTA in parts per million, that was factually incorrect. And I asked him, can you link me one source that indicates that EDTA, a human being cannot survive EDTA in parts per million? He can't do it. He can't do it. Scott, why can't you do it, Scott?
Real quick. Can we just marinate on the fact that this man ate McDonald's right before he murdered these people? Can we like you're ready to murder somebody and you're like, first, I got to get a double cheeseburger.
He was hungry. You got to build up the energy.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's so why if I eat McDonald's, that shit knocks me out. You know what I mean? Like that shit. I'm not
really built different. He
You know what I mean? Like,
ran
I'm
all those
tired.
fucking touchdowns, dude. Like he obviously was built different, right? He ate some McDonald's and was ready to do some business.
He's ready to do some business. Like, it's just wild to me that you're like, before I go murder somebody, you know, not knowing it's going to be two people, obviously. Before I go murder somebody, you know what I mean? Like, I'm building up an appetite thinking about murdering this bitch. Let me get
but just to be clear, this is why I'm so frustrated with this, because I have all the evidence.
Got a carbo load before the big game.
All the evidence that I brought up to you guys, the DNA evidence, the fiber evidence, the footprint evidence, etc. The evidence, the testimony from the guy himself. I literally fucking found the 1995 fucking testimony in court. I found it of the dude who testified as to the EDTA, and I pulled the source that he was referring to, and I found the source. It was an obscure EPA source referencing a British study. And it literally stated the opposite of what the expert was testifying to. And I presented all of it to Fanatic. And he just fucking ignored it. He ignored it, and then he muted me, and then he ended the stream an hour early. And look, if that was the end of it, if he wasn't like pushing this conspiracy theory anymore, like I would still harass him for it because obviously or whatever. But like, I wouldn't be as upset. 3 days ago, he posted a video of him arguing with someone who's uneducated on this about O.J. Simpson. He's still pushing this narrative that O.J. Simpson was innocent. And I don't know. That seems a little bit shitty when two people got murdered and you're just ignoring the evidence, right? I mean, a woman got killed. I don't fucking know. I mean, doesn't the truth matter here with these kind of stakes?
Fair. I agree with you.
No, he's a critical race theorist. The truth doesn't fucking matter.
He said I didn't do enough research because I read the Wikipedia and all the sources it contained. Prime, if I read the whole Wikipedia on a subject and I read all the sources contained within that Wikipedia, and I found the 1995 testimony, let's say, of a specific person involved in the controversy, would you say, Lactoid, you might be a little bit more informed than the average bear?
I would say that, friend. I would certainly say that. Yes.
I just love that.
I'm not letting this go. I'm not letting this go. I will never let this go.
We confirmed that you can read that, though.
Yes, I will. I'm serious. I will never let this go.
Yeah.
Unless I will tell you the conditions for me letting it go. If he apologizes to Nicole Brown's family, I will let it go. If he says Nicole Brown's family, I apologize. I will never do it again. He doesn't have to apologize to me. He can say, Lactoid, fuck you. But Nicole Brown's family, I apologize.
Does he have to does he have to post a video, or can he just say, I apologize in private?
Either. No. He has to say it publicly, whether it be on Twitter or on a video. He has to apologize to Nicole Brown's family. If he does that,
okay, publicly is a little better.
I will drop it. I will never bring it up again.
Because in my head, I was imagining them getting a letter from being like, oh,
No,
there's a letter.
I'm
Where
not going to
did this
require that.
letter come from? And then open it up, and it's like, I vehemently believed in OJ, and here are all the reasons why. But you know what? I'm sorry, and I've changed my mind. And them just being like, what the fuck, man?
Signed
Can I
phonetic.
just?
I
can
don't think that's
just
any
fucking-
crazier than anything they actually get in the mail. Of that family.
Probably
honestly.
not.
Yeah.
That's probably yeah. They probably get some wild. I imagine they get shit all the time from like racists. You know, like I imagine every couple of months they get something in the mail. It's like, you white bitch, blah, blah, you know, like fucking.
Yeah, people on both sides, I think, like have their thoughts, and fair enough. Yeah.
Oh, but,
Well,
but,
I would
one
assume
more thing.
people that think OJ's guilty probably don't write horrifically derogatory letters to them specifically. Like,
I want to say one thing. Literally, in order to prove that EDTA can be found in parts per million in somebody's blood and they can still be alive, one of the prosecutors took a sample of their own blood and presented it to the lab, and it tested for EDTA in parts per million because he had eaten.
that's not good enough for me.
Because he ate fast food before.
I need us to resurrect from the dead the guy that did that Super Size Me documentary, so that I can see unequivocally that McDonald's causes EDTA level.
That's Morgan Spurlock. Yeah. Interesting.
Well, EDTA is even used as a legit medical therapy, as in like to extract excess metal from people's blood. I don't know
It's
what
put in
concentration.
people.
Yeah, I don't know what
like
concentration they use.
Like when Avatar Korra like got poisoned, all she needed was some McDonald's, and it would help poop out all of the metallic poison.
Well,
I did this too, Corey. I actually did this too. I literally I took like what the average amount of EDTA you use for like to inject somebody with when you're doing like a blood transfusion, and then I calculated that by like the volume of somebody's blood that they have, and it came out to parts per million.
That's why I said it. I have another count, but
How
probably.
far are you willing to go on this? Are you willing to do a blood draw on stream
Yes,
after eating McDonald's?
Yes.
And have
I will.
Corey come over and test your blood.
I'll live stream the entire.
If we can arrange it.
Actually, you go to Corey's lab so that it's in a safe environment, and just Corey, don't tell anybody at the university you're doing this. All right, we're gonna go into a clean room, and we're on stream. You're gonna eat McDonald's and then have your blood test.
Yeah,
look, that would be amazing.
I'm open. I'm open to doing it. Like if I could do it,
that would be the best content
I'll look
ever
into
think
it.
of.
No, I'm going to look into it actually. Now that you mentioned, that's a good idea.
Can you imagine posting that YouTube video of you in a clean room having your blood tested for EDTA after eating McDonald's?
I'm very much imagining it right now. I'm going to look into it.
That's the most viral video I can think of.
I'll ask my doctor. I got an app that I use for my doctor. I will ask him if I can get my EDTA tested, and then I will eat a fuck ton of McDonald's beforehand, and I'll get my EDTA tested, and I'll present the results on stream. Yeah, I'm not gonna pull a fucking boogie, okay? Like if I can make this work, I have to see if my insurance covers EDTA testing. But if it does, I will do it for sure.
Lactoid,
probably not that expensive.
You're amazing, and I love you so much. I think you're great. I really do. That's amazing. And I would watch it. I check that out.
It'd be weird, wouldn't it? It'd be fucking weird, but it would be interesting.
All right. Well, that was the thing. Scott, did you want to yell at me about anything before I leave?
I mean, I don't want to yell at you about anything. I think it's funny that were you serious in your closing remarks that you were coming towards Lactoid and Mai's position in DEI?
No, actually, 100%.
Okay. So, but then you changed your mind because I described Leviathan socialism and how our economic model is going towards fascism, and then you unironically supported fascistic tendencies in the market where the state and the World Economic Forum,
don't you remember saying all this word for word?
Exert pressure on these companies that it's okay so long as it's not an explicit specific law, right? Because I find that to be crazy that you endorsed fascism on your stream, unironically, and that like I find that crazy. But I don't need to yell at you.
Well, I have a question for you, Scott. Although it's unrelated. Although Prime wants to respond, that means go.
If you have a question for Scott, maybe you should go first, and then.
It's sort of well, so like I think you're in your opening statement, okay, today, yeah, I think you characterized
Yesterday.
Sure, fair, yeah, technically, yeah, you're right. You characterize pretty much the Democratic Party as undemocratic, which I don't necessarily disagree with. Okay, there are clear problems there, and I think you brought up, one of the issues of like, Joe Biden refused to debate. So I'm curious, do you think Trump should have debated like Nikki Haley? Do you think it was like, let's say, cowardly to dodge all the debates for the RNC?
I don't know that cowardly is the right word.
Do you think it's undemocratic in that sense then?
Well, yeah, I don't value democracy, right? So like I don't really
So okay,
care
yeah, sure,
whether or
yeah,
not-
sure. That's fair enough.
I personally don't value democracy. My issue is if you are someone that deeply values democracy and you are someone that keeps talking over and over again online about how Trump is a threat to our democracy, and then I think it's kind of sad to a certain degree that you are a supporter of the Democratic Party, the supporter of the DNC, someone that quote unquote believes in democracy, and you haven't had a Democratic primary since 2008.
Okay, so well then, do you think, let's say on Trump's part, personally, do you think it was undemocratic of him to refuse to debate?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely undemocratic to refuse to debate in that regard. But I don't. But again, I don't value.
I know you don't value it.
Value it. Yeah. So it's like I don't really care, right?
No. Well, yeah, I understand. But
I mean, like my biggest problem is like this concept of like, I mean, like democracy isn't necessarily a contradiction, right? But saying that the people you elect in a democracy are representing the will of the people is right, because people have individual differences of opinion, and you can't represent the will of contradictory. You can't represent contradictory wills. It's not possible, right? So it's fine to. I mean, it's not fine. I think it's aggressive, but it's not illogical to say that you personally value democracy, but to say that democracy is representative of the will of the people is just a contradiction. It's not possible for a candidate to represent the will of the people. They can only represent individuals that desire those outcomes, not those that disagree. I mean, I guess it would technically be possible if like we became a hive mind and everyone always agreed.
Like the board.
So long as humans
one day
have differences, right? Like so long as some are smarter, some are stronger, some are taller, like so long as we have individual differences. And so long as we have subjective value, right? Which is to say that like, we have an order of things that we value, right? Like some of us like tennis more than football and vice versa. Then yeah, it is statistically impossible. Especially in a country of 350 million people, right? Like in a voluntary society, that wouldn't be the case because, you would opt out of the society in some regard, but you can't have an involuntary system of 350 million people and then represent their collective will. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I mentioned last week that I'm sympathetic. I'm not the most pro democracy person, or I'm sympathetic to undemocratic philosophies.
But yeah, anyway, I was gonna say I liked not liked but what Lactoid was saying previously about the college admissions. I haven't looked at that paper myself, but I know Lactoid does his best to put things out honestly.
Everybody look at it, and if I in any way misstated anything, please correct me.
Yeah,
because
I know.
I've reviewed it.
Like I said, like I know you do your best when you're presenting these things. But it seemed to make sense, like the way that data was presented. So I didn't think like everyone else was like questioning the way the data was presented, but it seemed like it made sense to me. So that's fine. And like I can see how, specifically when we're talking about higher education, that like there could be some honest concerns there, right? Since it's the gateway for people to get into all these other things. But I was saying that like I don't care about the pressures that businesses have to face in terms of like hiring, right? It's not like
Why?
1 second. One second. Our friend here has joined us.
What's
Hey,
up,
kids.
Admiral Gibbs?
How y'all doing? Y'all surviving, thriving?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm surviving.
He was
So-
on a boat party and was having a good time.
I was.
Apparently a lot of hot women.
Gibbs, why aren't you partying with the women that I saw on Twitter? Why are you on here with us?
They're
sweating?
they're in the other room.
They're in the other room, and you're here with us. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's
Yo,
these
Admiral
are
Gibbs-
these are
Admiral
these are
Gibbs-
options.
Admiral Gibbs pulls. Like I had to
He
do a public
does!
apology.
Yeah.
Admiral Gibbs pulls. You know,
But like he does the most impressive thing, which like he pulls and then makes them wait in the other room while he gets on stream and talks to us.
that's his masculinity. That's why he
Listen,
pulls, because he's a
listen,
fucking man.
I'm not
He says,
saying
"Look,
it's
I'll be back
toxic,
later."
but it's definitely toxic. I don't know for sure. I
Well,
can't tell you how to give a good relationship, but I can tell you how to have a real fun time.
How to have many relationships. Yeah.
Relationships.
Thank you, friend. But yeah, to Scott. Yeah, so like I don't care about these pressures. Are you gone?
Oh,
There you
I'm
go.
back. I don't know what happened.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go. Yeah. So I don't care about these particular pressures, right? And that they
Mhm.
may
Or your
make
garbage
a
rate.
business necessarily inefficient. I mean, the businesses have these pressures all the time. It seems like the heart of what you were saying is that you don't like regulations, which is we know we're very much aware of that. But it from part of your comments, it was like, well, the long-term effects of this is that this business is less efficient because you haven't hired the best people, while also acknowledging later on in other parts of your comments that that's not necessarily how recruitment happens, right? You'll maybe get a person who's meets the minimum qualifications, but there are other reasons why they hire them any which way. So to me, taking into account a person's race and gender as just another of those requirements is fine. Like I don't think I don't even believe that the loss in if there even is a loss in efficiency, that it's some fatal thing, and over time we'll have positive effects. So I'm fine with this piece of regulation.
Okay,
If the
so
word
let's
regulation.
break this down.
Go ahead.
Let's break this down. So first and foremost,
Real quick,
You
wait, before you go,
believe-
what are you talking about right this second, just so I know what we're talking about?
diversity,
DEI.
equity, inclusion.
Oh, so we're talking about the DEI vice president. Got it.
Sort of. We
Thank
were,
you,
but
Gibbs.
We're talking.
I
specifically in the
gotta
company context.
bounce as well. I gotta work tomorrow. Fucking
Yeah,
bullshit.
buddy.
I know. Love you guys.
Bye.
Thank you. Catch you
Fair
Always a
enough,
pleasure,
fair
Electro.
enough.
Take care.
So let's start from the ground. So you believe you were coming around to the idea that it would be a bridge too far for, let's say, America to say every company must be represented by, let's say, 8% Black people, right? Because the current population is 13, so you need a minimum of 8%. That would be a bridge too far, correct?
Well, I didn't say that. I was specifically talking about colleges, and I could see how that the policies that Lactoid was describing, or at least the outcomes that he was describing, would be unfair, and particularly pernicious in that realm. But
All right. So what percentage would, let's say, instead of it going from like 1,300 Asians to 4,000 Asians, it went from 1,300 Asians to 2,000 Asians. Is it because it's too much? Is that what your issue is? Is it you're okay with pressures and philosophical pressures that take individual Asians that would have made it into Harvard, but now they can't go to Harvard? You're okay with some Asians being discriminated against by DEI practices,
no.
but not too much of it?
No, friend. So what I'm saying is that I was getting closer to your position on schooling, but like specifically on corporations is where I was disagreeing. So I don't know why we were going back to Harvard.
Why?
Right. So because
Well, I'm trying to
Sure.
figure out the difference, like why you're okay with with discrimination in, let's say, someone getting a job, someone having finances, someone being able to feed their family, buy a new house, go on vacation, live out the American dream versus the earlier version of that, which is getting a good degree. Why is it that there is a difference between racial practices that discriminate against certain people from being able to live out the dream of going to Harvard is not okay, but it is okay when those same pressures are forced onto corporations and companies for, let's say, the best positions in coding, for example, like a full stack coding position, where they're kind of forced to get a job that pays $30,000-$40,000 less, because they're working at a different company because they don't get that great job, versus an Asian that's kind of forced to go to UCLA instead of Harvard. Why is one okay but the other isn't?
I'm actually becoming more okay with it now that I'm thinking it over again. But ignoring that for a second, I don't think that when the hiring process equals, I reject the idea that the hiring process equals the best person. I went into like a lot of detail on this last week, I think, is when we talked about it. But yeah, I think that hiring process equals the best person, and that necessarily you've
Neither
lost. Okay, yeah, that necessarily you've lost that. If you introduce other requirements into this, and I would say that often, I won't go that far.
You don't lose the best person. You lose what it is that you value as an employer and as a hiring manager. Like, you have values, right? And those values are tested in the market, right? Like, so let's say company A and company B, has, with no external pressure whatsoever, right? Company A decides they want more Black people because they believe that is a cultural enrichment to the company, and that's going to give them insights based upon their unique experiences that they wouldn't get from only hiring like the whites and Asians. And company B is looking purely at their their performance, their college degrees, their like measurable metrics, right? And because of this, for whatever reason, it excludes more Black people than company A does, right? You have those values. And so what those values are doing is they're being sidelined. We're just popping in, popping out, popping in, right? Those values are being sidelined, right, by those outside pressures, right? So you don't necessarily lose the best candidate. I absolutely agree with you, right? Like, the best candidate might be missed. As I said multiple times, there might be a diamond in the rough, right, where you're missing somebody because you're not taking other variables into account. But you as a hiring manager, you as a company that creates policy, right, you're testing your values and your philosophy on hiring, et cetera, in a competitive market against other people that have different values and different things that they want, different philosophy. And so it is the market that then determines price based off of whatever it is that you produce and how good that product is and how desirable that product is and how much profit you can make off of that
Well,
product.
that's not
So
totally true.
you're not losing necessarily the best candidate, but you are limiting your ability to act on your values and hire the people that you would want based. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I agree. You're not losing the best candidate.
That has little to do with the process of DEI.
What are you talking about? You just hopped in. What do you mean?
So, like,
how does that have little to do?
You spoke about, like, let me not get you wrong. So you spoke about how a company has a market to meet. There's certain values that certain values of the product that they're trying to produce, or a certain value of the customer they're trying to meet. Certain values that they want the product to meet, right? Or values of the clientele, the values of their stakeholders, values of their board,
specifically
values of the culture.
Sure.
And that's not always true for every business.
That's not necessarily what I'm talking about, but that's fine.
Okay, so what more? What did I miss?
Well, I'm not specifically talking, though you could add that into the discussion, the values of the customer, et cetera. But the values of the customer will be based upon the product, right? The hiring process isn't going, like, so there is psychic profit that exists in a market, right? Where, like, I want to purchase between Five Nights at Freddy's 2 and Five Nights at Freddy's 3, right? They're not very different as products, but I have a subjective value where I prefer one over the other, and I gain psychic profit. So you're not wrong that some people may value diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives in a company and choose that product because of that, because they gain some psychic profit. Just like if you're on Grubhub and you see black owned business, right? You might choose that because you want to support black owned business, right? And you gain some psychic profit. But for the most part, what I'm talking about is the values of the hiring man in grabbing an employee. And when you add additional qualifications, right, those values then play less of a role and they become less efficient at expressing themselves in the market.
Fabian,
So
are you using the black-owned business tag to figure out what restaurants you're not going to go to?
That's what it sounds like.
I'm just joking. I couldn't
I
resist.
have legitimately.
It was too easy.
I have legitimately thought about that before, but it's just like I'm not going to punish that company
Should admit that. Should admit that.
for taking
That's an easy
advantage of what's
dodge.
available to them.
Nice sidestep, but
Yeah. So I couldn't.
I'm not
I
sidestepping. I'm
couldn't
being
resist.
100% honest.
I
with
feel
you,
like
right?
you're
I have
avoiding the soul
legitimately.
food. I feel like you're
No,
avoiding
I
the
have
soul food category, but
Let me tell you, y'all know that I'm not missing those soul food categories. I'll tell you that right now.
So, so
No,
but
I don't
all
ca-
that
it's not a sidestep.
Sorry.
So I don't. So let me just answer, and then you guys could go on because he asked me something specific. So you talked about the hiring managers and their ability to express themselves through hiring, right? Because that is expressing a set of values, and you're testing that against other companies and their values, right? Whether which one can be more efficient or deliver the best product to the market. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I guess as I said previously, I don't care that these things are. There isn't a pure expression of these of their values. I don't care that that they are having a particular pressure. Now, like you said previously, right? Like the pressure could be that, well, if I don't have this diversity program, well, then I lose access to this particular opportunity, right? Like companies conform themselves to get opportunities. If for instance, let's say they're going for a contract, right? And part of the contract specifies, well, that you have to have this number of employees, right? That you have to have 250 employees, you have 200 employees. Now, having 200 employees has worked for you, and you've done very well, but you need an extra hire 50 employees to qualify for this contract. Okay, well then you're going to conform yourself. You want that contract, then you want to conform yourself so that you're eligible. So if there is a pressures or tax breaks, like let's say it was in the form of a tax break, right? That they had access to because they're trying to diversify their employees and on the axis of race or gender, perfectly fine. Right, it's a good goal overall, and if you don't want to take advantage of it, then don't take advantage of it. Right? If the fact that you'll miss out on opportunities isn't necessarily a concern of mine.
So we're talking about. First, I think it's important to differentiate because you said, like, what if it's a tax break, right? So the question first becomes: are we dealing with a market mechanism, or are we dealing with a government or top-down mechanism that is utilized from companies that are utilizing government resources, right? So it's kind of like three categories here, right? So your market mechanism would be this just naturally occurred, and people in the market want to support, let's say, black-owned business, right? So there is, if you're, or maybe not black-owned business, but a business that has a certain amount of black or LGBTQ or women, et cetera, right?
Gotcha.
So that's a market mechanism. And I don't particularly value that. I don't particularly agree that we ought to do that, but it's perfectly legitimate, right? Like there's nothing you can say that would make that aggressive in any capacity, right? I would not part of my moral. So then number two, what we're talking about moving away from that is pressures from institutions like the World Economic Forum that are taking in tax revenue, that are taking in donations, that are getting loans from the international money, right? Part of your tax money, part of that is being utilized to prop up individuals that want to push forward stakeholder capitalism. I have a big problem with that, right? Because now it's taken the choice, the liberty out of individuals and companies and applying pressures that have the same effect as would regulations in the industry. And then third is the straight up blatant government like intervention in the market here, which is, the Small Business Authority, prioritizing loans to certain people based off of their skin color, right? Which obviously disadvantages people that don't have that skin color, that giving specific advancements in the market. That's not really a market pressure in any way, shape, or form. So like in those three domains, right? So like I take issue with that on principle, even setting aside the entire philosophy. But once you add in the philosophy, it's like, well, why do I have a problem with three of them, right? And the reason that I have a problem with all three of them is the basis for the philosophy is not for efficiency. It's not for progress. And it has its roots in critical theory that I think is antithetical to individualism, individual ideas, and the progress of the praxis itself is exerting pressure and exerting economic pressure on people based off of immutable characteristics. And I find that fundamentally racist, though it isn't aggressive. So like, sure, like you're allowed to do it. I just don't think that it's right or good. Like, I think we should treat people equally, not based off of their skin color and presume
that doesn't happen in practice ever. No, that's unrealistic. And because we never treat people equally, we have never treated individuals equally. The whole process of affirmative action was to push in individuals, not to just to find the diamond in the rough, but to put individuals into places where they have been kept out of access. Right? They have not been allowed in those places. They have been deemed culturally unvaluable. Right? So now the effort was to strategically take these individuals and put them in there because now this better represents the values of the culture at large. So when I say
I think that's a non sequitur, right? So I agree with you that individuals have subjective value. And so that means that individuals are going to have an in-group preference, right? Like, for example, blacks have the strongest in-group preference in America, followed by Hispanics,
That's true.
followed by Asians. And then white conservatives have a lower in-group preference than do all other races. And white liberals have an out-group preference. And in all of those instances, right, I absolutely agree that in-group preference, right, for your tribe, for your race, for people that have similar cultural experiences as you, right? They may speak your lingo. They may have, shared experiences to a certain degree.
I think all
that subjective value exists.
We don't need to measure the values of the culture by like preferences. We could just look at.
Well, no, this is a metric to understand that you are correct that those things.
Yeah,
exist,
but it produces
there is
observation.
Subjective preference.
But it produces observation bias when now you're only looking through certain things through certain lenses, and you're totally disregarding other measures. For instance,
no, I'm not.
Economic
measures. I'm not disregarding other measures by saying that I agree that human beings have subjective values, and often those subjective values tend to coalesce around in-group preference. And that, yes, if you have a bunch of white people in an institution, they're going to have, specifically white conservatives, right? They're going to have an in-group preference. They're likely, most of those people, not all of them, right? They're likely to view a black person, Hispanic, and Asian, right, with some less familiarity, some less comfortable situations, even if they're not in any way, shape, or form racist in their actions. They're still going to prefer someone that's more like them, and vice versa. I don't disagree that those things exist. The non sequitur, right, is to then act like affirmative action is actually correcting these measures, or that affirmative action is good because those things exist. Like those two things don't connect.
My goal is to increase human flourishment in general, right? You know this. And I do this through
taking my taxes.
Yeah. I'll take your taxes. I'll absolutely
taxation is theft.
I will absolutely do that. I'll steal from you then. That's no problem.
Also, nice to meet you, Azzy.
Yeah.
Never met you before.
Yeah,
Yes,
Same.
nice to meet you as well.
Yeah.
But your
As he's
prime
great.
doesn't allow me on these
As
these
he's one-
intellectual conversations.
Because he's one of the most, you're one of the most handsome guys I have on my panels. I don't want to distract everyone. Right? They
He
all
likes us
say,
ugly
"Hey, well,
bastards. You know what I'm saying? He likes us ugly
Fabian,
people.
a good-looking guy, man.
Baby, I've said that before.
Appreciate you.
And so my friend Gibbs. I mean,
It's because I'm 13% black.
No, I'm
right?
okay
That's
with
what
being
makes me
ugly.
look
It's
good.
wonderful.
his
That
resolve.
makes
Oh,
everything
yeah.
I can do more impressive.
Oh my
You
god!
can't
Yeah,
make those jokes and
he gets it. Yeah, but you're
Yes,
gonna
I
have to
can.
show me. You're gonna have to
Not
send me
value
pictures of some of
DEI.
these women you're pulling, man. Like, because I'm hearing apparently you're legendary, and I want to see.
I mean, I post a lot of stuff on like the Insta and the socials and Twitter. And just
You
follow
know,
me on
He
this. You'll
pulls.
see
I don't know how,
wild
but he
stuff.
does.
Yeah.
You'll see wild times.
But anyway,
I'll tell you how it's stupidity. Just be stupid.
Oh, okay. I will actually learn at your knee.
That's what Hedy
because-
Lamar said about women. Is if you want to be attractive to, what she said to. I have to paraphrase, but Hedy Lamar basically said, like, if you want to be attractive to men, to just like dress just a teeny bit slutty, a little bit promiscuous, and to act dumb.
I mean, this is my strategy: lie to white women, gaslight Latinas, and it works perfectly. There's a difference between the two.
Okay.
that's why DEI is in
I'm
place.
just kidding.
That's why DEI is in place, man.
I will learn your dark.
Well, I
arts,
mean, I'd be benefiting from DEI. I'm Hispanic. I know I just look white. But that's hey, you know, we got white privilege and DEI going for me. We can't lose.
I will.
Well, Hispanic is an ethnicity, right?
That's what I'm saying.
I'll learn from your dark arts later. Hold on. I just want to finish this point.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If I can remember the point that I was about to make. Do you remember the thread I was going down?
You want to enact human flourishing.
Yeah.
Flourishing. That's right.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I want to increase a human flourishment, and like that's my overall goal. The method is
Me too.
Doesn't particularly matter. Just that overall that we have a positive impact. So
Well, it does.
You say
It matters, right? Like if you had a village, right, that was perfectly happy, but like one person was like being raped constantly in the basement.
God
somewhere,
damn,
like,
bro.
you'd
That
be
went
against
real
it.
dark, real fast, right there.
Dude, I know this example.
Well,
because
it's
you've
a
given
common
this
thought
to me many-
experiment, right?
Yeah, you've given it to me multiple times. No, I hear you, friend. I hear you. Okay.
Even if
but-
that would
but-
maximize human flourishment, you
Cry
wouldn't.
for help. Stop saying
I
that.
know.
Stop saying that.
I hear you. And I with the caveats that you want me to insert there. Okay, right. But in any case, the point that I was getting at is that like I don't necessarily care it's through DEI as you understand it or whatever, or like a affirmative action. Let's say that instead of we had gone with those policies that we had you wouldn't like this either, but like massive government investment into like the black community, right? Like we're just going to put massive money into this community and through some other ways, right? To increase, to allow them to create their own businesses, or build their own infrastructure, whatever it is, right? Yeah, this was the program we're going to do. I mean, just like they did to white individuals, through like the veterans program. His name I'm forgetting, right? After was it World War II in Vietnam, right? Like
What,
that type of stuff.
I'm talking about the
was it
GI Bill.
The GI Bill. Yeah, I'm thinking of GI Bill. Thank you so much. There's many times that the government has specifically invested in like white families, but we don't think of it in the same way, right? So anyway, if we did the same thing for black individuals, right, rather than trying to force inclusion into white spaces, okay, great. That actually might even be more effective. And if it is, then let's do that. I'm fine with that. So like so it doesn't particularly matter to me. So when we talk about like these corporations not being able to express themselves, through their values, through the hiring
Through their
process,
whiteness.
right?
Through their whiteness.
Yeah, their whiteness. Then I don't necessarily care. I don't care if it makes them like less efficient. I don't care about any of that. I understand that there is this wrong that's been done through locking people out of these opportunities, right? Building their own businesses of themselves. And this is a path to righting those wrongs. So I'm okay with it.
So my big contention here, right, is it seems like you're saying something that is, I would say, we'll stick with contrary. I don't know that it's an outright contradiction, right? Which is to say that you value human flourishment, but you also value less efficiency in the market. And to me, those things are to me, that's a
I
contradiction.
didn't say I value that. I said I don't care if that happens.
Yeah,
Okay, sure.
efficiency doesn't mean
right. You
efficiency
value
doesn't always mean human flourishment.
So I disagree. I would say that when you say
Slavery is
I
very
value,
efficient.
That's true.
no,
I
it's
mean,
not
he's right
actually.
about
It's
that.
economically
Well,
really inefficient.
what?
There's a reason. Listen, there's a reason the
Oh,
South
if I don't
lost
have
the
to
war
pay some
because
people, hold on.
80%.
Yeah, because they have
slavery
3
is
times less
inefficient.
people and less industrial capabilities. I mean, that's why they lost the war. Like, I mean,
Right,
it's not
and
because
where was 80%? 80% of the industrialization was in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah, but
Why?
hold on.
Because
hold
a
on.
slave society. No, I'm not holding
If
on.
I have
It is-
slave labor
it is
building my
not
iPhone,
efficient.
that's way cheaper. It's way more efficient. Like, I don't know what you mean that it's not efficient. Like, just because you have that one example, I can't think of another example
So you
where
have to define
slavery
efficiency,
wouldn't be
please.
more efficient. Yeah, I like.
You got to define efficiency because you're losing us.
Okay, yeah. So I'll get into it. So when you say I value human flourishment, right? What you mean, correct me if I'm wrong, by human flourishment, right?
Okay.
Would be some subjective measurement. It can't be an objective measurement, right? And there are some objective measures that you can take that you might say track or correlate with human flourishment, right? Like such as infant mortality or, longevity or, things like that. But ultimately what you're talking about is flourishment is people's desire to reach their self-actualization,
Yeah.
right? And to have right. So I mean, if you mean it from a psychological perspective, and if you mean it from a physical perspective, right? You mean technological innovation, you mean progress in that regard, you mean lowering of prices of all of the goods and things that people enjoy that makes them happy, that people
Part
desire.
of this is economic opportunities, right? Having economic opportunities.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Absolutely agreed. Right. Part of it is the ability to go out and find meaningful labor that makes you feel like you're doing something good for the world and for society, doesn't break your back, etc.
Yeah.
So my issue with that is when you value racial pressure to presumably right the wrongs of a difficult to measure but presumed systemic oppression of groups of people that obviously aren't going to be one-to-one on an individual basis, but as a whole you believe belong to certain categories of people over efficiency in the market. And as he said, define efficiency for what I would say is efficient is the would be several metrics, but ultimately what we are talking about is I would say is trying to think the exact Austrian economic term. Apologize for just a second while I drum through the increased production of labor, right? So an hour of labor produces more, right? Produces more of a thing, right? So artificial intelligence, for example, is an extreme jump in the productivity of labor, right? A company that institutes AI can choose to fire 40 people and thus lower prices, or they could have all of these side projects that they couldn't afford, but now they can afford to do them, thus creating new jobs, creating new products, creating new things, making prices cheaper across the board, so that the flat screen TV that used to be $8,000 in 2010 is now something you can buy at Walmart for 30 bucks on Black Friday, right? That is what that productivity and labor means. And so when you say that, to me, that is a contradiction. And the reason that is a contradiction, and the way you stated it, I think is more contrary than a contradiction, is how is it that you value human flourishment, but you are willing to set aside, you are willing to value more than human flourishment, this presumed righting of wrongs, but sacrifice the very thing that leads to the most human flourishment, which is increased productivity in labor, which means lower prices, more jobs, economic growth, increased longevity, technological advances that lead to, less infant mortality, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that give us all of the things that we want and desire and allow us to self-actualize. To me, that doesn't track.
Sure.
Because you're it doesn't track because you're necessarily equating it as saying because we are valuing flourishing, we won't get to the efficient process down the line or the efficient outcome down the line. That's why it's not like.
Well, humans aren't immortal,
one-to-one
right? So if we
equation yourself
delay
out.
that, if we delay that, recognizing that at least at the very
Humans
moment,
aren't immortal,
humans
but I
aren't
just finished watching Demon Slayer, and apparently the will is. So like the human,
fair enough,
and the
right?
human will tends to
but-
go towards progress and human
But
efficiency.
Scott,
So
Okay, sure, but you're not alive. You're not alive to experience it, right? You know what I mean? Like
So-
how many demons, right? Like if you push off the killing of the demon, right? Then that means that new demons get created, right? And the demon slayers have to fight the demons.
not necessarily.
Right? And right. Well, it does mean that, right? If you forego progress
Not
in the
necessarily.
immediacy it absolutely does.
Hold on,
mean
guys, before you guys go off on a tangent and argue that, like, let me just get my points out. I do want to like eventually leave. So let me just finish this part, and you guys can go on and yell at each other. I love it. So one, I don't think that the market is necessarily the most efficient way of like delivering those benefits, right? So that if these firms are more efficient and this firm is more efficient, we have a bunch more efficient firms that necessarily translates to a better life for all people. I think society can have ways to corralling those resources, those benefits to certain individuals, and then leaving out others. So that if we simply left the market, however you want to describe that, to its own devices, that doesn't mean that a better life for Black people. We'll just use Black people for now. So keep that in mind. I also and
you're correct in that regard, right?
Okay.
Like the market is amoral in that regard, right? The market gives us more based off of what it is that we value, what the consumer values. That is what it does, right? So if the consumer doesn't if the consumer, let's just say every white person tomorrow woke up legitimately racist, right? Like woke up like 1950s Klansman fucking style, like I just fucking hate the hard R's, right? And and we had a completely unregulated market, right? The market would absolutely disadvantage Blacks insanely, right? Because the market would demand, like every person would go out and search for a Black-owned business and be like, fuck that business, right? So like you're correct in that the market, the market doesn't necessarily drive cultural change, and it doesn't necessarily drive meaning in people's lives. What it does do, right? It is factually the most efficient source of increase of productivity of labor, which is what drives technological innovation, which is a key component to human flourishment.
I think
That's a
All
very
right,
just convoluted. It's a very convoluted statement, and there's so many imaginary factors that you're implementing because humans don't operate like the market. The market is just the market itself is just an idea that we utilize to get the most to maximize output. But
Wait,
that
hold
doesn't
on.
necessarily
I don't
mean
think
we're
the
gonna
market
get-
is an idea. I think the market's like establishes itself like that.
It's an
Well, it's
idea
Thomas principle.
actualized. It's an
It's a
idea
Thomas-
actualized. Well, go ahead.
What's the Thomas principle, right? Like, so for example, the patriarchy doesn't exist because there is no patriarchy, right? But if the patriarchy exists in the sense that it is held in the minds of people, right? And then people change their behavior based upon this shared belief system or this, this set of factors that we encapsulate into what we call the patriarchy, then the effects on the world are real. right? So
Yeah.
I agree with you that the market is there's no like market tree that has market fruit. Just like honor doesn't exist, right? Integrity doesn't exist. None of these things are material. It is an immaterial. It is an abstract, right? It's an abstract thought, but its effects on the world are real. And so when we're talking about governing principles,
Racism is
then it is absolutely right. Racism doesn't, there's no racism tree that like you get points of racism off of, right? But if people share this belief and they hold that belief and then they act based off of those behaviors, then its effects in the world are real. This is the Thomas principle in sociology. So like, yeah, I don't agree. I don't disagree with that. But to say, oh, it's not real, therefore, right? Like compared to what we are comparing it to is any other form of wealth distribution and of trading what it is that people value for what it is that other people value, right? And the market is the most efficient means of doing so, because all other forms such as government wealth distribution, socialism at the far end, all the way, et cetera, these are all less efficient than the market.
I don't necessarily believe that they necessarily are less efficient than the market.
It's not a belief for me. It's just a fact.
Okay. Yeah.
Facts just mitigate. I mean, that's why these are fundamental beliefs.
I don't know. The reason I was like pausing when I was after you had responded previously was because I was wondering, I was going through my mind and thinking, okay, well, there's all these other things, events that happen that spur innovation, and I was wondering if you would think that is a market forces, and maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't, and then I thought, like, I don't know, maybe it doesn't matter, and maybe I shouldn't go down this route in the first place in the conversation. I don't think that that's the market necessarily the most efficient way for that human flourishment. We agreed that it's not necessarily the most efficient way of distributing those resources. So I'm okay with an outside force putting pressure on the market, even if it's an artificial pressure or whatever, to do so. So to say these private agencies, we're going to give you incentives that drive you to take these actions, right? We're going to give you these incentives to, like, for instance, we're going to give you incentives not to, like, have, like, a kid, like, raping business, right? Like, maybe that would be, like, really profitable, right? Like, hey, we have kids here for you to rape, you know?
Well, that wouldn't,
but, like,
that
the
wouldn't
government says... the government says, hey, no, we'll put you in jail, right?
Well, that wouldn't be that wouldn't be capitalism, right? That wouldn't be a free market. Like, having a business that rapes children is aggressive, right? It is obviously an abuse of those individuals, which is anti-capitalistic in the sense that is not what the children want, right? The children are not desiring.
Well, hold on. Yeah, but so just because it's aggressive doesn't mean it's not capitalistic. Like that, hold on. Just because it's aggressive doesn't mean it's not capitalistic. If say there's a Native American, like, I don't know, what are they called, reservation, and they got oil, and Exxon goes, come on, we're taking that oil, and it benefits more people. Yeah, they might have got disenfranchised, but it's still capitalism. It's still helping.
That's not capitalism.
It is capitalism. Yeah, it's definitely capitalism.
No, it's not capitalism because capitalism is defined through libertarianism, right? Through what I'm saying when I say capitalism, right, is the free trade of individuals based off of their own voluntary transaction. When you are using
but we're self-volunteering this for them,
Yeah, like does America operate on a libertarian? Does America operate on a libertarian definition of capitalism? Well, or at all times consistently?
Well, America doesn't evolve. That question doesn't make sense. America doesn't operate on a definition of socialism. America doesn't operate.
Exactly. That's what
economy
I mean.
America. No, that's not. You're not saying anything. You're not saying anything like that. Like, it's a nonsensical statement.
The point. No, you missed the point.
Yes, I did, because like America has a mixed market economy that is part that has private property rights enshrined within its constitution, which makes it
Exactly.
capitalistic, right? Which means it's close. It has some tendencies that are similar with capitalism, but it also has socialist policies, such as, you know,
Exactly.
Social Security, for example, is a socialist policy, right? So it's a mixed market economy.
Yeah,
That doesn't mean
an
anything.
amalgamation. America is an amalgamation of different concepts and different efficiencies to get to the place that we
Mhm.
want to go at the
Right,
time.
I'm
of
arguing
the
for
culture
capitalism.
values. So like the invisible
Right, I'm
hand,
arguing
Adam
for
Smith's invisible
capitalism.
hand, the Pareto principle, things like Six Sigma. Those things are all just like ideas of efficiency that we use within the marketplace in order to get a certain level of output, right, for efficiency. But that doesn't necessarily mean we get
those
human
aren't-
flourishing from it.
Well, those aren't
or at
ideas
least
that
we don't get the
use to do
according
anything.
to Prime,
Those are
according to what
principles
Prime
of how
says,
markets behave.
according to
That's not-
what Prime idealizes, he wants the maximum amount of people to have human
Mhm.
flourishing, right? So
Yes.
we've seen that in practice, only the minority of a minority amount of people who can operate at efficiency are able to accumulate that said happiness and flourishing, and everybody else ends up at the at the foot of the at the foot of the table, getting all the scraps, and we find that a lot of the times, like I'm losing my words here because it's like 2 a.m. A lot of the benefits of capitalism does not end up reaching those individuals at the bottom who cannot operate at efficiency. This is why we said human flourishing does not always equate efficiency in the marketplace.
So
oftentimes
the thing
we
is,
have to we have to change the marketplace to match the current ability of the people, the current ability of the culture.
So there's a lot of unconnected things here. So first, you stated that the Pareto distribution. I don't remember what else you said. You stated
they were just examples of like
the Pringle
the
distribution.
Pareto distribution.
Okay,
I know about the Pringle distribution.
It doesn't matter.
I gotta go. All right. we'll talk
I said
about
a lot
this
of
later.
things that aren't
Bye.
related, but they're all.
Oh, I'm still streaming. Fuck, I didn't even realize that. Is Admiral Gibbs streaming? Fuck, yeah, I was still streaming. Okay, hold on. Let's see who's streaming so I can send you guys off. Usually when I do these things, when I say bye like that, like that's the end, and no one is around. All right, okay. But I am still streaming. Admiral Gibbs. Admiral Gibbs is around, and we love Admiral Gibbs, and he's gonna be part of the conversation. Why don't you guys go to Admiral Gibbs? Have a good time. I love you all. Well, I love the people who love me.